Yeehaw. I had to go to the bank at like 8 a.m. this morning and fucking went back to sleep. Fuck me. Do you think Vosh is a pedophile? Do you think people that jerk off to lolly are pedos? I don't know. I feel like if you jerk off to a lolicon, there's got to be some kind of pedophilia shit there, right? Maybe that. I mean that. What happened with Kelly? Did you actually imply that you turned her down? No, Kelly's fucking retarded. What? So Lav has this like entire narrative. Girls do this. Some girls can't handle the fact that other girls don't like them, even though they explicitly fight with every other girl. Lav is one of these people. And so in Lav's world, the only possible way a girl could be fighting with her is if I'm like doing some weird, like turning her against her in the background shit. And then also apparently sexually getting off to it at the same time. And I think I was in a voice call with like 5 people afterwards. Because I think I privately linked Gisticle a bunch of stuff. Because I was like, hey, here's the timeline on this. Because the idea that like Lab and this girl were friends and then I came and I turned her against her is fucking retarded. It's bullshit. It's not true. This girl found my content like a year ago. Like she found me during the Lab Mr. Girl arc. And she thinks they're both fucking insane. That's how we first both met. And somewhere in this call, I think I was going over like when I was first. I think I said something along the lines of like, I think this is my recollection. If somebody has a recording of this, feel free to leak. But I think I said something along the lines of like, yeah, like somebody linked me this. Like when I was linked this, like I was like in bed with somebody else, like just hang out, and then somebody linked me this, and I watched a YouTube video. And in my mind, I'm like, I wasn't actively participating in drama. I just got to link this and I looked at it. And then Kelly's like, oh, so you were in bed with another girl getting off to this? So you were in bed with a girl. You understand that it sounds like you're getting off to this. I'm like, no, that's not what I meant, you fucking retarded cunt. And then I went off and I was like, you 40-year-old unfuckable alcoholic fucking British cunt. What the fuck are you talking about? Kill yourself. I said something like that. And then for some reason, I don't know why, this is in a Discord call with like 4 people, okay? I just went off on Kelly, okay? For some reason, Kelly yesterday is like, Destiny implied yesterday that he turned me down. No, I didn't. What the fuck? I don't know why Kelly said that. Well, I truly don't know. I'm not sure. Because there are like 4 other people in that call. I don't think anybody... Where's Pretty Tony? Isn't he here? I don't remember if he was in the call or not. I think Jessica might have been in the call. I don't think anybody in that call got the impression that I was saying that I turned Kelly down. Oh, wait, Tony, were you in that call? Yeah, I don't know why that's the impression that she came out with afterwards. Like, oh yeah, he implied that I don't know. I don't even say that's... I don't think anybody said that. Nobody thought you were saying that. Yeah, what a weird thing. Yeah, I don't know. I was just irritated because she was trying to spread the meme that like oh yeah, like I'm turning Lab's friends against her because I get some weird sick sexual satisfaction out of it. And it's like, bro, it's funny to watch Lav fight with people. There were like all the people that watched my stream like 2 years ago now and watch everybody shitting on Lav and fighting Lav. It's not because we were all sexually getting off on it. It's just it's funny to watch people bully Lav. It's really simple. It's not that hard. It's not that complicated. There doesn't have to be some weird sexual perversion to enjoy people bullying Lav. It's just it's one of the simple joys in life. Did you see her cry on stream last night because Jessica wouldn't give her mod? No. You should show me that, though. It'd be pretty funny. Remove the sexual aspect from it. If you're focusing on that too much, would you still admit you're pitting women against each other? No. What do you mean? No. I just like watching people really laugh. What is this idea that like I pit women against each other? And also, it's the fixation on the women part. Bro, everybody comes into my Discord to fight with each other. Like, nobody makes these same accusations about the men ever. Do I pit people against Karantos when Abba comes in and shits on him? Or do I pit people against, like, Mr. Girl when Forethought banned him from my subreddit? Or do I pit people against Gistigal when I say big dog, little dog? Like, it's only the woman part. That's the only part of it. Like, oh, do you pit? Like, no, it's such a stupid fucking comment. No. People come in and they fight. If they want to fight, they can fight. That's it. Do you know when the Jordan Peterson combo is set to come out? I have no idea. I don't do any of their shit. What program do you use to make your notes? Obsidian. You went last night when Lab actually was about to cry, or the night before when she confronted him about wanting perms too? Wait, Lab wants perms too? Seen Wash's response video to his allegations? Nope. Am I making a giant leap, or is Kelly still super ass mad when you called her out for abusive way of talking? I don't know. I was mean to her last night. But she was also implying again that I'm like, have some sick sexual satisfaction from watching women fight each other. Just fucking retarded. Lav was the one crying wanting perms? Oh, I thought somebody said Kelly. Okay. Do you feel any pressure off the idea that your combo with Fickle will have a huge effect on the broad narrative going forward? Who knows if it will or not? Who knows? Okay. I'm going to have like 10 messages to do. And emails. Not long. It'll take me 3 minutes. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We don't even need to watch a video. Fuck it. All right. What do we got? I need Oh fuck. Okay, I'm gonna start big banning. So like we're gonna start month banning not safe for work spammers. I don't know why these types of people always show up. I don't know how to deal with them. I end up just banning not safe for work for days. But I'm just gonna start like big banning. We'll start with. I'll start with NNN, I guess. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it is that compels people at night to just like, I'm gonna link like 20 not safe for work pictures in chat. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's true, no one knows what the combo within this game will have an effect, but do you nonetheless feel nervous about it? Well, no, damn, but if you push mount it, maybe I'll start to. Uh-oh. The fuck is this? Hold on. Wow. Okay, boom, boom. So your opinion on Kyle Kalinske changed recently? We just don't listen to lefties on foreign policy issues ever, okay? Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. This is the first night when Lamb starts asking for mod. When Tree shows up, they start. Wait, Tree of Logic? Does she have perms in there?
No.
Wait, you didn't forget what happened, for sure not.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Your drama with Destiny from earlier today?
With who?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Boring. Boring.
Maybe I'll remember once I get mod. I'll remember.
Oh, yeah. You will literally. Please try to hold your breath for that.
Jesus.
First of all, this is actually I have a bone to pick with you because one, you gave Kelly mod for a lot of the same reasons that I want mod. Also, you can take mod away if I ever abuse it. So the only reason that you wouldn't give me mod
She's not joking. Oh no.
Especially because I've driven so much attention to your streaming accounts and Discord. The only reason you wouldn't is to virtue signal to your audience that I'm somehow bad or not worthy. Even though I'm a regular fixture here, I've done a lot for you, and you can take it away whenever you want.
So would we classify Lav as evil or just a sociopath?
I think neither.
Just kidding, because we were in that. Never mind. It was supposed to be funny. It was not. Okay. Because we were talking about evil versus sociopath earlier, and then you were like never talking about how you're classified as bad. Lav, why do you want mod powers?
Because people harass me like just consistently, and I think they'll do it less if they even know that I have mod.
Holy cry bully. Oh my god.
Power. Like I won't even have to use it that much. But also people like spam post photos of me or my partner or whatever.
Wait, don't you love having pictures of yourself everywhere though?
Yeah, not like in the middle of things, and usually not like, you know, usually, I mean, there's been like revenge porn a couple times. Like, yeah, I like pictures of myself, but these are the
See,
type that I don't like.
I don't think it qualifies as revenge porn though if you've posted it already publicly for everyone to see a million times.
Sure, then let's just call it mean porn.
How is it mean porn? Was it porn at your not best angle? Like you love posting
No, like just posting it in the middle of it. I don't know why you're acting stupid. Posting it in the middle of like an argument.
Yeah, okay. I'm just surprised to hear that bother you, like literally at all. I thought, and then also like if you feel bullied, why would you even want to hang out here?
Because I get a lot out of this also. There are also people who I like here that are nice to me here, and I like being on stream. I like Chad, I like Kelly, I like being around. Most of my interactions here are positive. But yeah, just having mod will make the days go easier, I think.
It could, but I also like Rhinox, so I feel like I would like him not to die.
That's fine, then he can just not do what he's doing, right?
Maybe. But also, you guys go at each other both, and I've asked both of you to stop.
Did you check your DMs?
No, because I was literally streaming live, so I didn't check my DMs
Yeah, so
to
I
see the
ignored
latest
him for the rest
random
of the day.
clip. So I didn't see the
I
latest
ignored
random
him
clip.
for the rest
By
of
the
the
way,
day.
the screenshot is like a comment. Well, I'll tell everybody what it is. It's a comment from Rhinox that said, "Me watching Lav get roasted," and it's a picture of Tony's barbecue in his backyard. Like,
No,
if this is what you want me to mute him over, I'm not gonna do it.
First of all,
So,
no.
and
Okay, you're
I'm
actually
literally in the middle of
fibbing.
reacting with Relly to the Vosh video, and you send this to me and are like, "You should do something about this."
No,
Do you understand
I
why
sent
I'd
you
be
that one.
annoyed about
I sent
that?
you one where he posted that he banned me. I sent you another one, I think yesterday. Like he
Okay.
constantly.
Well, that's my
like,
bad when I asked him to
consistently trying
stop
start
posting
fights with
photos
me.
of you.
And you
then
said, and the
he
whole
switched to
problem here is that
posting like
you
little
don't want-
random quips
Okay.
or little random fucking
Yes, but the whole problem
annoyances.
is you don't want either of us talking to or about each other.
No,
I have stopped, but he has not.
I don't know who started it today, but it was ambiguous to me who started it today. It seemed like you both went hard right at the beginning as soon as one of you referenced the other.
It's not a okay.
I'm not saying you guys can't say, like, I'm not saying you guys can't
Are
speak
you
to
gonna
each
care
other.
when I never talk about him and he keeps adding me, keeps like spamming photos of me? Like, are you gonna do anything?
If he's not as well, if he keeps spamming photos of you, he'll get timed out.
Okay, great.
Okay. But you understand that the last couple times you've sent me stuff, it's not him spamming photos of you, right?
No, but it's you saying leave each other. You went into
I
chat
have
to say
said leave each other alone, but that's not me saying like you have to leave each other alone or I'm timing you out. And I did say the next time it would be 5 minutes or something. Do you want me to go time him out for 5 minutes?
He kept doing it.
He did it like once more.
No, he did it 3 more fucking times.
Okay.
Whatever. I'm
Sorry,
not gonna let
I started streaming. I couldn't track it.
If you don't have a problem with us fighting, then I'll fight him.
No, you won't, because you've already asked me to stop. I'm trying to slow him down from shitting
You
on
were
you
the
all
person
the
who
time.
asked me to stop. As long as he goes, I'm gonna go, and you're gonna get mad.
No, I'm fine with you going back at him. I'm just saying that he's gonna come back at you, and then when you guys have like this 10 reply chain, I don't want the last like 3 things he said sent to me as if nothing else has happened and he's just one-sidedly attacking you. Because as far as I'm concerned, that barbecue clip where he says me watching Lav getting roasted, that's just him commenting on the stream, okay?
Okay, this is boring.
To play. Lav, your response?
I will say this. Something
I'm
that I
trying
think.
to. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to hold it back. I can't control my voice though. I'm trying to understand. This is so embarrassing. Holy fuck. I'm trying to understand if, like, I'm so autistic.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. I have to turn my camera off because I'm masturbating to this right now because I'm receiving intense sexual satisfaction from listening to this, okay? Intense sexual satisfaction.
Hold on, give me a second.
I think it is better if that is probably the end of public version of that.
Apparently, this meltdown is right after she fought with the Zoe girl.
I will.
I agree with you, but I think she wants to talk about it, and I don't want to force. I don't want to force her to talk about it on stream. Okay, that is not what I want.
Yeah, really, you think Voss is a pedophile?
Not drama farming? No, I don't think he's a pedophile.
Hold on, I will say
It gets so much worse.
Okay.
the best thing to do in terms of the moderation for like doesn't have to be now but later is probably baby proofing the shit out of what is harassment, right? Because
I don't get it. What is she crying? Apparently, she's crying because she's not getting mod in the server.
see people fucking writing in here, right? In the not safe for work channel. Lav is a loser. Lav is cringe, and Lav is a whore. I timed out the whore comment, right?
Yeah, sure.
But like the other ones get it too. Like so it's better to baby proof something for the mods.
We probably need some version of like a dogpiling rule, I would imagine.
Okay, yeah.
It's hard for me to understand with friendships online what is real and what is fake, and it's been really embarrassing for me to try to navigate that because I'm usually wrong.
Okay.
So in DM, you are usually very kind to me, and I feel like you are trying to take care of me. And then we get on stream, and you are different, and you're trying to virtue signal the chat, and you're trying, and then I feel like you're trying to farm me for views, which is like, if you're doing that, slay, do your thing.
Oh no, she's doing the same she did to me. Be careful, Justical. Oh no.
But I would prefer you not to, obviously.
I literally would like have this conversation offline with you, off of stream, and make time for it.
No, but
I don't
it
think
doesn't
it's smart to have it on
you
stream.
hear what I'm-
But
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I'm not trying to farm views. I'm just saying if we had this conversation off stream,
I'm telling you, I don't even
be a
want.
concern.
I don't even need to be a mod. Like the fact that you are like so unwilling to even
Consider giving me mod.
like tell people to stop.
Oh.
Oh, obviously I want
Like
people
where
to stop.
when I say that I'm emotional about it, because you know that I talked to you and I said I don't want to do this. It doesn't make me feel good to fight with people, but I have very little self-control because I get so angry.
Oh my god, how could she be this fucking stupid? Dude, I think that if you wanted to be a master manipulator woman, okay, this is what you need to do. You should be forced to live for like 1 year in like an average woman's body, or hard mode, a guy's body. Because men and plain women have to work really hard on their manipulative tactics. But Lav's manipulation is like okay, but then she just compensates with looking pretty and then shipping nudes to everybody. But like absent those last two things, if a guy is not desperate for her, or if she doesn't have a guy under her thumb because she's shipping him nudes, she is like nothing. And then she just has an absolute meltdown. She's like, I can't figure out how any of this works. Like, bro, you're the biggest crybaby in the world. What do you mean? Stop being a fucking asshole to people. Stop being a massive cunt to every other woman in the chat. Stop shipping your nudes into channels over and over again and then shitting on other people for their appearance. Like, stop fighting with every single fucking woman you can find on Twitter. It's so easy. It's really easy not to do this. Now, if you want to do this, I'm all supportive of it because I think fighting with people is fun and everything, but you can't be so aggressive and then cry over it. Like, bro.
Because it's hard for a bunch of people to do that all at once. And you act like you understand.
I think I do understand. I watched it happen to Kelly a bunch and it upset me.
And yet every time I say, and even though you know me and how I've described that to you, I will be like, I'm getting dogpiled, and you'll say, well, you do this, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I know, and I'm trying to prevent it. Like, will you, as my friend, try at least for like maybe just try it out for a couple weeks to just like tell people to stop?
Sure, I don't like watching anybody get dogpiled. So obviously, I don't want to watch you get dogpiled. But
But then you also say when we're on stream, I can't do anything while I'm on stream. Well, I'm telling you,
well,
your mods aren't doing
literally
anything.
Can't go to
You
the
said
Discord
you
and do
promised me
something.
yesterday that your mods would do something,
Sure,
and they worked.
I did. And listen, they seem to be
And I
saying
said-
they
and
have
I
been
said,
deleting a
will
bunch
you
of shit. So maybe I didn't communicate what I meant very well. But yeah, it's just the what's the word? The dogpiling thing. Yeah, we just need to not have that. But again, because of the thing you just explained, where you get emotional, you get angry, and then you go in on people, I don't think it'd be a good idea to give you mod. That's pretty much precisely why I disagree with giving you mod.
Yep.
Okay, and so then we loop, right? Because I'm telling you that you can take it away. I'm telling you, even I won't
Why would you
fight
give somebody mod with a plan to take it away?
with anyone if you give me not even mod, just the power to delete the mass photos of me, or the one person repeatedly calling people I love a pedophile, or repeatedly like bringing up like crazy stupid shit, reposting the photo of me with my dog, like all of that. Like to just like I'm literally not even asking for mod.
Weren't people I don't have time to keep up with the 50 million hours of drama that this channel is producing right now. Weren't people reposting a picture of her and her dog because she was posting a picture of Zoe and her dog, saying the reason why Zoe took that picture was to highlight that her dog was in the picture to imply that she's in a bestiality? What the fuck? Bro, how can you cry about this? Oh my god.
I won't mod in anything that isn't in regards to me. or harassment to me.
Okay. Then
And
what
you're
is
like,
the
and
purpose?
even though every single one of your friends who are on just as often as me have gotten mod, you won't
do
give
I
it to
have
me
mod?
because
Well,
you're
you're not
not-
on as often as she is, but
Okay, sure. Valid. Sorry, continue.
why are you here?
Me? Because I'm hanging with J-Stock and I saw Doomer Media here.
Okay. It feels like you're being unfair to me. And
I
I think that
understand
you,
how it feels that way.
I think that you know what the right choice would be if I was your friend, and it would even if you don't. I'm not asking for let me do whatever I want. That's not what I want.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just saying, will you please meet me halfway and try it, and at least let me fail.
So the
Oh
reason I
my
keep saying no
God.
is because we keep having this conversation. I've said no multiple times. I've stated it's a boundary multiple times, and you keep asking me for it, and you keep coming at different angles to this to try to get mod. And I don't. I
Your
understand
boundary-
there are reasons you should have
Your
mod.
boundary is
I
around
understand
me
that.
protecting myself. That's
No,
so.
it's around
God,
you
that's
getting a
so
specific
silly.
role. It's around you getting a specific role that I said no to, and now you've asked in like 12 different ways. And I asked you not to have this conversation on stream, so you've asked in a bunch of different ways. And
Okay, so what am I
I'm
supposed
just
to do
gonna
now?
maintain this boundary because I've been asked to do it in public. Or I've been asked to like violate that boundary in public. I'm just gonna
Ooh.
maintain
Okay, so
it because
now-
I feel very awkward about being asked repeatedly in public, but I think I've said no to.
You wouldn't have answered me otherwise. If I didn't come on right now and tell you that I was being dogpiled, you would have said the same shit, which is I'm streaming. I don't check anything while I stream.
Well,
So
but
what the
that's-
fuck? What am I supposed to do?
I'm sorry, this is my I unfortunately work a lot of hours in the week and then stream a lot of hours in the week. So I don't typically have a ton of time for conversations off stream, but I just said I would do this off stream with you, like after the stream, or like right away. I'd schedule that out. And you said no, I don't want to necessarily do that.
Because you're fake, you're two-faced.
Ooh.
And then also, if you are on stream and not responding to me, what am I supposed to do? You would have never had your mods do anything if I didn't come on stream and talk to you about this literally right now.
Okay, the only person you've specifically been focused on Rhinox in our DMs. I've explained to you multiple times why I've like asked Rhinox specifically to chill, and then
No, you have told me that you can't do anything to Rhinox because he does so much for your stream. So he's
I didn't
untouchable.
say so much. I just said that he does give me links sometimes, and he's
Yes.
in the know, so he can help me out.
Yeah, your
Didn't say I wouldn't do
it's
anything
hard
to
to
him.
be.
I said I would
It's
ask him
really
to
hard
slow
to
it up.
parse a relationship with you because you are very Machiavellian.
I'm
You're like, if
not.
it's advantageous for you, you
Nope.
will do it.
Nope. That's completely. Why would I have offered to go
Counter.
off stream? Why would I have offered to go off stream multiple times?
Okay, then let's go off stream.
Okay, I said I would schedule that for you. We can do that today. We can talk off stream. But if you want me to talk off stream right now, obviously I'm streaming. Sorry, I only get so many hours. I literally work a full-time job and I'm trying to make this work so hard. And I only have so many hours I can put into it, okay? Please. So we can make this work.
Jessica should have started crying back. Loser.
We can make it work after this, or like tomorrow afternoon sometime would be fine with me, and we can have this conversation off stream. I don't want to farm this conversation. I asked not to multiple times.
What am I supposed to do in this scenario? This looks so like I'm.
It doesn't. I don't know why you would.
If I stay, I'm a lol cow, and if I leave, I'm emotionally manipulating you.
Well, I disagree with both of those.
What am I supposed to do? Which is better? I'm polling the audience. Which is better? Should I be a lol cow or should I be
I will
emotionally
say,
manipulative?
I think people are gonna say that no matter what. It's better for you to take a breather. You're clearly not emotionally like good and
No,
stable. You're just-
what are you talking? I'm completely
No, Wolfgang. Don't placate her. Don't do it. No. These are pleas for attention. She's looking for the path of least resistance. Justicle's not giving it to her. She's waiting for some other man to acquiesce. Don't be the one that does it, Wolfgang.
emotionally stable. I'm just having an emotional response.
Sorry. Yes, that's what I mean to say. You're clearly having an emotional response. You're
Jesus
just gonna
Christ.
Oh my. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. You are having an emotional response. You're right about that. You're gonna sit here having an emotional. It's probably not gonna be a good time for you, right? Like it's probably a good idea for you to get off Discord, take a breather, right? Come back here. People are gonna. What?
I just don't think that. I think that I'm completely able to have a conversation right now.
I know, but okay. So he clearly is telling you that he's not gonna have this conversation on stream. Like
No, I said I
Oh,
don't
never mind. Okay, Wolfgang is doing okay. Wolfgang is doing okay. All right.
want to. If she wants to, we can have it on stream. But I would rather have it off stream.
Somebody has messaged me for you to check your DMs, Lev.
So how many times do you guys think that Vosh has jacked off to completion looking at a horse?
Okay,
More than I can count.
whatever.
3 times as many times as he's jerked off to completion looking at a child.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
a lot of children. There, wait, hold up.
I'm just working off the ratio in that folder, dude.
Jesus, is that the ratio?
I
Holy.
think that was the ratio.
Ain't no way, bruh.
I understand it's hard for you to make decisions when you get a lot of pull from a lot of people.
I'm not looking at
Oh,
any-
now she's implying that Justical has no fucking, she's implying that Justical has no agency or no autonomy, or she's trying to externalize him not giving her mod. Well, it can't possibly be that he's not giving me mod because he's rationally evaluated it and thought it's a bad idea. That's impossible. Oh, I understand. It's because you're getting a lot of pressure from other people I know what you want to do because you're a good person. You know what you need to do. But I understand it's hard. Like, ugh.
Anybody else? I'm literally not looking at another line of communication right now. No poll from other people.
No, I'm just. Okay, I know that this is a hard decision to make. I would like.
He shuts it down so autistically. Like, actually, nobody's damning right now, bitch.
You to keep me in mind when you make it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Did this conversation happen like right after I think she was screaming at the other girl? Somebody said she said, stay out of the community if you can't handle the heat or whatever.
It's around here.
When she was accusing the other girl of posting bestiality pictures.
Evil video. You actually had to pay, I think.
You're bad.
He gained a little weight between.
People reacted negatively to you.
Content.
I don't know when the fuck this was. If this was the same day. People are saying it happened on this day, but I don't know when. Like I said, I don't have time to watch all this shit.
Especially most.
Oh, she immediately went into Discord to argue with Zoe after. Oh, yeah. Jesus. Based. Timestamp in the comments. Wait, what?
How many people fighting?
She won't. Steven can't fight her battles for her. She's gonna look so stupid against me, and she knows it.
I mean, I would fight with Lab, but I don't know what the fuck is going on, so.
Oh.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
If you are that sensitive about a fucking joke, leave the space.
Laugh. The point is you're lying on here.
Oh, no. Oh,
For me, the moment actually was the most
no.
boring fucking shit in the
That
world.
was 2 hours for crying for mod? Oh, no.
But like other dramas, it's like, oh yeah, I'll be the fucking Vosh drama. I know all this shit, dude. I'm so fucking eternally online with the Vosh shit. Dude, most people like drama. Dude, you fucking hypocrites in chat.
Well, no, everybody in my chat loves drama. Obviously, they all love
Was that
drama.
Blondie?
But
Where's Lav?
yeah, I messaged her. I added her. Said, okay, let's go.
Justical, I'm down to do this, but you need to like moderate a little bit so she doesn't just railroad me, okay?
Oh yeah, that's totally fine.
Okay.
This is the same stream, yeah.
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure if it does go off the rails at all, like Destiny's almost certainly watching, so he'll be here.
What was I
But
doing?
I'll make
I don't even know what I was doing when this was happening. I don't know what time this was.
sure she's not going insane. Okay.
I don't really want to talk about Steven. I just want to talk about the fact that she's like reframed the timeline of me not liking her because she is crazy. That's what I want to talk about because she's making it seem like I was just like, oh fuck you suck. But she said I fucked my dog, and so I got pissed off and said my piece.
Sure.
I mean, Lav opens her mouth and things come out, and it's just how it is.
I know, but she's reframed this as like, oh, this girl was just mean to me, but she went on. She was in VC saying I fucked my dog to like 400 people, and then she's like, why is this girl such a mean?
To be fair, probably far
Also, to be fair, her dog is really hot.
more than 400 people. Sorry to say. I've got like a whole
Yeah,
kick
what-
stream as
no,
well.
whatever.
Did she just say she fucks his dog, or she fucks her dog?
She did just say it again, yeah. But it was on the video.
No, she said
She
she
said
she
I
fucks her own
hella
dog.
nudes with my dog, and I posted one butt pic with
Wow, thanks, Dimitrio or Dimitro. I love you, buddy.
shorts on, and I live in a 300-foot studio, and yeah, my dog was in the background. That doesn't mean I fucked my dog.
Wait, a 300-foot studio, Jesus. What's
Yeah, I live in Portland.
Oh, okay.
We're just waiting on Lav, guys. Here it is.
I'm actually, in case people are wondering, I'm not being judgmental. I've actually tried to get studio apartments and I couldn't find them. Like literally, I could not find one for the life of me. I can only get one bedroom, so they don't exist in the city I live in.
Just with regards to you and Lav, I guess. Oh well, she's here. Never mind. I don't care. It's fine. All right.
All right, I want a good clean fight.
Yeah, let's keep it above the belt, okay?
Okay, I might have to leave. I'm like actually water shitting.
I really hope I didn't just hear like a plot behind you. But I feel like I did,
Well.
but I hope not.
I'm really struggling today.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Zoe, what's your problem? What's your
My
with
problem
Lav?
is that I was just listening to your stream, and she said she posts hella nudes with her dog, and I have one photo wearing shorts with my dog in the background because I live in a 300-foot studio, and he's like in the majority of my photos anyway.
Okay, so
It's not a naked photo, you dumb bitch.
the purpose of the photo is to be lewd and sexual. It doesn't matter if you're actually naked in it.
Yes,
your
it
dog
does.
Your dog is not in the background. Your dog is like right next to you, and your profile name is Zoo 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 Zoo. It is perfectly normal.
Is that why? Is it because her name is Zoe? Wait, is the implication that it's a bestiality account? What?
For me
No,
to
you
be
are
safe-
psychotic. And okay, the other thing I want to say is that
No.
you keep reframing
Or
this
what?
like he was just mean to me out of nowhere. No, I was mean to you the next day after you were talking to like 600 people saying I fucked my dog.
Also, wait, hold on. To be fair, is her dog naked in the pictures?
Oh my!
That's when I
Fucking
was-
cry more, you fucking stupid
Okay.
bitch.
Okay, you came in
Hold on.
Damn! Oh no!
fuck my dog.
Oh my!
That's when I
Fucking
was-
cry more, you fucking stupid
Okay.
bitch.
Okay,
You
you
just came in.
Hold on. Lav, you're
Wait, hold on. Just to remember, me calling Lab a bitch was like the detonation point of our whatever friendship 2 years ago. That was like the end of times. That was like the fucking like revelations. Okay.
Your argument. Hold on. Your argument with Destiny. Just really shut the fuck up, both of you, for a second. Holy shit, Lav. Your argument with Destiny was that you weren't trying to fight with her until Destiny brought it up.
I
with her.
wasn't. I wasn't.
You went on stream
we
and
were
said I fucked
fine
my
after
dog, and that's when I decided you're a dumb cunt.
I mean, that also Destiny said that wasn't true and that she didn't like him before because of the
Well, yeah, I knew she sucks, but like I obviously don't want to fight in the same space.
Wait, then why did you want to be my friend then?
Because sometimes optically you try to be. You know how with Hassan you knew that he had supposedly slept with your 17-year-old friend.
Why are you, this is like a desperate. This is desperate.
I'm giving an example. You still DM'd him and tried to like get with him, and then he curved you. But sometimes you still.
This isn't like that at all. That's just bringing up something to annoy
This is
her,
also not what happened. Like you are so pathetic. It's insane. One,
sometimes
you tried to be my friend. You tried to be my friend, and then out of nowhere, and also you were not sensitive about the dog fucking thing because after I posted in chat, because while I was on stream, you were posting in chat, and I literally was like, I made a comment in chat, and you made a joke back. You were like, oh, I was just trying to be like you, he, and then 20 minutes later, we were back to normal. We were friendly again. The next day is when you tried to start fighting with me. And
hold on, Lav, you're going too long, so just let Zoe respond to that part, okay? Just chill.
Okay.
Why does it matter? Like I could have just been trying to like not be upset about it and like trying to play it cool, but it did bother me. Why is it like you have to react the way you feel right now?
Okay, so what is your claim? That I'm trying to compete with you, or that you're upset that I joked that you fucked your dog?
What I'm upset about is that you just said to a bunch of people that I post hella nudes with my dog.
I've never said the word hella in my life.
Okay, please, difficult, please.
Oh, hold on, real quick. Fuck, because there's another person right now. Okay. Lav and oh god, fuck. There was one other person. There was one other person. Fuck, I can't remember the other person right now. Wait, does Kelly do this? When somebody makes a claim, and there's like important information, like irrelevant connector verb, important information, and then you get something incorrect like here, and then people hyperfixate on this, this is always an abuser tactic. 1,000,000% of the time, this is an abuser tactic. Every single time. Anytime you hear somebody do something, I think Kelly might be the other person I'm thinking of. Anytime you hear somebody do that, that should be a huge red flag. Oh, Hassan does that as well. True. Yes, that is right. Hassan does that as well. Anytime you hear somebody zone in on like an irrelevant factoid like that and like fix it, it's because they're always trying to obfuscate the main thrust of the conversation.
Well, that I post hella nudes with my dog.
I've never said the word hella in my life.
Okay, please, difficult, please. She says you.
Repost the photo.
Maybe you said
the photo so that chat can see.
Well, I have a copy of the photo. I can show like a copy of the photo, kind of, but maybe not. But it's like it is just one photo, and yeah, we also might need a clip.
Tons of nudes. Maybe you didn't say hella, but you said multiple nudes.
And I remember more than one.
I remember with my dog.
I remember more than one. I don't know if you've deleted them because you would go in there a lot.
No, you were just fucking crazy. I didn't delete any nudes.
Yes, you did. What? You deleted a ton of nudes.
Well, I deleted the ones that you reposted. I asked Moz.
Also, Lab does this calling the shot a lot of the time, saying I'm winning, you're struggling. I just feel like, yeah, it's like the evolved version of like you mad. But basically, as you're talking to somebody, when they're giving their side of the story, when you just constantly are like, oh my god, this looks so bad for you. Oh my god, you're struggling, to try to like throw off their speech or whatever, and then you interrupt later on. Yeah, she does a lot too. At Destiny, you literally do that when you say that you should go point by point in depth.
To delete them because you wouldn't because
you go in there and delete nudes way before I ever reposted them. Why are you lying?
Dude,
we can figure that out.
Why are you tracking if I've deleted my nudes, Lav?
What? Wait, so you're mad that I caught you in a lie?
Why are you tracking that I've deleted my nudes? Maybe I don't want them up there forever. Why does that matter?
Obvious. Okay, but this is obviously pertinent when I say that you posted multiple things and then you try to gaslight me and said that you didn't.
I've posted multiple things, not with my dog, not a single other thing.
I don't believe you.
You are the only one who is saying that.
We literally can't prove this point right now, so might as well stop arguing over it, okay? But I will figure out what is actually true here, and I will, whichever one of you is lying, I'll just say what was actually the case.
Please. I know for a fact I have no naked photos of my fucking dog.
Lewd photos where you are sexualizing yourself in some way and your dog is directly in the background.
Nope, there's just that one photo of me in shorts.
What does that mean? Your dog is directly in the background. What is that sentence? Wait, what?
You're acting like okay.
I mean, there's Simpson.
Can you see in mod chat how many she deleted?
I can see people deleting messages, but it doesn't matter how many she's deleted.
It matters if you delete. Okay, retard. It matters if you deleted them because you're making a claim that you only posted one, and I'm making the claim that you posted many.
I know for a fact I only posted one, and you're just making up a thing.
There's no.
You're just saying something, Lab. You're just making something up.
Why are we fighting over this? This is like the least important part of this.
What are you talking about?
You're just saying something and saying it's the fact of the matter, and it's not. I know what photos I have.
Okay,
If
either
anyone's
way.
a matter of authority on my nudes, it's me.
Okay, let's say it's okay, girl. Let's say it's one photo. Let's say it's just one photo, and your dog is right behind you in it, and your username is zoo.
It's because my name is Zoe,
And
and
you-
my friends call me Zoo.
and-
You are just reaching
Okay,
to find
great.
something to
I
make it
didn't know
fucking
that
weird.
at the time. So when I'm making a joke about it, I can't.
Ah, now she's doing the joke thing. I was just joking. Wait. Keep in mind that now it's a joke. Oh, God, I see people do this. I see through all the matrix on these tactics, right? Now it's a joke, but prior to this, Lab wasn't arguing that she was joking. Lab was giving justifications for why her claim was true and why this is problematic. Your dog is directly in the background. You posted multiple photos. Your name is Zoo. And then when it's like, okay, well, fuck, maybe I have some facts. Okay, well, so I was just making a joke about it. I know at the time. Well, hold on. You just justified why you thought why it was true that it was like a bestiality account. But now you're saying it was a joke because the facts didn't support your case. This is also a super common tactic. Yeah.
Handle bitches with BPD.
All of these people keep accommodating Lav. Lav is a hard person to deal with in Discord servers because, like I said, Lav's strategy is that one, this is also, it's funny, it plays into why I'll cut people off sometimes if I know that people are working on them in the background to try to make them hate me. Lav has a lot of time. I can't fight against people that have a lot of time. When somebody has a lot of time to sit because their whole life is spent like chatting in Discords, which is, I think, all Lav does with their life right now, when they spend their whole life chatting in Discords, and then when they combine that with being attractive and then like shipping nudes over and over again to any guy in the server that will DM them, that's like Lav's pattern in servers. Like Lav can flip a surprising amount of the server over to her side just by the amount of time and the amount of new pictures that she posts on the server. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Can't do it. I actually can't do
Why-
it. If you are that sensitive, if you are that sensitive about a fucking joke, leave the space.
Lav,
no.
the point is you're lying on here, and I'm just saying stop
About
lying
what?
about me.
Also, I like this. If you're that sensitive, leave the space. The whole reason this is starting is because Lav is so fucking ass mad that Zoe was shitting on her, or that me and Zoe were shitting on her. But now the whole conversation has become about like, oh, well, Zoe can't handle a joke.
But
You're
you
saying I
said
said-
multiple nudes with her dog, and clearly you meant nudes.
So that's
and
what
you
you're
correct
not
that
stop
now.
lying about me. That's what I'm
Sure.
asking.
Lying. Oh my god, girl.
You're lying.
Bring up the
You're
logs.
just saying, you're
Bring
just
up the
saying
logs.
there's multiple photos, and there's not.
Bring up the
I
logs.
literally can't bring up the logs, but there's a bunch of mods. They can look into it.
And everybody's been watching these photos. So other people would have memory of this.
I know there's at least one DGen who saved all of your photos, so that guy wants to
Yeah,
message
like-
me and help me out. You could do so. I know at least one of you exists. It's just, I told 500 people you fuck your dog. Yeah, I mean, sorry, I was reading a DM. My bad.
I didn't tell that. First of all, in that very clip, I said, "Oh wait, I actually think she fucks her dog."
I didn't tell them. I just said, oh, wait, I think she fucks her dog. Bro, what?
Yeah,
That was
I mean,
me
I
learning.
understand that you're
That was
joking.
me having a live reaction
Listen,
to seeing your photo.
but she wasn't posting. I don't think she's posting nudes then. I think she was just posting her dog, wasn't she?
She was posting. So here's
It
one
wasn't a nude.
photo.
It wasn't a nude. It wasn't a nude.
I've seen the photo
What,
you're talking about, the aspect. Okay, I've seen that.
What breed of dog?
It's a Samoyed. The objectively sexiest breed of dog.
Okay,
Scientists
all I'm
have
here to
determined
say,
this.
I just want you to stop lying and saying something you have no proof of. That's all I want.
Oh, you mean like lying when you said that you didn't know who I was?
Lav. I was in a VC talking to 600 people.
In fact, I actually want to know the history of.
Here, and then the whole pivot. So Lav lost on this complete entire conversational arc, right? So now it's like the yes and, right? The pivot to a totally different subject. But Lav made up the claims about multiple nude dog pictures, lied about the things she'd said in chat, and tried to misrepresent them. And now it's time to move on to a whole new section of the conversation. Smooth, very smooth.
Lav. I was in a VC talking to 600 people.
In fact, I actually want to know the history of what. I want to know your chat logs with Steven. I want
Lav,
to know who
stop
came to
changing the
who.
subject. I just want you to stop lying about me.
I'm not lying about you, you stupid dumb cunt. I
Yes,
want
you
to
are.
see your
And when
logs
they
with
find the
Steven.
logs, they are going to show that I didn't post more than
Oh,
one
Zoe refocuses back on the original topic. Good job.
photo with my dog.
Okay,
And
does
I
it matter
just
if it's
want
more
you
than
to
one
not
photo?
lie.
Does it matter if it's more than one photo?
It does, because you claimed it was more than one
Now you're
photo.
backtracking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So now the beef is that I lied about it being more than one photo. That's all you're mad at.
That's what
But
I came
you're-
in here mad
yeah,
at. That's
over-exaggerating,
literally
yeah.
what I came in here mad at.
Oh, okay, I don't even care
And
enough.
by the way,
I-
Lav,
okay,
just so
wait,
you know,
wait,
Lav, just so you
wait,
know.
Now I don't care. Now I don't care. I don't even care about this anymore. Now I don't give a fuck. Now I don't care.
Yeah,
That's
over-exaggerating.
literally
Yeah.
what I came in here mad at.
Oh, okay, I don't even
And
care enough.
by the way,
I-
Lav,
okay,
just
it
so you
was one
know,
photo,
Lav, just
it
so you
was many, I
know.
don't care.
You also said that the logs are going to prove you out that she absolutely is taking more than one photo, like 230 seconds ago.
That's all. I just want you to not say that shit.
And then
That
you
is all I
said, and
want.
then you said that you couldn't see the log. So what the fuck are we fighting for? Neither of us.
I said I
see
can
what's
see the
what.
logs. No, I said I can
You
see the
can-
logs. And I
you
also
can see
said
everything
that
that's
I'll
deleted?
make sure we go and figure. Yes.
Okay, then go ahead.
Okay, but it's literally all of the deleted messages from the server. So I can't go through it right now. So I'll have to go through it. at a
Okay, so
different time,
then
or
why
off
are we
stream.
fighting about this?
Because
I
you
just
said
want
you
to
knew
know
for a
why.
fact that it was more than
I
one,
know
and you
for
said
a
she was
fact that
gaslighting
it's
you.
more than one.
Okay,
No, you don't.
she's just
That is
she's just asking you
contention.
to not. She's asking you to not say
You
that stuff
cannot
anymore.
prove either of our statements correct right now.
Not right
She
now,
will
no.
prove it, and it will.
No,
you
so
will have
why am I-
lied.
Okay, we're gonna do a 1 week timeout for the person who's wrong. Okay, are you both fine with that? You both are fine with the 1 week timeout for the person who's wrong?
Are you fine with that?
Yeah, I am.
Don't beat.
You can back off of it now. Either
Oh, Lav won't own it.
one of you. Okay, 1 week
Wait,
timeout
so,
for whoever's
wait,
wrong.
wait. Okay.
That's
deal.
all I came here to talk about.
One.
Thank you. I'm leaving.
Oh, you're pathetic. You're like scared.
No, I have one thing I wanted to say to you, and it's to not lie about me. Goodbye.
Oh no! And now, the ultimate ability to fight with Lav is the ability to hang up and walk the fuck away once you've had your W and not get sucked into whatever irrelevant, stupid fuck argument she's about to try to suck you into.
Okay, 24 hours at minimum.
Wait, that's actually
maybe 3.
pathetic.
What's pathetic?
She just
want
left.
to just fight for no reason.
No, that's not the fighting for no reason. It's, first of all, you're retarded because this fight started with the timeline. And then you let her get away.
Oh, and now she has to defend the men, or now she has to attack the men around her for not defending her and treating her like a baby, even though she started this entire fight, brought it upon herself, and was proven completely wrong in the conflict. Base, let's go.
With changing it.
What do you mean I let her
Because
get away with changing it?
she hyper-focused on this one thing, and you let her change it, even though I know the fucking timeline.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna go construct the timeline lab. Okay, that's another project we're gonna have off stream. We're gonna go
And then you let her get away, and then you also let her get away with not answering who started what.
What?
What the fuck is her even? First of all, even if it was one photo, because originally you tried to show me the clip where I was saying, oh, I think she fucks her dog.
Yeah.
Why does it matter at all if it was more than one photo? From that one photo,
It
that's
doesn't.
enough
And
to
by the
make
way,
a
for the
joke about.
timeline, that is you starting the fight. It seems to be.
How is that starting a fight?
How is it starting a fight to imply that she fucks her dog in a voice chat with 600 people? What?
Saying that this girl fucks her dog when she clearly like loves her dog and it's a big part of her life.
Why are you? What? She posted a photo of her looking. Dude, this is actually retarded. You're just doing this like actually on purpose.
Lav is like, why don't you just believe me? Why won't you just believe me? Just believe me. You're supposed to take my side.
I don't know what you're talking. Like, I'm just having the argument that I would have wanted her to have.
Great.
I'm arguing for her right now. Yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, if somebody posts a photo with their dog in it, that means that it's fine to go on stream and say
If it's like an
fuck
ass
your dog?
picture, is Lav's contention.
It was a
That doesn't
lewd
matter.
photo. It was a lewd photo with. Why are you acting like you haven't said 10 times worse things about fucking everyone who you've ever talked to? Shut
Lav,
the fuck up.
I'm
Wait,
not
me
saying
or Doomer?
Both of you.
Everyone that I've talked to. You don't even know who I am.
This was a random woman
Sure.
in a fucking Discord server who was posting a lewd photo next to her dog, so I made a joke about it. And
Listen,
then after that,
That's all
checked the
fine.
logs after
That's all
that.
fine, Lav. That's all fine. But you can't
We're not-
claim that she started the fight or that Destiny started the fight.
Yes, okay, you need to shut the
if
fuck
you
up
were
and
the one who
listen to
struck
me.
first.
Oh, Lav is getting super hella mad. Uh-oh.
Listen
Go
to
ahead.
me.
Go
Listen
ahead.
to me. After
Listening.
she posted food with her dog, and I made a joke about it in chat. In fact, I'll look for it right now and I'll post the fucking proof. We were fine after that, even after I joked about her fucking her
Wait,
dog.
No. You can absolutely like kind of
No,
not want to argue
I-
with somebody
you
after
will-
you're pissed at them. You can still consider that the start of the fight, right? That somebody would publicly go, oh, whatever, and privately go to one of their friends and say, this person just was shit talking me.
No,
Okay,
because the
all
fight.
right.
Oh my fucking god! So there's that. There's a dog thing, and then all of a sudden she makes it about us competing for Steven. These are two different things. Why did she up
Look,
the
J-Stalk
ante
said that.
from me saying that from me making a joke on stream that she fucked her dog and that she was completely that I thought that she was fine with, to then the next day posting logs from her and Steven pitting us against each other, trying to compete sexually. What is the argument?
Well,
She started that shit for fucking sure.
Awkward. It's Wolfgang. I know that because it's an.
If you want to say that I started the jokes that everything wasn't like positive Polly, if I was the first person to make like a funny, that's not even true. She was making jokes about me fucking my dog also before I even said anything. In fact, she made a joke about me fucking horses for Vosh before. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Just show me the proof of that. I'm going through the timeline as I've seen it.
Okay.
Wait a
Does
second.
anyone in chat? Does anyone in chat have the logs of her making jokes about me fucking a horse or something?
Doomer's got a question.
The fact that she made it, like, even if she said that, it doesn't mean anything, because you said earlier that you're fine with like doing horse stuff with Vosh. So like something can bother her that doesn't necessarily bother you. Just because you're okay with something doesn't mean that she needs to be okay with something. Clearly she's not okay with it. She's just asking you not to do
so
it.
who started the fight then? If you're that sensitive, why are you making jokes at me and then saying I started the fight?
Listen, if she was joking about you fucking a horse first, then hey, she should be able to accept that same joke back.
Yeah, you're
obviously.
running defense for the most fucking retarded shit in the fucking world, Doomer. Kill yourself.
I don't think he's running defense either. He's just asking questions, okay?
No,
He's
he's
trying
not
to figure out what's
asking
going on.
questions. If
Listen, he
he's that
wasn't here for
sensitive, why
everything,
did you joke to me?
He's just trying to get his bearings.
To be very clear, I am just bored and trying to make some content. Okay, I'm trying to make this a bit more interesting.
Oh Jesus.
Die.
I would
Yeah, I'm
never
trying
do
to
that,
look-
Lav. Okay, I would never do that. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Hey, Wolfgang.
Oh my god, yeah, I would love to have figured out what happened also, but you let her get away with completely pivoting and talking about the stupidest, most retarded argument ever when we could have had her on and totally fucking caught her being a fucking retard. You cucked your own content.
Wait, why do I want to catch her being a retard? Why am I concerned about that?
Yeah, that's my job.
No, you would have got her talking in general, which would have been drama. That would have been advantageous for me because she is retarded.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Are we good? We're all caught up.
Like, I don't even know if it would have been drama, to be honest. Like, I don't think either of you know. I think this is what happens when some people argue, Lav, and both of you, I think, do this. Okay? Both of you, I think, basically argue that, like, oh, there's no way that happened. That didn't happen at all. Like, I didn't start the fight. But neither of you actually know. So I need somebody to go through the logs and figure out what actually happened.
I'm going to read it. Shut the fuck up. I'm going to read it.
Well, hold on. Why don't you just send it to me?
Oh my god, shut up.
Why don't you just send it to me, then I can show it on stream?
It's a long... Dude, go into Selfie Not Safe for Work and find the photo of her with her fucking ass out with the dog.
Okay.
I said, white women and dogs, ellipses. She said, that's why I offered you an alliance. We could be so powerful. Except French bulldogs suck. I said, I'm scared. Then, later. This was on the 13th.
Oh, her
Hold
dog's
on,
cute.
I'm finding. Wait, can someone send me the logs of her making the horse joke, please, also? Thank you. While I'm looking for this.
Wait, she doesn't even have it.
Why is Sunday on the waiting channel? Why is he
Sunday's in the waiting channel? He's back? Wait, Lav, can you pause this? There's some more fights going on, okay? Hold on. Real quick, I'm just going to try this scene. Somebody talk in Discord. Let me know if we're good here.
What? It's me. I'm talking in Discord.
Perfect.
This is me.
I'm talking here. Thank you.
Dude, it sucks because you fucking... Oh my god, there's so many deleted messages from either a mod or her.
Because you were posted.
No, it's not mine. It wasn't my deleted message. Fuck you.
All right. Well, you construct the timeline, Lav, and I'm going to pull Sunday in so he can...
It was someone after that. Someone after that hours later was like, can't handle competing or whatever.
Jessica, why don't you mute your Discord join sounds, you fucking cuck? I keep thinking people join my Discord. Wait, did somebody join my Discord? Hold on. Oh, no, they didn't. Lav is my ex-wife, a woman that's never been told no by any man in her life other than her father. Good one. Okay.
All right.
Oh, it's Leaker Jean.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, that wasn't a private chat. There was like 6, 7 people in it, and one of them was fucking TC Brady. Why are you like going around implying this was like some private conversation that was established as being private?
It was an off-stream chat. You took a quote from me.
Yeah.
You took a quote from me. I think most people consider a chat room full of 5 or 6 people to be like a relatively private chat, considering that we generally stream in front of thousands of people.
The people, and I doubt you.
That's fine. I know
like,
every person at all points in time. But listen, it was an off-stream chat. I'm not saying it was a private and that it was like we all did a blood oath, a solemn blood oath to each other never to leak the chat. But you leaked a single line that I said, misinterpreted why I said it, and then lied about why I said it. It was just fucking retarded. Why would you do this?
Where did I lie? What?
You claimed that I implied that I turned you down. I don't think any other person who was listening to that conversation got that impression by the insult that I used at you, because the reason why I insulted you didn't come out of nowhere. It was in response to you parroting that weird line of, I get sexual pleasure from watching women fight with each other.
You know, I don't actually believe that, right?
I don't care if you believe it. That's what you said it. You propagated the claim in that channel.
I
Everybody
wasn't propagating
really?
it.
Do you want to bring in anybody? Oh, do you want to bring in? Sure. No, I don't know. No. I don't care for your rewriting of history. If you want, how about we do this? Okay,
history.
what if I
whining in
both of us,
in text, you
Kelly,
whining about it.
both of us were there. We both have different perspectives. How about we drag on any other person that was in that chat to ask for the context of that quote? And ask any other person if they thought that I was saying, oh yeah, I turned Kelly down. Or, oh, Kelly didn't believe this. She's just saying that other people might say it.
Anything?
What?
Because you've already said all this before, right? Am I allowed to speak yet?
Yeah, but if you're going to disagree, wait, hold on. You already spoke. You gave your whole thing to stream last night when for some reason you decided to bring up something I said to you in an off-stream VC.
You've already said I only said a very small part of it. And I agree. I didn't give context.
No, you did give context. You gave misleading context. You lied about the context.
I didn't lie. When someone says unfuckable, that's one of many things it can mean.
What are you doing? But that is one of many. It could also mean that you have a melted, sealed shut vagina, or it could mean that you're trans. It could. What do you mean? That's one of many things it could mean. You weren't implying that it was one of many things it could mean. You were implying that I explicitly was trying to show that I turned you down. What are you talking about?
It can mean multiple things. Yes, I have vaginismus, so yeah, it could be literal.
Oh my God!
You wouldn't actually say that literally.
Yes.
Can I continue to speak, or are you just going to interrupt me every 2 words?
Do it. I'm ready to be gaslit. I'm filling
filling
up right now. My fuel canister is full.
It, can you? You're still speaking now.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said I would hope that you wouldn't mean that literally, but it can also mean like being incredibly ugly, or like unattractive, or unlikable. Like there's no nice things it can mean, right? And I wish to clarify because someone in the chat triggered me And if you go back and look at the stream, you can see what message I'm responding to. And I'm just responding to that. Because I don't know what the fuck other people are saying. I was being a bit paranoid, Andy, because I didn't know who those people in the chat were. When August and Tony were being shit stirrers, so I don't know what the fuck these people are like saying to other people. And I just got triggered by a chat message.
You got triggered by a chat message, and your response to that chat message was to talk about something that we had said in a 5-person VC.
The chat message was related to.
It was related how? Do they have psychic powers? Were they reading your mind?
The person in the chat was saying like that I'm so like unappealing to you in that way, like the same way, like basically saying I'm unfuckable and you would never want
Is that the Jesus? Are you women like that fixated on your appearance? I gave like 5 insults to you. Is that the only one you fucking heard? Pretty sure I said you were unfuckable. I said you were a loser. I said you were an alcoholic, and I said you were staying on Discord until 7 a.m. fucking arguing with people or whatever. Why is that the one that you fucking fixated on?
I also didn't like alcoholic, and I wrote you a private DM before you magically deleted me and told everyone else that you did that before you bothered
I didn't magically delete you. It's just called unfriending, okay? But no, hold on. I'm just saying, hold on, wait. I'm just saying, okay? I said like 5 different things there. Why did you fixate on this one thing, decide to bring it up in relation to another chatter's comment, and then imply that I was trying to imply that I turned you down for sex? None of this makes sense. You're just throwing random shit out there in the hopes of, I don't know, attacking me or vibing with the chatter, or I don't even know why the fuck you would bring it up.
Can I speak? You speak so much, and if you listened, we could like go over this in 5 fucking minutes. The chatter message specifically was that part, so that's part I responded to. If a chatter had triggered me about the alcoholic comment, I probably would have spurged about that as well. I sent you a message that clearly stated that I was like not happy with those insults, and you didn't respond. So like, I don't know why you get to be like so indignant that I leaked when I was clearly triggered by you being triggered at me. Like,
okay, wait. Let's figure it out. What am I indignant about?
Like, you're calling me Leaker Jean like I did something wrong.
Try one more time. Let's see this. Or maybe you actually have lost this many parts of your brain. What am I indignant about? Try it one more time, Kelly.
What's wrong with what I just said?
No, okay. All right, that's it. We're good. I need to do research today. Unless you have anything else, or unless you want to approach the conversation like actually with all 4 cylinders firing, okay?
All right. Can you just maybe not try just calling me retarded all the time? Like, just...
What am I indignant about, Kelly?
I don't know why.
I'm indignant that you are misrepresenting something that I said in that voice chat and then not even giving context for why I said it. That's what I'm indignant about. That's what I'm upset about.
I gave context for it now. I didn't realize that it was
after I fucking thought about it publicly. Oh my God.
I don't even mean here because I haven't been able to give context for that in this call. I haven't managed to at all. Like, and just for the record, I don't care what you get off to. All right, you were the one complaining about it, and there's like written texts in Gisticle's like Discord. August and Tony or were just winding you up. I wasn't even in the fucking call when you joined, right? You're fed up that other people, some of them take it at face value that you get off on women fighting. I do not care if this is true or not, and I don't imagine it is true. But the thing is, like, when you meme and play into shit, then yeah, some people are just going to assume that that's real. And that's all I was saying. And then you fucking spurged at me, lost your mind, and started insulting me. Because you're like, that's retarded, you're retarded, and they're retarded. But, like, this is a bunch of people in your community. I don't see how that results in me getting insulted. Like, go insult them.
Okay, you were closer to summarizing the conversation. That's fine. But yesterday, when you brought these comments up on stream, you just implied that I made a random comment out of nowhere saying that implying that I turned you down for sex. What you just explained there was completely different than what you said yesterday.
You do realize that the person that triggered me in the YouTube chat had nothing to do with this part of the conversation.
They had nothing to do with Kelly. I don't know if I don't know if you have object permanence problems or what, but Kelly, nothing that person said had anything to do with our conversation because nobody knew about that conversation. Not even if they would have used the exact words, they wouldn't have had anything to do with that conversation, Kelly, because they didn't know. Different human minds possess different information. We don't all share the same hard drive. You understand that?
There were like 6 other people in that chat, and I didn't know half of them. Yeah. It's easy for you to think that they don't know, but one of them's fucking TC Brady. I don't know who these fucking people are saying to what in Discord. And yeah, I just got triggered because what they said sounded similar, and I just got mad.
Okay, listen, if you're going to say I just got triggered, then why are you in here trying to justify what you were saying? Why not just come in and say, listen, I got triggered? I think, oh, okay.
Because you're the one that was desperate for this context, and I wanted to make it clear that it wasn't some argument I was making.
I wasn't desperate for the context. I'm irritated because you misrepresented your statement. You lied. You lied about what I said, and you lied about what I implied. And not a single other person in that chat took what I said as the implication that you gave, and then you presented it as a fact.
Why would they have thought about it? They weren't the one being insulted. There are multiple implications that can come from those insults. Like, how am I supposed to fucking know when you ignore my DMs where I clearly expressed that?
If somebody says, if somebody does a string of 5 insults, you're an unfuckable alcoholic, blah, 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 and at the end you're like, yeah, so anyway, Destiny implied that he turned me down. No, that's not a valid interpretation, especially in response to what I was insulting you for, which was you saying, oh, well, you know, this is why people think that you get off on these girls fighting each other. Like, obviously, that's not what I'm insulting you on. Like, oh, well, I turned you down, Kelly Jean. Like, no, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. Literally not a single person in that chat, you included, you didn't even walk away with that impression because you just admitted that you got triggered by some random person in chat who's the person that triggered you.
No, I made it clear that I was upset. Like, before that person triggered me, that was like hours, like,
you're lying. Hold on. You're lying. You're lying right now. When you said you made it clear that you were upset.
I sent you a DM. You ignored
Kelly, you're
it.
lying. Kelly, you're lying. Kelly, you're lying. Okay?
I'm lying that I sent you a DM.
Kelly, you're lying in that when you said that you were upset, we're not arguing about whether or not you said that you were upset. We're arguing about whether you said that I implied that I turned you down.
That is one of the implications I got, and that's what triggered me. Like, if I didn't think that that was a possibility, I wouldn't have got triggered.
Kelly, I'm reading the message now that you sent me last night. You just say what I said. You don't even bring up the fact that I said that, like, oh, I turned you down. You literally used the phrase, randomly machine gun insults at me. Randomly machine gun insults at me. So you didn't even have that impression.
That doesn't mean I didn't have that impression. That just doesn't mean I didn't go into every single fucking insult because I didn't think there was a point. Because if I don't keep
you literally bring up that exact insult at the end. You said it that exact one. You said, I just go in there to chill. I didn't ask for your opinion on if I'm fuckable or not. Thanks. If I feel like being pointlessly insulted, I'll be sure to go on your stream. So you actually do go into that exact insult and you didn't have that impression of it there. You never had this impression. You totally fabricated this for Chad because you wanted to vibe with Chad.
True.
What's not true?
You're just accusing me of lying. It's not true.
It is true. You lied.
No, that's not a fucking lie because I didn't tell you everything that I was thinking. I kept it to a fucking paragraph where I said I didn't ask for your opinion on if I'm fuckable or not. Thanks. With a fucking thumbs up emoji. You didn't ask me to know what I felt. How would you fucking know?
I know because nobody in that chat got that impression. You didn't give any impression at all that you got that impression, and then it magically popped up when you were deciding to vent to chat at the.
Just because I didn't write it in that message, it doesn't mean I didn't feel it. Like, what the fuck are you saying?
Hey, just wanted to jump in here and say real quick, Tony or August could confirm this, but she said that exact same thing in the chat after you left, that she thought you were saying you turned her down.
I did, yes.
Oh, well, she didn't say it to me, and I didn't see it. Did anybody else have that impression from that chat?
No, none of us had that impression. We all said that's weird. You didn't mean that at all. I'm just saying that was her impression. That's
okay. Well, man, damn, she should have included that in her message to me because I didn't. Yeah, nobody else got that impression, and I didn't give that impression when I sent it to her. And I was
trying to keep the message short because I thought that you might actually read it. You didn't read it or reply anyway because it doesn't really seem.
You were trying to keep.
You don't give a shit. You just insult me, and then I'm clearly upset.
You were trying to keep the message short, so you don't include the part that apparently bothered you the most. But then you talked about it on stream that night.
No, he means like when you'd left. I spoke about it in that chat. Yeah.
Hold on, give me 1 minute, 1 second.
I gotta say something really fast because I don't like that this Destiny for some unhinged reason.
Oddly Gamers, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships.
Decided to call me unfuckable, implying that he turned.
Oh my god! Sorry, hold on.
I gotta say something really fast because I don't like that this Destiny for some unhinged reason decided to call me unfuckable.
So there's already 2 lies here. 1, for some unhinged reason. So she doesn't give context to what I'm talking about. And then 2, she claims that the only thing I said was, oh, you're unfuckable. That wasn't. It was a string of insults, which she knows. I said like 5 or 6 things.
Implying that he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened. That this Destiny, for some unhinged reason, decided to call me unfuckable, implying that he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened. I've been on the stream. People know what I look like. I don't know. It's just a nasty thing to say or imply. No,
just so we're clear, Kelly,
at this point.
that happened off stream, so nobody would have known about it.
Yeah, but other people in the chat are implying the same shit, and I'm like putting my foot down now.
Well, I apologize if my comment invoked that discussion.
No, you're good. It's still good. I think it's a nasty thing to suggest. The reality is, like, when I initially started speaking to him, he always had a girlfriend, and I have standards, and I don't like people that cheat on their girlfriends. It's nasty. Don't like it. Like, fuck this noise, bro. And also, I'm not interested in people that are in weird fucking open relationships either. Like, I don't. These people are insane. Shut up. I gotta say something really fast.
Okay, any final closing thoughts before I go back to my research?
No, I wasn't lying.
Okay. You lied in that statement. You lied about what I said. You lied about the context that I said it, and then you made a whole.
I didn't give any context, and I do think you were unhinged.
Not
I
giving
didn't give context. That's true, but nobody fucking asked for context.
You didn't give context, and you picked out one insult from 5 that I used.
Because it related to the YouTube chatter message. If the YouTube chatter had triggered me about alcoholism, I probably would have said that part of that conversation instead.
Okay, then your way of approaching that's fine. Your way of approaching conversations is manipulative and dishonest. Then maybe that's just the way that you do it.
Is it manipulative to get triggered and just like say shit?
It's manipulative to misrepresent conversations. Yes.
I didn't mean to misrepresent.
I don't care if you meant to or not. Maybe you were accidentally manipulative, but that's what you were doing. You took one insult out of 5, and you just said that, well, if you would have said this, I would have taken one other insult out of 5. You didn't give any context to it, and then you implied that I even had a whole thing about you not fucking me. Like, what would it, if somebody in chat would have said, like, oh, Kelly Jean is an alcoholic, would you then have said, wow, last night, for no reason, for some unhinged reason, Destiny called me an alcoholic, and like, I don't even know if I can get treatment for this. Okay, then you're a liar, or you're manipulative by nature.
No,
you are intrinsically.
Alcoholism comments
that's
as well,
fine.
Because other people have been memeing about it a lot.
Okay, that's fine. You're manipulative by nature then. That's just who you are then. You don't even think about it.
It's manipulative that I don't want people making up lies about me.
It's not manipulative that you don't want people making up lies about you. It's manipulative.
It's a lie about me. It's one that you've perpetuated. Apparently it's okay when you perpetuate lies.
It's manipulative when you take one word out of a string of insults in a private chat, don't give the context, and then imply that that's what the major insult was about. Yes. That is a lie. That's called being lying.
I didn't give context because I didn't feel it was necessary, and Justical was already annoyed at me because he felt like I was saying something that was said off stream.
Cool.
All right?
That doesn't change what I'm saying, though. That's fine, then. You're just giving reasons for why your statement is manipulative. Yeah.
Can I say, like, how would it have been less manipulative if I had bothered to give the full context?
Because then it wouldn't sound like I'm just making a...
mad that I'm saying more stuff that was said off stream.
I don't care if you say shit that was said off stream. Like you said, it was a chat of like 6 people. I care that you're misrepresenting what was said off stream.
Do you feel like it was really intentional that I was misrepresenting? And what and who am I manipulating?
I don't know how intentional it was. It's pretty hard to figure that out when somebody's being manipulative. And who are you manipulating? The entire chat that you're trying to get to sympathize towards you by casting me as some villain that is randomly saying that you're unfuckable.
Bro, I don't care. Like, all right.
You don't care? That's why you're on stream explaining to the whole fucking chat that are insulting you. Obviously, you care.
Can I finish my fucking sentence?
Yeah.
Like, you keep cutting me off. It's driving me fucking insane. I do not care about trying to get an audience on side. That is completely pointless.
That's a lie.
No. The majority of people don't like me, and I like that to an extent because it makes things more fun. There's a very small minority of people that seem to like me, and I think we can both agree that I'm unlikable, so I'm like used to it, all right? The idea that I would go around trying to like cry and get sympathy from people is just ludicrous, all right? It's just nonsense. It's not who I am, what I do, or would I get anything from that? No. Like, who am I doing that for? What would be the fucking point? I don't know if you just got into your head
this
that
tactic,
everyone is like, I'm Lav, and everyone is Lav now.
Kelly, this tactic of like, well, why would I do this? It doesn't even make sense. When like very clearly you are going onto streams to defend yourself publicly and to make statements and accusations about people.
No,
like,
I just got tilted, bro. I just got tilted, and you're like trying to imply that there's something beyond that. I was tilted after you insulted me. I was tilted constantly for the day afterwards, and then I was tilted by a fucking YouTube chatter. Like, can I not just say shit without meaning to? Like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. I just got fucking angry because you insulted me and I was upset.
Okay, That's fine. Then just say that instead of like giving the. Okay, cool. Then just own it. Yeah, I misrepresented the conversation. I got super fucking triggered. I should have given more context to it. I made implications that nobody else thought you were making at the time. Like, just say that. Like, oh, you got triggered. Okay, boom.
I literally did say this shit.
No, you didn't. You came in trying to defend it. The first thing you said when you came into this chat, Kelly, was, well, what you said, I mean, that could have multiple meanings. That was the first thing you did. You came in and you tried to justify it. And now that all of those justifications have been torn away, now you're like, okay, well, fine, I just got triggered.
No,
but only after we fought to get to this point.
Exactly all of this shit. It can have multiple implications, but I was triggered. That was one that I felt was applicable because, as Justical said, I literally said it as you left in the chat. Like, this isn't something that I just randomly came up with the next day. I get that you think the context is way important, and like
every single person will think that the context is important.
All right, well, everyone's the same now, I guess.
No, not everyone's the same. But you and me being in a random chat and me just saying that, like, wow, Kelly, you're unfuckable. That's why I turned you down. That sounds way fucking different than me responding to you, perpetuating like weird fucking Destiny's jerking it to women fighting claims, and then me giving a triggered response to you. Which, by the way, I was triggered.
I was not perpetuating. Okay,
I'm sorry. You weren't perpetuating. You were saying, because you say this stuff, this is why people think this thing, blah, blah, blah. So maybe you weren't... No.
I don't believe those things. I'm telling you why some of your audience, like, believes it, right? I was saying, if you don't want people to, like, believe it, why do you meme and play into it so much?
I don't believe you. I don't believe that.
Fucking mind.
I don't believe you. Yeah.
When did I ever say, oh, this is what I think? When have I ever...
You don't have to say, this is what I think. What do you mean? When did I say, I turned you down? Why did you imply... What do you mean?
The reason why it was in conversation is because you were whining about it in Justicle's Discord chat. Like, the messages are there.
I wasn't whining about it in Justicle's chat. I sent Justicle's messages because Lav is lying about the timeline. So I sent Justicle a bunch of messages saying, like, hey, here's the stuff that I was shown beforehand, blah, 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 blah. Here's this. And then it's really annoying that retards like you and everybody else carry this weird Lab timeline where I'm finding girls that are friends with each other and then making them fight each other because I, like, get off from it. When the reality is just fun to watch you guys fight with each other. Like, everybody fight with each other.
I want to state this very clearly. I do not care, and I would like to never think about what you get off on. I just no, thank you. But no, it was like comments you were making in Justicle's chat. When people accuse me of being a Kuma, but they literally cannot fathom people enjoying drama, watching others fight without there being a weird sexual component. That is your message.
Yes.
After also saying shit like, to that retarded woman. I remember when we were on the Discord call with Lav whilst we were fucking. It's like you say that shit, and then you get annoyed that other people are memeing on you because you're playing into the meme.
You're taking
all I fucking said.
No, first of all, you're lying. Okay? That was not what you said that in response to. What I said when I was on the call, and in retrospect, I see how it maybe sounded like I was saying something else. When I was watching the video of Lav crying on stream, I said that I wasn't on my computer. I was literally in bed with, like, hang out with somebody. And I was on my computer, or I was on my phone listening to this. And then you were like, oh, you were in bed with a girl while you were watching the Lav stuff? Don't you understand that this is why people think that you get off of this? And in my mind, I was like, no, I'm not on the computer. That's what I meant when I'm like over my bedroom. I didn't mean I'm like fucking somebody watching a YouTube video. But then you hooked on that comment, and that's what you made that in response to. And then I was like, you're such a, and then I gave my whole string of insults towards you. But no, your comment about that wasn't about anything I typed in chat. It was about what I just said there. So you just lied again about that conversation.
I didn't lie. This is what I thought you were whinging about. I wasn't there for 5 minutes before you joined. Like, August and maybe Tony, I don't know what they told you. But this was all I ever was assuming.
We could literally just ask the people that were in the chat. What do you mean?
In the voice chat or which chat?
Sure, in the voice chat.
I wasn't there. Like, the first word I spoke is when I came back from the kitchen. So I don't fucking know.
Okay. So then you happened to randomly respond to a thing that I said that lined up with something that I just said verbally, but in your mind, you were thinking about something that I typed in chat the previous night, and you just happened to be AFK and you came back to the computer at the right time for that?
Yeah, I said when I came back I was in the kitchen, for fuck's sakes. Like, why would I take this?
Based. Okay.
I don't know.
Psychic and teleportation powers. All right.
The reason why is because I had been talking about, I don't understand why you are whinging about, like, your community thinking that you're a sexual deviant because you play into it. And then Justical told me that Tony or August had told you to join the chat. So I assumed that one or both of them were shit stirring, and that was the topic of conversation. Like, I would assume that the topic that I started.
All right.
Was
do you have anything else? You're doing the thing right now. Yeah, I know. You're like rewriting. You've lied about like 20 different things related to this conversation. Yeah. Is there anything else you got for us?
This
Are we
is
good?
just really unfair when everything is lying, everything is rewriting. I
agree. It is really unfair. Yeah, because
cringe.
it is unfair because you decided to selectively quote one insult in a conversation, didn't give context to it, and then throw it out on stream.
Did I insult you beforehand? No, that's why I think it's unhinged.
No, we're not talking about the insult that I said towards you. We're talking about you deciding to publicly out one piece of that conversation and imply that that whole conversation was something completely different.
Maybe that's what I thought the fucking conversation was about.
Okay.
Jessica, you'd say so otherwise. Like, what the fuck did I miss when I was in the fucking
what do you guys
kitchen?
Want confirmation on?
I don't know. That's what I thought the conversation was about.
Was about me
lost.
turning you down for sex?
No, obviously not.
About the
context
whole
of
lab
the
drama.
actual conversation.
Fuck you, forethought. You piece of shit. Yeah, just what do you want confirmation on? Because I can explain to you what the conversation was about if you want me to.
This is my impression of where the string of insults came from. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? I was talking about the timeline that Lav is misrepresenting, that I am turning apparently her close friend against her, okay? And I was complaining about that the timeline that Lav is giving is not my timeline.
Who is her close
Shut the
friend?
fuck up, Kelly. Holy shit. Go to the kitchen.
Why
okay?
you don't know what the fuck
Jessica,
you're talking about?
that wasn't a misogyny joke. That was an alcoholic joke. I'm sorry. Jessica, so we were having a conversation about what the actual timeline was. And then I think at some point I explained that I think it was at the point where I was like, somebody sent me like a YouTube video of Lav, and I was watching this YouTube video, and I was literally in bed with somebody else. Okay, I was like sleeping in bed with, I didn't say sleeping, but I was in bed with somebody else, right?
You guys had been arguing for about 5 minutes before that.
Yeah, we
right?
might have.
Kelly had joined, and you guys were arguing, and she was clearly like starting to trigger you because this was very funny. And then you said, "Yeah, I was watching that in bed with somebody else," and she goes, "You're watching it in bed with somebody else? Do you see why people think this?"
Yes. Thank you. Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah. When I made the comment in my mind, if I'm in bed watching stuff, it's because I either just woke up or I'm going to sleep, right? Not like I'm actively, and I don't think I ever said this in the conversation, oh yeah, I was fucking this other girl watching this Lab video. It was more just like I either woke up or I was going to sleep and I was like looking at this video on my phone. And then Kelly made that comment like, oh, you understand why people think that, blah, 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 implying that I'm like getting off to the conversation. And then I think it was after Kelly made that comment, then I was like, oh, you unfuckable alcoholic, blah, 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 blah. And then I went in on Kelly and then went to the next thing. Is that correct about?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it should have been
yes.
obvious that
So
I wasn't trying to go in on you.
Kelly,
I was
nothing.
just-
You're
you
so
seem
socially
like-
retarded. I don't know why you would even trust your own recollection of what is obvious or not.
I'm retarded, but you can't seem to understand why your own audience makes fun of you.
That I do, and it's because of dumb fucks like you. Yes, that propagate these exact fucking
It's
things.
my fault. There's been like a bunch of subreddit threads that are like heavily outvoted of making fun of you.
Yes,
in
congratulations.
All of this situation.
Good job,
that
Kelly.
Has nothing
Nice
to do
pivot.
with
By the way,
me.
nice pivot off of all of this. So anyway, Jessica,
Like,
my
none of us has
irritation
anything
was
to do
that
with
yesterday,
me.
for some reason, Kelly decides to leak one insult that I said and then imply that it came out of nowhere and then imply that I was saying that she was unfuckable to me or that I turned her down, which I don't think anybody else in that conversation thought, or I don't think I gave that impression, yeah.
I don't know why she thought that, but she's clearly triggered by it. She talked about it after. Some of us were like, oh no, I don't think he meant that at all. But like she thought that, and then I assume, like I actually said this before I realized, or before Kelly said it, but I assume she DM'd you because she was clearly upset by it, right? And then you guys just didn't connect before she saw something else on stream that triggered her in the same way. I don't really think it's that big a deal. I think we're just, maybe we're a little too sensitive to drama now that it hasn't happened on this stream before.
True, we need to inoculate ourselves more against it.
It came
Yeah,
off
it's
as
just, like,
unhinged to me because I
really-
wasn't trying to insult you. I just thought that you genuinely didn't
Stop
understand.
pivoting,
were,
you
like,
fucking
tilting.
cunt. Please
I'm
shut the
not
fuck up.
pivoting.
Kelly, if you want to say that Destiny gave unhinged insults towards me, that's a fair statement. I would say, yeah, that's true. I did give I was super triggered. Yes. That's not my issue with you right now, you fucking retard. My issue with you is that you came on the stream and you lied about the conversation, you lied about the implication of my insult, and you gave a total mischaracterization of what I said. That's my issue. I've said that like 50 fucking times. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it if you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying.
Not giving context isn't lying.
Yes, hold on, Kelly. Not giving context is lying. Yes, it's called a lie by omission or misrepresentation. Yes.
What? Me, like, leaving stuff out in that instance didn't make anything then become a lie.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. Just because you feel like it makes you look worse,
yeah,
but
I
I feel like
disagree
this
with
makes
that.
you look worse.
I think it was unhinged insults, and why you were insulting her, I don't know why that matters necessarily.
Like, you got triggered.
Wait, you don't know why
Congratulations,
the
happens to
difference
all of
between
us.
me just randomly implying that I turned her down is meaningfully different than me giving a string of unhinged insults after she implied that I was getting off by fighting with
I
people?
understand why they're different. I'm saying Kelly's impression was the turning her down thing. That was her impression she took away.
That might be her impression, but when she recounts the story, she has to give all the relevant facts.
well, if you think it would have been totally fine if she just said, I don't know, I kind of triggered him saying something stupid, and then he gave me a huge. He started talking about how I was unfuckable. Would that have made it better?
Yes. Sure, yeah, if she gave the full context of it, sure. And because right now, the implication that she just said was that, like, for no reason, basically, in chat, I just decided to leak or imply that I turned her down. Yeah, these are meaningfully different things.
Wait. I said right away, I don't think she even disagreed that it was in a private Discord.
No, oh my God, how is this so hard to understand? Here, watch it. We'll watch the clip together, and then you can tell me, or maybe I'm fucking crazy. You can tell me what the implication is. Maybe I'm just completely and totally not understanding any of this. We only need like the first like 15 seconds of this clip. Here.
Maybe you should also read the YouTube chat.
No, please. That's not relevant because the YouTube chat wasn't in our conversation, and the YouTube chat isn't you talking to stream. Okay, on 3, we're going to start this. I'm muting this because Kelly's not going to stop talking. Okay, we're going to watch 15 seconds of this, okay? Just to go. 3, 2, 1, go.
I gotta say something really fast because I don't like that this Destiny for some unhinged reason decided to call me unfuckable, implying that he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened. I've been on the stream, people know what I look like. I don't know, it's just a nasty thing to say or imply. No,
just so we're clear, Kelly,
at this point.
Okay, are you here?
Yeah.
Not you, Jessica.
Right, cool. I'm glad we get to listen to the man. We're going full incel lately.
So her statement of
hear her say that it happened in chat or something.
She said, Destiny for some unhinged reason decided to call me unfuckable, implying he turned me down. That's not a thing that ever happened. Is that a fair summary of my insults towards her, or any part of that?
It's not a fair summary, but it was her takeaway. That's what I'm telling you. So she's not lying. She's giving her takeaway.
Okay.
And she thinks that it's completely unhinged for you to say.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Jessica, then give me. Okay, so I need you to teach me. Help me, Jessica. Help me. Train me. Okay. So what words do I use if somebody summarizes a conversation, gives an implication that wasn't there or didn't happen, and then
go watch your cherry
relays that to
figure out the whole fucking intent thing behind lying.
No, I'm just telling you. How would you tell me
she had no intent to lie.
How would you do this? Tell me how would you say this? How would you represent this? What would you say?
How would I say it? I mean, I'd probably just talk to the person and ask them what they meant.
No. I'm saying, wait. I can't ask her what she meant. She's already publicly decided to blow this up.
Yeah, but you think it's wrong, and everybody else who's in that conversation thinks it was wrong. You could just say she's wrong. Nobody else thought this. You could even do it in your way. You could say she's either lying or she's so fucking retarded that nobody else in that conversation took that away.
Nah, I'm out of charity for people like this. I don't believe it.
People like this. You've known me for fucking years.
And I watch you the way you navigate conversations is so unbelievably manipulative. I'm not giving you that much charitability. No.
You think that I'm like Lav and I'm trying to manipulate?
Yes.
I just told you, and Tony will confirm.
Why am I like Lav?
Literally, like in that same conversation, this was her takeaway. She brought it up after. She's clearly upset about it after.
I don't even know. I don't believe she was. I don't think she walked away. I don't think she walked away with that impression.
A message that Kelly stated I was upset.
I think that if Kelly had that impression after I said it, I think she would have said something right there. I don't think she would have held that because I don't even know if Kelly's capable of holding an emotion without letting it out immediately. I don't think she would have waited until I left to the chat to start typing into the chat room after. I don't believe that. Tony said this happened 30 minutes later after you guys fought. Kelly, you sent me a message. The message that you sent me didn't include any of what you're saying now. This is a totally new interpretation that you hadn't given me, and apparently you had like 30 minutes after I'd left that one conversation. I don't believe it.
Well, all right. You don't believe Tony and me saying it?
I don't believe. No. Well, hold on. It's not a matter of believing.
Neither of you are letting me speak.
Good. It's not a matter of believing you, Jessica. I don't believe that Kelly had these feelings at the time. You can't know if she had these feelings or not. She might have said it after. I think if she would have had that feeling in response to what I said, I think that she would have said something immediately. I don't think she would have waited until after I left 30 minutes later to say something like this.
I did say something, but you weren't paying attention to me at all. Like, I said stuff when you were there, and then I made it clear afterwards I was upset.
Wait, said stuff that I was there? You didn't say anything about me implying that I turned you down.
What?
You didn't say anything in that conversation about me implying that I turned you down. That's something you completely figured out like 30 minutes after I left the conversation.
I also didn't mention anything about the alcoholic comment, but that doesn't mean I didn't like that either.
Oh, wait, did she, Jessica?
I thought she go into every fucking insult that you gave me.
Hold on, Jessica.
I didn't like it.
I could be wrong, but didn't
multiple.
Didn't she bring up something like that right after I said it? I don't remember what she said immediately after that.
What about the alcoholics thing?
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
She might have. Yeah, I think she generally has expressed issue with you making up multiple things about her. The alcoholism, the doctor thing.
Well, wait, hold on, wait, hold on, wait.
People just take it
Whoa,
at
wait,
face
wait.
value,
What do you
which
mean?
is unironically the same problem you have with people thinking you're a sexual deviant.
Based, Kelly.
Because you play into the fucking memes.
Based. What do you mean by make up things? Wait, what?
Well,
yes, because I don't actually hate doctors,
actually
for fuck's sake.
bothers her.
And I'm not an
The thing
alcoholic.
with Avi bothers her.
Oh,
obviously.
it might bother her, but I'm usually referencing things that happen on stream. I'm not just making these up.
Sure, but you know the whole endocrinologist or dermatologist thing was like a meme, right? That you leaned, she said something kind of ambiguous, and it became a meme because you leaned into it.
No, it didn't become a meme because of that. I don't know if you weren't watching the stream at the time, but it became a meme because Kelly decided to embark on a 6-hour debate over what like a GH antagonist was or some shit, fighting with fucking Dr. Avi over it because she thinks that she's on some medication for hormones and she's like an expert in endocrinology. And then that followed up a day later with her asking, oh, by the way, are you even an endocrinologist? And then him saying like, oh, I'm a dermatologist. She's like, oh, well, that's too bad. Obviously that's the way that got memed into fucking oblivion. It wasn't her one-off comment. It was because that followed that whole fucking argument.
Again, you're just saying a bunch of shit I never said. I didn't say, oh, you're just like, that's not a thing that happened.
If she looked at like his base of knowledge and was like, oh, I wonder if he could help me with some endocrinology issues.
Yeah, I made it clear.
How would
It
the
was, can I
conversation
speak,
change?
Justical? Please, for fuck's sakes. I made it clear that I was interested in speaking because of my own health issues. And
No, you're starting a fight
there's
for
a
no
video.
reason, and I can just solve this for everybody. We could all walk away.
It'd be nice if I could actually speak, though, because I'm like sick of it.
go ahead.
Like the amount of times that he's like said shit that I never fucking said.
Wait, what part of what I just said did you never say?
I never said that. I like.
Wait, which part did you never? Did you have the huge argument?
I rejoined, and it's on video. You can go look. Like, there's a recent thread where someone like had 100 upvotes of shit that I also never said about this in just a thread that Avi made that was a meme. I rejoined the channel and I was like, oh, Avi, what kind of a doctor are you? And he said, dermatologist. And I said, oh, cool. I was kind of hoping you were an endocrinologist. And then you immediately interject with what you assume was me, like, putting him down. And I say no several times. And then I say, no, it's for completely, like, selfish reasons. I got a bunch of health issues. Oh, I'd quite like to
Sure,
talk to
but
an
why was
endocrinologist.
this conversation funny?
It's funny because you made up the meme that I hate dermatologists.
No, it's funny because this followed a 6-hour debate between you and Dr. Avi over whether or not something counted as a puberty blocker. Do you not remember?
But it still doesn't mean that I put down dermatologists. because
Sure,
that
it might
never
not,
happened.
but for you to have that huge conversation with him, claiming that he didn't understand the topic, claiming that you were an expert because you had medication in the field, and then afterwards to ask him, oh, are you an endocrinologist? Oh, well, I was hoping you were because I had questions about, like, my stuff. That's what made that funny. If you would have just asked that question in a vacuum, then nobody would have memed it. It is funny. It's fucking hilarious.
What's not funny is being misrepresented, the thing that you're whining about now. Maybe you know how it feels fucking now. The amount of things that people say about me because of things that you've said that aren't even true get on my fucking tits.
Okay, well.
So yeah, probably I wasn't that sympathetic. Yes, I left out the context, although it wasn't intentional. But, like, I don't know why you're whining about it, because these memes exist because of your actions.
Well, I'm not. First of all, they don't. I've never
Yes,
made up.
they do.
I've never made up the idea that I get off sexually from watching people fight with each
but
other.
you play into it.
Not really. I had one conversation where I was shitting on Lav like 3 days ago after her and whoever else has been spreading this for fucking years. Literally, since Mr.
Would
Girl.
you say that it's true based on the phone call I had with Lav where we squashed the beef that you were listening to while we were fucking
Yes,
in that
well, that's while
hotel
me,
over
Lav, and the
Hollywood?
other girl are all
Legit
shitting on each other like
opinion.
crazy.
How
Yes,
the fuck is that
congratulations,
not
Kelly.
Playing into it?
Yes, that is the one time in that huge conversation, Kelly. Correct. Do you plan your alcoholism every fucking time you stay up till 9 a.m. drinking on every fucking stream logistical? Am I allowed to say that now too? Congratulations, you found the one time that I played into it after fucking Lav had already gone in on this for fucking 4 days. Yes, that was the whole fucking point. Yes, congratulations.
Yes, but your whining was after these comments. That's why it made no fucking sense.
I don't think
You
I was.
played
I
into
wasn't
it,
even.
memed it, and then whined in Justicle's Discord, be like, "Oh, I would ban you if it was my Discord." because your
I
comments
wasn't.
About
I was.
me
The
getting off
complaint that I
so
had. The complaint that I
stupid.
had was that Lav was lying about the timeline. That was my complaint. That's what I came into that private conversation with the 4 or 5 people that were in there to talk about. Here's the exact timeline. And then you interjected with random retarded nonsense and it triggered the fuck out of me because I was trying to clarify the timeline. And then I went off on you. And it's admittedly a series of unhinged insults. Then you lied and misrepresented. And by lie, I mean you left out all the context because you didn't think it was relevant. irrelevant to imply that I said a whole thing that I never said, that nobody else in that conversation had the impression of, and then you gave that on stream. And now you're upset because I'm trying to correct the record on that particular thing, and now you want to come on and fight about whatever the fuck else you want to fight about.
Yeah,
that's my whole string of things that...
me a bunch and I was upset, and now you decided to call me a liar and you're going down the abusive memes, and then you keep... What you do is, whenever you're like mad at people, you imply that they're all similar to the other people that you don't like and are mad with at the same time. Like, you've done this to me a bunch of times. Like, whoever's like dislikable at the time, you're like, let's group them all together as having these unlikable traits, and it's really frustrating. I didn't lie, and you can't prove any like malevolence and intent of lying.
You know what?
There,
And you know what?
which means it's not a fucking lie.
That is... I don't believe it, but that could be true, Kelly. But the fact that earlier in this conversation, you said that leaving out a ton of context that an insult might have come in and focusing on one insult doesn't count as lying means that you might not be a liar. You might legitimately be so intrinsically manipulative or stupid that whatever. Yes, correct. Because you understand, Kelly, it has to be one of those two things. There's no other option. You're either a retard or you're manipulative. There's no, that's a binary. If you think that if somebody's saying 5 insults at you and then you picking out one, leaving out the context, and then building off of that one insult is a fair representation of the conversation, it's one of the two. I don't know which it is. It's up for you to figure it out. I mean, you're the wave state collapses with you. You're either a retard or you're manipulative. I tend to think you're manipulative because I see how you interact with people in long conversations, but maybe you're actually just super retarded. You just stumble into all of the manipulative behavior. I don't know.
The one was autistic if you think so black and whitely that there's only those 2 options.
Those are the only 2 options, yes.
No, they're not.
Okay.
People misunderstand each other all the fucking time. It's probably just a fucking miscommunication, and it's not that deep.
Okay, it's just miscommunications that it seems like you stumble into over and over and over and over and over again?
Yes, because autism, which you have decided I don't have now, so I'm cured. So what the fuck is wrong with me then? I don't know. Because you complain about my communication skills whilst also saying I can't possibly be fucking autistic at the same time.
Yeah, but because you're not...
All the things you complain about are literally autistic problems.
I have, from the, maybe there are different flavors of autism, but from the actual autistic, I could not imagine an autistic person that, of any of the, admittedly like 2 that I actually know in real life, they're actually autistic, saying something like, well, yeah, when I brought up unfuckable, there's actually multiple meanings that people could assume when somebody says unfuckable, and that's the blah, 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 blah. That sounds like the opposite of something an autistic person would say.
It was partly paranoia, and I said that. I don't know what other people are saying about me. I don't know who those other people in that room are, because they heard me when I, like, obviously spoke about being triggered myself and what I thought. And so when I saw that YouTube chatter, I don't know. I just assumed, like, somebody had said something. It was just, like, paranoia instinct to be like, yeah, that's not true. That's why I said the YouTube comment is, like, actually appropriate because of what it says. They're basically saying I'm unfuckable to you in that comment.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm either, yeah, I understand. So I'm either 100,000 IQ, Death Note, whatever, can figure everything out, and for some reason no other human being can understand, or this is incredibly obvious, and it should just be very obvious. This is my issue with what you're doing, okay? You're using parallel explanations for your behavior that are like mutually exclusive to one another. So there's 2 words. You're either autistic and you just say shit, and you're like, oh, you know, I wasn't thinking blah, blah, blah. Or you're giving me this other world where, well, actually I was really triggered. A chatter said a particular thing, and then I gave the exact response that I needed to counter that particular thing because I thought that other people were saying shit about me behind the scenes. That's not autism. That's you giving an intentionally crafted reply to that particular chatter in order to fight against the particular thing that he's saying. Nothing about that is autistic, Kelly. That is like socially exactly, you're doing exactly as you intend to do with no miscommunication. What part of that is autism?
The autism part would be you complaining that I didn't give context because, as I said, it wasn't intentional.
The autism part is my behavior? You've externalized your autism onto me? You have an autism force field?
No, you're complaining about me not giving context, so I'm determining from you that that's a bad social thing to do, that this is bad socially, that it's miscommunication, that it's like...
It's not miscommunication, though. You're communicating exactly what you want to communicate. You didn't do this by accident. You did it
intentional.
Of course.
I wasn't thinking about you when I said it.
Okay.
Like, I was thinking I'm triggered and I don't want those types of rumors going around about me. Yes, that was inconsiderate towards you, but considering you just been inconsiderate.
No one is arguing about whether it's being inconsiderate.
I didn't give a shit about yours.
It's not about being inconsiderate. If you want to say that, I don't know why people don't understand this too. I don't care if you leak things from a conversation. I don't care if you're mean to me. And I don't care if you say, like, you could have said that I said a whole bunch of unhinged insults to you. That's true. You could have said a lot of them were fucking mean and there probably wasn't a good reason to do it. Sure, that's fair. But to pick out one thing and to say I did it for no reason and then to misrepresent the entire thing, that's the thing that drives me crazy. That's the one thing I don't want. If you say that Destiny said a bunch of unhinged fucking insults towards me and one of them was he said I was unfuckable and fuck him and fuck chat percentages, that's fine. But for you to do a whole thing where it's like, well, Destiny said I was unfuckable, like he turned me down. First of all, that's never happened. You can see me on stream. I'm so fucking hot and I would never date him. And like, I'd never do anything with poly people. I don't like cheaters, blah, blah. Bro, you're not having an autism moment there. You're having a very intentional, you picked out a comment and you've got a whole string of things to reply to that particular thing. Nothing about this is accidental, misrepresented, or autistic. Oh, so that whole conversation, all of that was triggered?
No, I just told
Illuminator,
you.
thanks for the 5 gifted subs, buddy.
I told you what I'm trying to, like, determine from you what I think is the case, because I don't fucking know. I'm trying to understand your perspective.
Wait, after you already publicly, like, made this charge against me?
It wasn't about making a charge. I was just fucking triggered, and I wanted to make sure other people didn't think what I said was the case.
Your comment doesn't even... If random people in chat are making the claim against you, why is it that you're saying that me privately making...
People were random in that voice call.
Oh, and you thought that that it had gotten leaked, basically, and that's what they were parroting?
Yeah, possibly. I wasn't really thinking. I was just triggered.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, anything else?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, I'm not gonna say anything ever more. Like, whenever anyone says something to me in private, I don't leak it. Like, if you tell me shit and it's in private, I won't leak it. Like, I don't like this idea, like, being trustworthy isn't, like,
I don't care about leaks. Hold on. I don't know why you're talking about this. I don't care about leaks. Like you said, there are 5 people.
No,
people want to
I
leak.
do.
Oh, then
I don't want other people, like, saying, oh, I'm an untrustworthy leaker on top of everything else.
Okay, then how come I just go stream? I don't care about leaks. If you don't leak shit, knock yourself out. I don't care. I just don't, as long as you don't lie. I don't even mind sometimes when people leak shit if they leak enough, because at least then it's not a lie. Like, fuck it, Jesus.
Yeah, but I don't, like, I'll be honest, like, you've had a really weird attitude towards me these last few months, and it just has been strange. And you've just been a lot more hostile and a lot more insulting, and I don't get it. And I feel
the reason why is because post-Melina time, yes,
anti-fan.
because one of the things that I'm looking at right now is people that engage in manipulative behavior. I'm having a much lower threshold for tolerating that behavior. The way that you approach conversations, even this one, is insane to me, right? I don't know why, it was so easy for you to come in and just like, okay, listen, that conversation, I think I did misrepresent it. By the way, Destiny, though, you were fucking unhinged, I think, which is fair for me to say. But yeah, I probably misrepresented that you said that I was unfuckable or whatever. That probably wasn't fair to me. But you were unhinged. Like, okay, sure, that's fair. Boom, it's done. But for you to come in here and give 50 million different excuses, like on 7 different tracks of thought that are all mutually exclusive, just to try to 1 HP voice me at the end to make it sound like I'm being the bad guy, fuck you. That's bullshit.
I'm not trying to do that, for fuck's sakes. I said I was upset yesterday from the shit.
Yeah, but then why not just open with that and say, hey, I was upset. I probably shouldn't have said that string of insults towards you, by the way.
With that?
What?
For fuck's sakes, I did open.
No, you only did that after you failed to justify all the other argumentation you gave for the particular thing, because I pushed you on every single point.
It's one of the first things I've said, and Gisticle came in here and said that that's true as well. Clearly, I'm fucking upset.
Why would I?
Sent you a message saying I'm upset. I said I was upset in the voice call. This is not like a new thing.
No, that's
you're
not. No, that's
misrepresenting
not.
me
No,
now.
I'm not, Kelly. You again? Were you upset or were you just autistic? Because before you said, well, I was autistic.
Both. Autistics can also get upset.
Okay, but if you were just upset, then why not just say you were upset?
I'm always going to be fucking both.
So you're always upset and always autistic? Then in that case, then the claim that I made against you that you're intrinsically manipulative is true then. You should just own that. And you said, listen, that's my secret. That's my secret. Bruce Banner looks back with his train set. I'm always mad and autistic. Like, is that the meme? Like, Jesus Christ.
I can't not be autistic. The mad part, like, an upset part just goes with it. Like, I have been trying to understand where you come from. The lack of context wasn't something that was obvious to me as to why you upset. All right? That's why we had this conversation in the first place, because I didn't get it. And I'm still trying to understand it. I kind of get where you're coming from, and I'll avoid doing that in the future. That's the only thing I can do, right?
Okay.
Like,
Well, I didn't mean to imply that you were unfuckable to me, okay, or that I ever turned you down, because I don't think that that ever happened. I don't know you implied it. If you felt that I implied that, also, I didn't mean to imply that. And yeah, by the way, my line of insults against you were absolutely unhinged, and they were. However, I don't feel like you were just saying this is what other people think. I feel like you were heavily implying that you think it as well. But you know, who knows? Maybe I could be wrong on that too. But okay.
No, I don't think that. I really don't want to think about that stuff. It's weird and strange, but like, it's just your audience. It's not me. I don't like argue with them. I regret saying anything. To be quite fucking frank, what a fucking stupid argument. Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, have fun.
Right, like, can I even message you now if you've deleted me?
Okay, there you go. Wait. There you go. Friend request set. There you go.
God, can you... Right, and I was wrong for saying anything, alright? I got triggered. I apologize for that, actually.
I don't know how to bother.
Because, like, listening back to it was a bit mean. Sorry.
Okay. Have fun. Be careful.
Anyway.
Bye.
Alright, bye.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna kill myself. I need another Red Bull. Hold on. This one got warm. Why didn't my psych schedule another appointment automatically with me? I'm running out of medicine. I feel like the girl in Queen's Gambit. Do I beg him for an appointment? Next appointment. Hey. Was just checking when your next availability is for a Zoom appointment. Oh, shit.
Hello.
Hello. What up?
I did some reading about your fucking Palestinian delegation nonsense, the lead up to Oslo.
Oh, me too. What'd you read?
I read Mostly Righteous Victims, also Khalidi's book, and a couple of articles about it.
Oh, cool.
What did you read?
I think it was a chapter from... Why is it not in here? It was Abby Schleim's book on the rise and fall of the Oslo peace process. No, this sounds like it was a chapter in this book. I don't know what the fuck book this is. Abby
What did he say?
Schleim,
He would
Rise
be
and fall of the Oslo peace process. What did he say? Or maybe this is just a paper. Maybe it's not part of a book, actually. Oh, I'm sorry. This is just no, wait, this chapter. I don't know what the fuck book this is from. What does he say? Basically, it sounded like there were multiple tracks. There was the DC track, and then there was the, there were talks in DC, and then there were talks in Oslo to try to figure out, like, how to move things forward. And I think after the 10th round of talks in DC, those conversations essentially died. They couldn't figure out like any way forward, and then eventually they shifted towards Oslo because they realized they could make more progress with, I guess, Arafat and his people, and apparently also, I guess people in the Middle East, Jews included, get ultra ass mad when other people are looking over their backs for negotiations. So the Oslo talks being, I think, secret also helped a bit, but I think those are the two general things.
So when you say that they couldn't go anywhere with the talks and they decided Oslo was better, is that both of them deciding that, or is there any specifying on that?
Well, both of them. I mean, technically there are three parties here, right? There are
U.S. as well, yeah.
Or no, actually, I meant like there's Israel, there's Arafat, and then there's the Palestinian locals.
Okay.
Yeah, and it seemed like I could read more specifically into the DC talks particularly, but it sounded like they had made it essentially to the 10th round of talks, and that those talks essentially died and they weren't able to move anywhere. So they eventually switched to the Oslo track.
I have a slightly different version of that story. Not different, but like a little bit more
Yeah, give it.
elaborate. But the impression I've got is that the DC talks were not really going anywhere because partly because of the Israeli Prime Minister, because of Perez, and just because it didn't seem like there was any room to talk about anything substantial besides like an interim government period. So it seemed to be that the delegates were interested in talking about things like settlements, about borders, about Jerusalem and all that shit. But it seemed to be that the Israeli side of the negotiation was just very much stuck on a very narrow set of issues. And I don't know if you know about do you know about the quote from Shimon Peres?
Which one?
About his basically this. After he lost his election, he was quoted in a newspaper interview saying that he basically never wanted to negotiate seriously and that his whole idea was just to drag things out for 10 years whilst expanding settlements and cementing the claim to like greater Israel.
I haven't seen that quote, but it's, I mean, yeah, it's possible.
He says he's misquoted, but then I looked at the article from that, and apparently the claim that he was misquoted didn't even come from him. It came from his spokesman, who admitted that he hadn't heard the interview or knew what he actually said. So it does seem like it seems to suit the behavior as well of Perez, because he's like a Likud shitter. The other thing I was getting from this is that, and I got this both from Morris and Khalidi, they both seem to have this impression, is that I think people overstate how emotionally or morally attached Yitzhak Rabin was to a peace process. It seems to be that his position was very much, he didn't really like the idea of a Palestinian state, but after the fall of the USSR, he believed that Israel and America was in as strong a position as they were ever going to be. There was no Soviet Union. The Palestinians fucked themselves by supporting Saddam Hussein in Kuwait, and they were in in the most advantageous position they could ever be in. But Rabin thought that wasn't going to last. He thought that there was either going to be the growth of Iran or Iraq. He was worried about nuclear weapons coming from either of those countries. And he also believed that the newly formed USSR would eventually grow up into something that could start supporting the Palestinians in the same way the Soviets had.
The newly formed...
Russian Federation.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So he basically thinks that there's a timeline on American-Israeli dominance in the Middle East, especially over the Palestinians. He actually gave himself a timeline of 1999. He said that he believed that in 91 or 92, he believed that this position of power would last until just the end of the century. And his reasoning for pushing a peace process then was because he thought this was the moment when Palestinians were going to be at their most flexible. They had the least options. They had the least bargaining chips. And his other reason, on top of that, was just that after the first Intifada, he believed that they couldn't hold on to the West Bank and Gaza in the same way that they had been since the 67 war. So those are kind of like the two things that seems to have motivated his end of things. Unless, do you feel anything different about that, or does that contradict anything you've seen? Or
not necessarily, although I feel like this is a general approach to negotiations rather than like specifically why the favoring of Oslo to DC. But
yeah, so the favoring of Oslo, it's a weird thing because I know that the pro-Palestinian line on that is, or one of them, there's a few, is that basically Arafat was a sellout who was willing to concede a lot more than the delegates were, so Israel chose him instead. That's basically the simplified version of it, right?
Yeah.
What I didn't know is that Ashrawi, the woman who was negotiating in DC, had also potentially sparked the first meeting that eventually led up to Oslo, because I think Oslo started with a kind of like a back channel of PLO adjacent people negotiating with Israeli academics, right? And I think the first of those meetings was
there was a name like Hirschfeld that
Ashrawi.
reached out through Abdullah.
Yeah, it was one of the Washington negotiators who was negotiating with Hirschfeld, or had the first meeting, and then they set up a back channel with a few other people, and then they go to Norway, and then they start working from there. But I think the problem with the DC negotiations was that they were only supposed to last a year, and then they were supposed to lead to some kind of like interim agreement.
Sure.
But
also, wait, hold
once
on
that-
one second. I'm sorry, because there's like multiple people in mobile chats saying this. Oh, never mind. It's one fucking retard in multiple chats. Lonerbox seems like he just read about Shimon Peres last week. He mixed everything up. Shimon was from Labor, the left, opposite from Likud. So while there have been multiple parties throughout Israeli history on the left and the right, it seems to be the case that even if the rhetoric was different between both parties, they weren't really that far apart in terms of their approach to dealing with the Palestinians or to dealing with the Arab states, even between like Labor and the conservative parties. So even if Perez was Labor, and even I think most people say that Perez tried his best to push in that direction, it's not like they were like the crazy doves versus the insane hawks. Like I don't think there was that much position between the two parties in Israel. Sorry, go ahead.
Wait, did I say Perez was Likud?
No, I'm just no. He's some guy in chat is saying
Did
some guy
I?
in chat is
Okay,
no.
okay,
I don't
okay,
think. Wait,
okay.
did you?
Did
Oh,
I?
he did. He did.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, maybe you
yeah,
did. Sorry. One thing that Shlomo stresses in his book over and over again, though, is regardless of like the party that people are from, when it comes to dealing with Arabs and it comes to dealing with Palestinians, the even if the rhetoric is different sometimes, like the positions either end up being relatively close, or the IDF will end up basically dictating positions to the prime ministers because the military has so much support. But
wasn't it the case also that that the coalition governments until '92 were basically dominated by Likud, though, wasn't it?
I don't know the particular parties. I'll write down all the prime ministers later.
Okay, but in any case, I think as far as that quote goes, I feel like the contentions behind that are like pretty weak, right? Like it does seem to be that that was his sentiment, that he wanted to basically like negotiate in a kind of endless way for to keep the expansion of settlements going, to basically solidify the claims on the ground. But in any case,
possibly, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
As for what was I talking about with the Oslo thing? Yeah, one of the articles I read was about after that 1 year deadline had passed for the expected length of the talks to reach an interim agreement. It seems to be that some of the delegates were refusing to turn up to future meetings. I think originally they'd been sending 14 people, but within just over a year, they were only sending like 4 or 5. And the rationale behind that was them saying that they felt like the negotiations weren't going anywhere. They felt Israel wasn't budging on anything. And they also felt like that if they continued to just turn up with their full weight, they were basically undermining themselves at home.
Sure.
So it had already seemed that by the time the government changed over to the Labor-dominated coalition in '92,
that
it
DC
seems to be
track
that
was
the
pretty
Washington
dead.
stuff was on its way out. Yeah. But one thing I didn't know about with Arafat, and I don't really know why he did this, or at least not explicitly, is that there was let me find it. It was something to do with the Hamas conflict, Hamas and PLO conflict in the West Bank and Gaza. There was an Israeli crackdown in the end of '92 when 400 Hamas and PIJ members were expelled and sent to Lebanon, where they basically had to just sit in this weird no man's land between the security zone and South Lebanon. And it was massively publicized as like Israel is basically just leaving these 400 guys to live in tents in a fucking field. But Arafat, who I don't know why he would be bothered by that, because it was Hamas and PIJ. They were against him. But because there was a bit of an outrage about it amongst the Palestinians, Arafat responded to that by suspending the Madrid talks in Washington, but he didn't do anything to Oslo. And
did he have the
that
power
was
to
around the same
suspend
time when
the Madrid talks in?
Kind of, because like the Israeli policy was don't talk to the PLO basically. Right? Until '93, they had a law against talking directly to the PLO, but they also those delegates still had power. They basically drew their power from the PLO and their influence. So it does seem to be that he was able to do that because
I'd have to go back
it wasn't
and
it wasn't completely.
I'd have to look at that in particular, because I thought that the delegation that was in DC, I thought was more representative of like local Palestinian leaders rather than the PLO proper, because I thought that Oslo was separate in that it was more like Arafat and the PLO versus the DC delegates.
Like it kind of It kind of was, but they weren't. I don't think the delegates were completely separate from the PLO. I can maybe find you the.
Because
the
my
page
understanding
that's
is at the
from,
time that
but-
the PLO was basically like a corrupt, fucked up organization that Arafat basically paid off a bunch of people to kind of like run his shit and be chill. And like a lot of the Palestinians didn't really look favorably upon the PLO for a variety of reasons, but that the local leadership that went to DC, I thought wasn't part of PLO. I'll probably have to, might read like more detailed shit in particular these, but yeah.
Like they weren't like PLO on paper, but they weren't completely disconnected either. But I can find you the thing. I'll just take me a minute.
Sure. Yeah, just shoot it to me.
I don't know if
later.
Axel wants to say something.
Yeah. Oh, what's up, Axel?
No. No, I was just gonna say I think they were more tied to the PLO than not. At least according to what I've read, and the only reason why PLO wasn't there, the delegations talking on behalf of the Palestinians, was because Israel refused to talk to them.
Well, refused to talk to who?
Someone refused to talk to the PLO. So they refused to talk to the PLO that was in Tunisia, that was exiled because of the Lebanon War.
Oh.
They refused to talk to them ever since. So the local leadership that was actually there on the ground, Israel was willing to talk to them instead, since they weren't part of the what happened in Lebanon, etc.
Gotcha.
But there was definitely like back talks, and they were getting up. The PLO was getting updated from the local leadership the whole time.
Well, it's the same with Oslo, isn't it? Like because Oslo was technically illegal, wasn't it? Like it was against Israeli law to be negotiating with the PLO, but they were doing it anyway.
Was it against the law, or was it just like stated policy?
I think they had a law, but it was repealed in I think like '93.
Why would you have a law against negotiating with somebody? That seems kind of weird. I would have to check into that. I'll add that to my list.
These are both from Benny Morris, but let me.
Fucking liar.
Okay, now I'm looking for two things at once. Fuck. But yeah, if that is the case, that if Arafat had done that, it would be very interesting to know like why he did it, like why he chose to fuck off one negotiation but not the other. Because I'd imagine the most likely reason would be that Oslo was his opportunity to stay relevant, whereas
yeah, I think that's the
he wasn't.
Narrative that Shlomo gives, is that Oslo was basically just an opportunity for Arafat to shore up his.
Also for him to come back.
Yeah.
To come back into the West Bank, because at that point he was exiled in Tunisia and he was trying hard to come back to the region, but Israel wouldn't let him. This was a way to do that. Kind of set up a stronghold, and I believe Jericho and the Gaza Strip. That was the first two cities that he was able to come back to. Basically, Arafat was kind of selfish and threw the Palestinians under the bus, but the Palestinians continued supporting him because he also did a lot of good things in their eyes for them, like put them on the map in front of the world. Like before the PLO, they were kind of unnoticed. So they were very forgiving towards him.
Yeah, that might be the case.
Sorry, this PDF I'm looking for is just like screenshots of a page, so it doesn't let me control find anything, but I'm still looking.
You have a Mac? You can do that OCR stuff, right?
No, I don't have a Mac. I don't know what OCR is, and I'm a boomer. So there's a lot of obstacles right now. God, imagine if I just made this up. That would be so cringe. Do you guys have nothing else to talk about while I'm looking for this?
Well, it's also really fun to just sit here in silence while you're awkward. What's up, Axel? What do you want to bring up?
Yeah, I mean, there was a bunch of stuff. I was going to go through your timeline with you. I haven't spoken to you since, I want to say, we briefly talked about Palestinian nationalism. You mentioned that you felt like it didn't start before 67, and I wanted to push back on that. I don't know if you still feel that way or if there's any point in talking about it.
I still have the same general idea that it's a response to Israeli movements. I think that now my feeling is that it kind of started in the 20s, and then it basically disappeared in the 40s, and then it came back in the 60s, 70s.
Okay, so I think we would agree. I would say it started a little earlier than the 20s. I would agree it definitely grew in response to Zionism, but I also think that kind of makes sense, right? Because prior to World War I, Arabs that lived in the region were able to know, they can go to Damascus, they can go to Beirut. There was no like need to be nationalistic, in my opinion.
Sure, I agree. But that's not. I don't think that's
got it.
During that
what's
time.
Sorry. Yeah. Saying here, following the killing of terrorists by 8 Israeli soldiers and policemen during the first 2 weeks of December 92, the GSS mounted its largest roundup ever of fundamentalist activities, bagging together around 1,600. Of these, 415 Hamas and Islamic Jihad members were singled out for expulsion to Lebanon, which Rabin ordered on December 17th. The Lebanese government refused to let them in, and they were left stranded and much televised for a year in tents on a bleak hill between Israel's security zone and southern Lebanon. Oh, I said field, it was a hill, sorry. Arafat responded by temporarily suspending PLO participation in the Madrid track talks in Washington, although he did not touch the Oslo back channel.
Fuck,
Yeah.
how the fuck did I not hear about that? Okay, interesting.
And yeah, the law, there was a law. There's a 6-year-old law forbade contacts with the PLO. So yeah, even Rabin didn't really want to do that initially. That's why they were okay with Oslo happening behind the scenes, like as a back channel, because if the outcome of it was ever anything they didn't like, they could just say, well, it's not, we didn't approve that. Yeah. So there was a lot of
That's
caution.
also why Arafat was so desperate to get recognition from Israel as the PLO being the representatives. When they exchanged those letters, you'll notice that that's all Israel had to really say. They don't have to recognize Palestine. They just have to recognize the PLO as being the negotiators. And in return, Arafat denounces terrorism, recognizes Israel, etc., etc.
Why did you want to know about that particularly? Is there like a counter narrative to it, or just?
It was one of the
like
things
a
that
black
Axel had
spot?
brought up, that Israel had a chance for peace by negotiating with DC, but they undercut them by negotiating with the Palestinians in Oslo to get a more favorable Oslo Accords, basically. Yeah.
Were you able to? Were either of you able to find what the people in DC were actually proposing?
I haven't found information about that now.
I saw one of the negotiators. I was just looking at comments by one of the negotiators, who his name is Mustafa Baroudi. You can find him on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
He's the cousin of the Marwan guy that was in jail right now.
Yeah, he's the non-violence guy, right?
Briefly. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I have something
We
here.
briefly talked about it.
Because I think they gave a list, didn't they? Didn't they not give a list? And I think what the fuck did they named it with an acronym?
Yeah, I think they wanted to talk about borders. They wanted to talk about settlements. They wanted to talk about refugees. But I don't think Israel at the time seemed interested in speaking about all those different, or resolving those different things. Or they were just so far apart.
Yeah, I think their proposal was that they wanted an interim self-governing authority. This is from Khalidi. This is because I think he was at those negotiations. I think he said they wanted like a government to hold elections. They wanted Israeli transfer of power from civil administration to the authority. He wanted complete jurisdiction, but not sovereignty. I don't know exactly what that means. Yeah, he wanted they want a complete jurisdiction
complete
over
jurisdiction,
air, land,
but
and water of the occupied territories. But
oh, interesting. I think usually when they say complete jurisdiction without sovereignty, usually they're talking about like they have the ability to like have planes and stuff there, but like Israel can still monitor it. I think is what it usually is.
Okay.
Because
they said they wanted jurisdiction over settlements, but not settlers. Because I guess they wouldn't have voting rights, and yeah, I don't know. And then they wanted a complete freeze on settlements and withdrawal of troops to just at redeployment points along the borders. And I'd imagine, according to Khalidi, which is obviously he's going to represent his side, as he just said that this was what was offered by the delegation. Rashid Khalidi.
Okay.
Yeah. So according to him, that's what the delegation offered, and apparently Israel's counteroffer. I don't know. The way he words it is he says that there was no meaningful counteroffer from Israel. So I don't know if there actually was no counteroffer or just there were counteroffers that they didn't like. But yeah, that seems to be what the delegation wanted. And I would imagine that it was definitely like, I think the big fuck up here, I think, is I don't really know how either of them never were able to get like settlements written down in either of these accords.
Well, it's interesting that
I
so
don't think Israel was not interested in doing that, right? Israel never wanted to free settlements.
I think so, Shlomo Ben-Ami and
even after.
Or go ahead.
All right, I was just gonna say, yeah, like clearly Israel wasn't interested in freezing settlements at any point, which is why they wouldn't want to include it in the document. Arafat was just completely desperate for anything that allowed him back in the territory and kept him in power, and that's kind of what we got, right? Settlements continued expanding or growing, and yeah, like I said, Shlomo Ben-Ami.
Yeah.
By the way,
So
did you end up reading that book?
which one?
The Shlomo Ben-Ami one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so a lot of my narrative is now coming from him, which I'm trying to be careful of. But so Ben-Ami and Schleim give different interpretations. Where Schleim says, it's interesting because Schleim seems to point to the failures of the Oslo Accords because of behavior that happened post '93. Saying that at some points, I think he points to, there were still Palestinian terror attacks, but like the Israeli settlements largely continued to expand. So the Palestinians didn't feel like the Israelis were pursuing in good faith. But I feel like Shlomo's narrative is more compelling, and that the Oslo Accords were actually just like really, really, really bad. Because the Oslo Accords that were seen at the time as being like a huge, big peace agreement, the only reason why they were able to reach the Oslo Accords and figure that out is because literally nothing was figured out. Like nothing substantial was settled in the Oslo Accords. None of the important questions about refugee, technically, even the idea of a Palestinian state existing afterwards wasn't even guaranteed in the Oslo Accords.
Destiny, so, I told you all of this exactly.
Yeah, you did. Next time, cite a book.
It was supposed to be an... well, no, because I got this narrative from Edward Said. He was one of the Palestinian delegation members, and this is exactly what he said. And he left the delegation after all of Arafat's fuck-ups.
Sure. No, you did. I do remember you saying this. I think it's funny, though, that the narrative that you have... I say narrative. It's what you're saying is true. That what you're giving is the... I would say the Shlomo Ben-Ami side. I don't know if he's considered more of a Zionist or not, but the Avi Schleim side, which is more of a left-leaning one, Schleim seems to give more credit to the Oslo Accords, but blames the post-Oslo Accord behavior for why it failed afterwards. But I'm more on the side now that just the Oslo Accords just didn't do anything that great. Yeah.
That's good.
So 5 years go, nothing really happens, and then everything's just fucked. Yeah. Anything else?
And even a few months after also signed was when that thing happened with his name Baruch Goldstein. With the massacre, it was like literally 4 months after also was signed, and then the massacre happened, and that was essentially what Hamas used as an excuse to start targeting civilians. At least that's what they said. We can believe them. We don't have to, but they said for them that was the turning point, and now Israeli civilians are fair game because y'all targeted Palestinian civilians, and Israel's response to what Baruch Goldstein did was, label his organization or who he was a part of as a terrorist organization, but they didn't dismantle any settlements. They didn't try to stop the expansion of those settlements. And then Hamas started with the suicide bombings during the Second Intifada all throughout.
Yep. Yeah. What?
Do you have any opinions on because I don't know if this was actually ever finalized, but I thought that Rabin's position on settlements was that they would at least hold back on what they consider to be political settlements.
Is
that
it
they would only
Rabin or is
focus on
it
security-based
Rabin?
ones?
Just real quick.
Like every fucking Israeli person I've spoken to, which is like 3, I've heard say this, is they pronounce it Rabin. So I don't know. Fuck.
Okay. Well, because I also heard it's Yom Kippur. But when I listen to other, I think Jewish speakers talk about it, they literally say Yom Kippur. So I don't know how any of these fucking words are. I just want to sound like a fucking retard around.
Yeah, and I've heard like fucking 10 Israelis call it Lehi, but I've heard one call it Lehai, and they got angry at me for calling them Lehi. So I don't know. I just think they're confused or they're trolling.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it.
Also, I know fucking Mike Chat knows. So the person I was talking about who was quoted saying that they didn't want to negotiate, they just wanted to pretend to negotiate while they expanded settlements, that was Shamir, not Perez. Sorry, I'm retarded. But yeah, okay.
One thing I noticed about this pretend negotiations is I said something that like both sides like engage in this brinksmanship, and it's just that one side seems to benefit. It seems like that is triply, quadruply true. One thing that Shlomo Ben-Ami says about Ben Gurion is that I think one of Ben Gurion's largest fears is that a peaceful Arab dictator will show up because that would challenge Israel's narrative about surrounding Arab states, and it would push them into a really uncomfortable position where they have to negotiate or they're going to lose like international legitimacy. And inevitably, or I'm sorry, eventually, Sadat ended up being that leader who wanted to negotiate, who made peaceful overtures, and I think it was 71 to Golda Meir. They didn't believe it, they turned it down. Yom Kippur happens, they finally have to acquiesce, and then now they've got that settled. And it seems like for the Palestinian and the Israeli leadership, it's the same thing, that both sides, Shlomo Ben-Ami goes over a couple examples in the book where the Palestinians miss huge opportunities to call Israel on what might be bluffs for peace, but because they're too geared towards war, or times where, where Israel could have offered peace and it probably would have worked, but like both sides are, like the worst nightmare of both sides at this point, and historically, has to been one of the other sides coming up with an authentic peace offer, because if the other side doesn't accept, they're going to look really, really, really bad, basically. But both sides are like playing this like brinksmanship game over and over again until shit gets fucked, basically.
Yeah, I think
but how many
that's
times has Israel actually? Sorry, go ahead, Leonard.
Well, it's not about hold on real quick. It's not about one side actually whatever. It's that the reason why I would argue that the onus could be a bit more, maybe even on the Palestinian side, is that on the Israel side, there's a lot of democratic pressure for how a leadership has to act, which gives the Arab side a bit more flexibility in terms of diplomatic maneuvering. Like, I don't know if Sadat going and speaking in front of the Knesset, I don't know if that could have happened in like a democratic Egypt. He might have just been voted out, or he would have lost the support of his party, because there's a lot of talks, even when Begin, and then later on with Rabin, and then later on with, I think with Ehud Barak, where every time they get into these big peace negotiations, they're fighting on two fronts, where they're fighting the front to do the negotiations, and then they're constantly fighting the front behind them, the home front, where they're losing the support of their coalition governments, and then they're losing the support of their people, and they every single time Israel wants to negotiate peace with Arabs, they're basically holding their breath, diving into a pool, and hoping they can figure out a deal before they run out of oxygen. And if they don't figure out a deal fast enough, then they drown. And then because they're home front, they just lose it completely. So
yeah, this is definitely a thing with, I feel like this has been the case since even before the 48 war. I know with Rabin, like the problem with him was like in his head, he thought that there needed to be something settled by like the end of the century. But he's also quoted, I think one of his last addresses to the Knesset is him saying that he doesn't really want whatever goes to the Palestinians to be like a state per se. I think the actual quote that he used was less than a state.
Yeah, because everybody's really flexible about like what does the final Palestinian agreement look like. I don't think anybody's like etching. Oh, the reason, I'm sorry. What year did Rabin say that?
95.
I think the reason why is because I think up until I think through 94 when Jordan officially gave up completely on the West Bank, or was this after the
I think that was
Camp David?
I think 88. They gave.
I think it was after the. It was
the
after
treaty was 94.
Yeah, I think
signed in 94.
I think it was after the Oslo Accords, because Israel. I think before the Oslo Accords, I think Israel was trying to pursue peace with Syrians, and then that failed, and then they switched to the Oslo track for the Palestinians. But I think up until then, I think Israel was holding out hope that there could be the negotiated peace with Palestinians would be a Jordanian, Palestinian, Israeli settlement, basically. There would be like the Jordan borders would re-expand to the West Bank. There'd be like a Jordanian, Palestinian corridor or something like that. So I think that's why none of the Israeli prime ministers wanted to say, oh yeah, there's going to be an independent Palestinian state, because that option they still wanted to keep on the table. But I think Jordan abandoned that, because I don't think Jordan was involved at all in the like Oslo talks or negotiations. And once they saw that happen, they're like, oh, well, hold on, fuck this. And then Hussein, I think, pulled the plug on, I think Hussein locked down the bridges because he didn't know if there was about to be a mass flight of like refugees. He didn't want to like be involved with the Palestinians directly, and then they wanted to talk to initially or directly with Israel after Oslo, I believed.
Yeah, so it kind of feels like you've got, and this happens with the Palestinians as well, is that there might be some will for like a meaningful settlement from some people, but they also feel that they have to appease people from their own end who are more rejectionist, who are more hardline. But yeah, even with Rabin as well, because even he might have like felt that something permanent needed to be settled, but then he's also dealing with the fact that his government, like 6 of those seats holding his coalition together, were like far right religious people. So
yeah, but I think Rabin, was the one on record that Shlomo was saying, like Rabin, I think it was Rabin, literally went from making statements that we would never dismantle a single settlement, we're not going to dismantle settlements, to I think when he was in the Golan Heights, I think he was literally saying like, listen, you guys are hurting us. We might have to take apart like all of your shit in front of like a booing crowd. I'm trying to figure out if it was about Rabin who said that. I can find this quote, but go ahead, because I think I highlighted this.
Yeah, and that's why even compared to Perez or like Barack or definitely Netanyahu, like he seemed to make the most good faith effort to like vocally distinguish that settlements that have security justifications and ones that are just for land claims.
Mhm.
But no other. I think Barack didn't even do that. So yeah, but I think like I was saying with this whole thing about people kind of like the idea of fake negotiate. It seems like that was a big problem in 48 as well, was that there were negotiations held between Israel and all the Arab states surrounding, like Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, Syria. And there were terms that were given out by both sides, but like, and effectively, some people say that there is some imaginary scenario where Israel could have conceded enough to actually have recognition from all of them. But then obviously any leader who achieved that in the Arab world would have probably just got killed. So the Arab world definitely wasn't ready to recognize Israel back in 48. But then also Israel's unwillingness to let negotiations move at all with any single country was kind of an issue as well. And I didn't even know that either, that like Ben Gurion had basically lied about the Arab position towards recognizing Israel in 48 because it just made it easier to present to the international community that rejectionism was like unmoving. But
yeah, but I think the issue was that
it was a bit more complex than that.
I think that the way that it plays out is I think it plays out like this. This is like the dynamic that I feel existed is Israel, for a variety of reasons, is set up in a better, like they have like better character stats basically than the surrounding Arab states. They have the advantage that it's their only country. They have the advantage that they're like super united in terms of common enemy surrounding Arab states. They have the mythos of like the Holocaust and worldwide persecution behind them. And they're bringing in all of the knowledge, all of the external support, all of the wartime experience of other Jews that are coming in that fought in World War I, that fought in World War II, that participated in the Haganah, the Irgun, the Lehi. All these people are coming in. So they're like set up really well initially to succeed. And their leaders are incredibly smart. Ben Gurion was a very shrewd political figure. All of their political figures seem to be very military minded and very intelligent and very politically savvy at the same time. The surrounding Arab leaders were not. They, as part of the Ottoman Empire, they weren't used to running their own kingdoms. They weren't very politically savvy. And it feels like what happened was this almost like cat and mouse to where Israel would like kind of make offers, hoping maybe that the Arabs wouldn't accept them, because if they didn't, then they'd be able to fight in the future and expand their territory. Because after 48, Israel wasn't really happy with how much land they had. I think I think one of the quotes is like the rib cage from Tel Aviv to the West Bank is like 15 kilometers long in terms of like So they would make these they would say like, hey, like, and some of those early offers in the prior to 1952, I think one of the offers was like, we'll take 100,000 Palestinian refugees and like, recognize, this shit. But the problem was when Israel made these offers thinking the Arabs probably won't accept, but then the Arabs don't accept. And they're like, we're not going to accept it. And we are going to kill you. We are going to fuck you up. We're going to win this fucking shit. And basically and that's why Shlomo uses the word over and again, brinksmanship would happen over and over again, where Israel would like kind of lay a little bit out, and then the Arabs would swat it away and then fight, and then they would do that back and forth over and over again, with the Arabs always being one generation behind in terms of peace deals, which is why that Ben Gurion statement, or Shlomo's statement about Ben Gurion, that the Israel's biggest nightmare would have been a peaceful secular leader coming up and saying like, hey, we actually really do want to, make peace with you, because if at any point prior to 67, any of these Arab states would have, he says, called their bluff and said like, okay, Israel, we would accept this peace, it would put Israel in a really awkward spot, because now they are heavily restricted territorially. They would have no international support in terms of like fighting or invading or taking land, and they would be in a much more difficult spot. But because the Arabs always gave them a good, like, internationally justified reason essentially to fight, they were always kind of able to get away with the territorial expansion and everything until Sadat showed up and basically put an end to it.
But when would you say that Israel actually put out a real peace deal and actually wanted peace? At what point?
So I have to read this. So it's called the Lausanne Peace Conference. This is early on in the book. This is a quote that I have. On moral grounds, one could, of course, convincingly defend the case for the repatriation of refugees, but this is out of the question in a historical and political context where a clash existed between an emergent Jewish state and its defeated enemies, for whom the repatriation of refugees was one way of hampering the growth and development of the newborn yet intimidating state against which they harbored understandable intentions of revanche. At the Lausanne Peace Conference, Israel eventually agreed to the repatriation of 100,000 Palestinian refugees, but this was almost by force of habit rejected out of hand by the Arabs as too little. Too little it might have been, but Israel made the offer only with the hope of getting relief from American pressure. The Arabs clearly missed an opportunity to call Israel's bluff. I think there are a few times where, in the aftermath, there's another one from page 170. In the aftermath of the Camp David Accords, the Palestinians failed to do what they did wisely in 1988, which was call Israel's bluff, and during the peace process before Israel's occupation of the West Bank had created an irreversible reality. That was in relation to Camp David, to where there were huge opportunities after that.
So Shlomo Ben Yamin is calling it a bluff, right? He's calling these peace offers a bluff.
Well,
they weren't actual peace offers. Israel wasn't actually interested in peace. That's the way I'm reading.
Yeah, but we have to read this as not individuals, but as nations in terms of like what does a bluff mean? Like when he says call a bluff, what he's meaning is that like if you call Israel's bluff, it's not like Israel's like, oh shit, we were just lying. We didn't actually.
Wait. How many? You're saying that in Lausanne they offered to take back refugees?
That's what he says. I've written this up as a piece thing that I need to look at, but because I haven't read the details of this.
I got contradictory information. Oh no.
Okay, well, hold on. Lausanne Peace Conference.
So from Mr. Morris, it's 1949, right? Lausanne, right? Yeah.
I imagine because this would be after the 48 War, yes.
Yeah. So during the spring and summer of 49, under the auspices of UN's Palestine Conciliation Commission, representatives of the Arab state and Israel convened in Lausanne, Switzerland, and held indirect talks through the three PCC mediators. But the gaps proved too wide. The Israeli public, drunk with victory in Ben-Gurion's phrase in the cabinet meeting of December 19th, 1948, was unwilling to give up any of its hard-won territory or to allow back the refugees, the two consistent Arab demands. The offer to take back 65 to 100,000 refugees was, as expected in Tel Aviv, flatly refused, and the conference dissolved in September, a total failure. The Israelis and the PCC had noticed a tendency among Arab delegates in multilateral gatherings to slide towards the most uncompromising position presented by any of their number. In Tel Aviv,
they said flatly refused on the Israeli side?
Okay. No, flatly refused on that. Wait, hang on. Yeah, delegates. Yeah, Arab sides. So.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Refused, but yeah, I don't think Tel Aviv had any fucking willingness to take 65 to 100,000 refugees.
Possibly, but this is this point to where, like, if the Arabs would have said, okay, fine, we accept that, now Israel is in a really difficult spot internationally, right? Because now, like, well, fuck, yeah.
But the Israelis in this particular one weren't going to concede to either, right? They weren't going to concede to refugees or territory. I think later on they offered to, I think until the 50s, until basically the Arabs decided that they were explicitly on paper saying that they just wanted to destroy the entire state. I think before that, Israel had offered behind the scenes, I think, to compromise on refugees, but I think the other issue was that they were never going to compromise on any territory at all. Like they were like every inch of territory that they wanted.
Yeah, I doubt they would have compromised on territory because they already felt like their territory was very small. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think Lausanne was like. It seemed like Lausanne was like that. Yeah, because that was the big public one, and then after Lausanne, I think they decided to move. To negotiate in secret instead because it wasn't working because the Israeli public were not going to move on any concessions either. Yeah. Is that not different to what Ben-Ami's saying then? Because Ben-Ami's saying that the Arabs could have like taken this bluff or whatever, or like called it.
That he gives us as an example of where, if the Arabs would have attempted to reach a peace with Israel, Israel would have been in a really uncomfortable spot because Israel probably didn't want peace. But since the Arabs weren't going to reasonably settle with anything, which going by like general knowledge, I don't know if there's any deal in 48, or I'm sorry, when did this conference happen, in 49? I don't know if there's any deal that the Arab states would be like, okay, fine, we accept Israel as a nation here that's 1 year old. There probably wouldn't have been any deal that they would have accepted, right?
I think the best case scenario is there might have been like one state that would have accepted a bit of territory and refugee repatriation for recognition, but then any leader that did that would have got ostracized or killed. Yeah.
Maybe, or maybe with like full refugee
that's probably
rights
the best
or
case.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't. So does Ben-Ami not mention that the Israeli public rejected
No,
the
what he's going
something.
through is so in this chapter it's called so in different chapters of the book he goes through missed opportunities for peace, and what he's looking at is there are different times where people are like, oh well, in this place if somebody would have done this, maybe there was an opportunity here, and then he goes through, I think it's usually 3 dimensions. He goes through the political thing, like would this be politically possible. I think he goes through the it's 2. He goes through the political thing, would this have been possible, and then he goes through what is the other one? My brain just like wiped itself. Sorry, keep going. Oh no, I think it's just political, and then in terms of like what citizens would have accepted at the time, like in terms of like general feelings of things. So if political, he might be looking at like leadership, or he might be looking at like like political composition of states, and like would these guys have like made this deal, or would they have felt like it? And then he'll look at like what were the citizens on the ground supporting, and then he kind of sees as like, well, would it have been realistic at this point in time for a peace process to have happened either between these leaders or would these populations have accepted it? And at some points he's like, because I think he generally says like after like 48, like there's just no way that, I don't think he would have felt like there's any way that like Arabs would have accepted any peaceful agreement with Israel, because why would they? But like a big missed opportunity might have been after 67. Israel might have been able to make aggressive pursuits of peace possibly, but Israel was like too like super fascinated with the victory after the 6-Day War that it caused them to shut out like any hope of reaching peace with anybody, and that there might have been missed opportunities after 67.
Yeah, I think from 67 onwards, I think you can make those arguments. But I think before 67, it seemed I don't think Israel or the Arab states were willing to really concede anything. Because even though, they knew that like Arabs couldn't publicly budge on anything, and privately they still wanted territorial concessions, which Israel never wanted to give up. I think even Ben Gurion around that time is like on the record basically saying that like they're not that, like that's not a big priority. It's like, I think in 49 he's basically saying in regards to peace, he's just saying like, well, there's no rush. We can give it like 10 years.
Of course,
and it's because obviously the thing that they were focusing on then was getting more Jews to move to Israel. That was like the number
But then
one
also
thing.
like the problem is at this point, I think that one of the reasons why it's so hard internationally to support either side is because both sides really do seem like they'd want to keep fighting. And if one side is like aggressively pushing for peace and the other side is like, no, we're going to keep fighting, then I think that you lose a lot of international legitimacy. And I think up through, I don't know what, the 90s, or at least up through, I don't know, peace with Egypt, and then there's like the Lebanon war. Like it seems like everybody's like still kind of pretty motivated to fight. So internationally, we're just kind of like looking at them to like wait for them to solve their problems, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It really makes me wonder why, like what the world would look like if, like the Palestinian side was like dominated by a very sincere like pro-peace person, like what Israel would look like, what the settlers would look like to the rest of the world then,
Yeah, so this is a part where Shlomo talks about an issue with Palestinian leaders is now admittedly Shlomo is Israeli, so he's got more penetration here, and he does speak that for Palestinian leaders it's difficult, but I think that one of the things he brings up is that generally Israeli leaders pay a price when they try to negotiate these peaceful things, that these breakthroughs will come on the backs of leaders that decide to take like strong stances towards peace, where they're like, fuck it, I'm going to do this even if it costs me my political future, in some cases assassination, and they're willing to do that. But the problem is that it seems like Palestinian leadership hasn't gotten that figure yet who's like, I don't care if some of you think that I'm unpopular, we're going to move forward and do this. But instead, all of the Palestinian leadership, and by that I really mean Arafat, has been more interested in trying to consolidate power and keep everybody happy, rather than staking out a strong claim and saying like, hey, listen, you guys aren't going to be happy, but we're going to move forward with this because that's what we have to do. And that as long as one side is continuing to play
You don't think that happened in '93 though?
Absolutely not, no.
Like when Arafat like recognizes Israel as a country, and like you don't think that, or in '88 when they announced like they accept 2-state solution, is that not an effort towards peace?
No, because the problem when Arafat says that is at the same fucking time there are all of these stupid fucking quotes of Arafat saying this, and then him going to schools and giving speeches and shit about how
well, let's talk about the actions. Like, what is he actually doing? Right? Let's like.
Well, when we talk about actions, recognizing them as state does nothing. They're not really doing anything. But the problem is Arafat is also going around like talking to all these people, giving these public speeches about like, yes, this is stage 1 and we do this and we're just lying so that we can fight in the future and blah, 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 blah. And I think after you get like intifadas and shit and you've heard him say things publicly like that, and the fact that Arafat is like the most like weird negotiator of all time and never commits himself to anything, I think people end up not trusting him publicly.
It really makes me
mean,
wonder the rationale, because I know the rationale from not publicly from Arafat, but from Barghouti at the time, was that they believed negotiation would only work alongside like violent confrontations. And it makes me wonder, without the hindsight of the Second Intifada, like I feel like it's not insane to see why they believe that, because I don't understand still how the First Intifada was basically in a period of Likud domination since the 70s. And then out of the First Intifada, you get finally like a Labour-led coalition. You get Rabin coming in, and then you get the Oslo Accords. So it's like the First Intifada like produced, and some of it was direct. Like Rabin's, one of his big reasons was that for wanting to negotiate the peace process was because he thought that the occupation couldn't last in the way that it was forever. I don't know. Do you feel like that's kind of like sending a bit of a message as well, that like it's quite difficult for Palestinians to accept the idea that back then that non-violence or to accept that the Intifada would have been a bad idea, because it felt like it seemed like the First Intifada had actually produced quite a lot of positivity for them, right? Like
well, not only
like
that, but the only
100%
reason
and
the only reason like Israel settled with Egypt was because of the losses in the Yom Kippur War, right? So
yeah, whereas the Second Intifada just completely fucking backfired. Yeah.
In 2006 Lebanon War, right? They ended the occupation of South Lebanon, and when Israel pulled out of Gaza, Mass used that as an opportunity to say, like, look, we got them out.
Yeah, but that unfortunately that also radicalizes the Israeli side too now, though, because Israel looks like, oh well, we pulled out of South Lebanon, what did we get? Oh, Hezbollah. Well, we pulled out of Gaza, what did we get? Oh, mass Hamas. So it's like fucked on.
Sure, but what did the non-violence get? Like whenever there's moments of non-violence, like Palestinians like get literally nothing. So in their mind, well, at least for the more violent side that's advocating the violence, will say like, look, well, violence is the only thing that got us anything. The pulling out of Gaza wasn't. I mean, we all agree that pulling out of Gaza wasn't goodwill by Israel.
No, yeah, I agree. Like when October 7th rolls around, like if you're a Palestinian, you've gotten shafted for 20 fucking years. Nobody's talking about you. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Israel certainly doesn't give a fuck about you. None of the surrounding areas.
Now America's considering recognizing Palestine as a state.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily disagree with that. And Israel has literally nobody to blame but themselves for that. You should be aggressively pursuing peace in this circumstance. So it's your fault for not figuring out what the fuck is happening. It's fucking retarded. But the issue, I think, is that even when we say, like, well, in long periods of peace, what have they gotten? I think the big issue, and it sucks, but it's just that, like, I don't think the Palestinians have ever been a peaceful people. And they slowly alienated all of their partners in the region, such that, like, the Egyptian prime minister fucking hated the PLO after they tried to assassinate, I think, his fucking journalist friend. The Jordanian king obviously fucking hated the PLO. The PLO got expelled and kicked out of Lebanon, too. Like, everybody...
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
So I think like everybody has these like negative impressions of Palestinians, and that they've never been like a quote unquote peaceful people, which may or may not be fair to rope them in with all the Palestinians that are living in like the West Bank and Gaza. But yeah, it's just like it's been Arafat. Yeah, it's been fucked. Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it wasn't like the majority of Palestinians in favor of what happened to Oslo or the attempt at 2 states. I think it was like 68% of Palestinians living in Gaza and the West Bank were very supportive of that. So I would say they're just inherently.
Maybe, yeah.
Oslo had 66%, or had like 2/3 support from both Israelis and Palestinians. It was like pretty even.
Something that somebody brought up.
I wouldn't say they're in.
Or somebody brought this up. It was somebody in here. I don't know if it was you. I think it was another guy that came in to argue. But they basically like polling data is important because it can give you a pulse of like where people are at. But people can respond surprisingly to historic changes in the winds or brave leadership. That like if today like 30% of Israelis are in favor of a 2-state solution and 30% of Palestinians are in favor, I don't know the numbers, but if that was it, but like if Netanyahu came out tomorrow, with 2 really popular Palestinian leaders on screen on TV and said, listen, we've actually penned out a 2-state solution deal, blah, 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 this is what it's going to look like, that it's possible that you see support for something like that massively increase in response to that like historic leadership mood, that just because there might not be support for it right now doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible for people to negotiate stuff. You just need a leader that wants to that believes in that and wants to take that position out. That leader is not Netanyahu, by the way.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I disagree with your assessment that it's like the Palestinian people are inherently violent, right? And
well, no, I would say inherently violent. I just mean like the movements have always been like violent and terrorist, I think, yeah.
But okay. Again, going back to the Palestinians that live within Israel proper, the 1.8 million that we see are relatively peaceful, right? Especially when compared to those living in the West Bank. they're not different people, right? They're the 10% that remained.
Yeah,
after the Nakba.
I don't think it's like a genetic argument, right? It's just the argument is just like their leadership.
The leadership, the
Why are
representation.
they violent?
Yeah.
No. But why are they violent? My argument is they're violent because of military occupation and no freedom, not because they want to be violent against.
Yeah, but you have to be careful because when you play,
they're
because when you do the why are they
bitter.
violent, you can find why everybody is violent. Like everybody has a good reason to be violent, right? Like I think at this point Israel has a really good reason.
My argument is ending the occupation is ending the violence.
Yeah, but then Israel will say, okay, well we did that in Lebanon and we did that in the Gaza Strip, and look at what we got. Or they'll say after the Oslo Accords we held elections, or after the failures of Camp David, like Camp David led to nothing, and look what we got, the Second Intifada. After disengagement from the Gaza Strip, they had elections, and look what we got, Hamas. Like
these are different arguments, and we can go through them one by one. Gaza Strip, you say that they ended the quote unquote ended the occupation. Look what they got. I mean, we can go through who attacked who first after Hamas was took control of the Strip, right? We can also look at the Camp David Accords and see what the deal was and what led to the Second Intifada. Was it actually Camp David, or was it the failures of Oslo? So I don't think it's fair to say, look what we got when we give the Palestinians peace, right? Gaza has been blockaded for the entirety of its freedom from the military, and Camp David was just. I mean, we've talked about Camp David. We could go through step by step, but in the end, peace was almost agreed to. But then elections were coming up, and they had to end the talks at Taba. That's how that ended. It wasn't.
Sure, we have a huge disagreement over that. But I'm just saying that, like, we can dive into the rationale behind everything. But I'm just saying that regardless of why things happen, everybody has a reason to feel the way that they do, and like, yeah, that it is what it is. So I think it's the problem is I don't think right now Israel doesn't feel like if they do. Here's the problem: Israel feels like if they do incremental peace with the Palestinians, it's not worth it because. Well, when the places they've gotten incremental peace, it's gotten worse. And Palestinians don't want incremental peace because their interim peace agreements look like the Oslo Accords, which meant fuck all and just let Israel expand their power. So both sides have good reasons to not want incremental peace agreements. But then what? You do a more extreme peace agreement? But I don't think either side would necessarily trust or want that either. I don't even know what those negotiations would look like now. Yeah, I'm not sure. They have to happen, obviously, but yeah. I'm saying one thing that I noticed that I feel like you do this, I might do this on the Israeli side, by the way, or maybe everybody does this, is sometimes people will say, like, these are why the Palestinians feel the way they do, and then they give a very fair accounting of these are the actions that Israel's done, and then when they go to Israel, they go, Israel's wrong because of, like, international law. It's like, okay, well, if we're applying the same standard to both, like, we find that, one, everybody's in violation of a whole bunch of different types of international laws and regulations, and then two, we find that both sides have reasons to hate each other that run very, 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 very deep. I think that's one of the reasons why this conflict it seems so intractable. Is because both sides have these like legendary myths built up about each other, and they can't disentangle from.
Forget
those
about
myths.
the myths. How has this conflict even started? Like, I don't want to like dive into like every single little thing that happened in the past, but it was right. One people felt like they were getting colonized by the other. That's it, right? Benny Morris, what does he say about it? He says that I forgot what he said. Like the chief motor to Arab antagonism was the fear of dispossession.
Yeah,
displacement wasn't so there was a cause and effect, right? People got colonized and they resisted. That's essentially where we are today. The back and forth, and the idea of the West Bank. I don't believe, and you can try to fight me on this, but I don't think Israel has ever been interested in giving up the entirety of the West Bank for religious purposes. Maybe not all Israelis feel this way, but
I think at Camp David, I think they would have given up significant parts of it, or at least at the Taba summit. I think they were ready to give up.
Probably they would have given up significant parts of it. Yeah. I agree, but Camp David, I disagree. I don't think that map constituted significant parts.
Well, I mean, if they would have kept negotiating, it's not like the negotiation.
Cantons.
Well, it's not like the negotiation team with the leadership has really changed or anything between Camp David or Taba. Taba was just like basically a continuation with more American guidance, basically, of the negotiations. But I mean, like, if they didn't accept what was offered at Taba, I don't think they would have accepted it at Camp David.
They never rejected what was offered at Taba.
Yeah, of course they did.
No, they did not. That's not true.
I mean, they kind of dithered, right? Like, that was the idea. And because Arafat wanted to, like, gain more fucking capital off of the Intifada, or because he wanted to have a Republican president, because I guess, like, the Bushes had a better reputation at that point for pushing Israelis, right?
I don't know how true the idea that Arafat was just waiting for Bush is. But I know it was the Israeli. It was Ehud Barak that pulled out his negotiators from the talks because of an election in Israel.
Well, yeah, but the issue is that
Nothing to do
was
with
that the Taba summit was what incorporated the Clinton parameters, correct?
The Taba summit, yes, correct.
Yeah. So
It was-
so
it was
basically
like
for
2
Camp
weeks or
David,
months after.
yeah, for the Camp David, the Americans I think had no fucking idea about anything. They were kind of hands off on the negotiations. It seemed kind of like a clusterfuck. Nothing really got solved. And then I would have to read more for why or how. But basically, for somehow afterwards, the Clinton administration, State Department comes out with the Clinton parameters, which are a pretty meticulously and ingeniously designed balance, counterbalancing the Israeli and the Palestinian interests. Basically saying like, here's the parameters.
Are they though? I disagree.
Yes, I think they were.
I disagree with that.
Really?
How? They they literally said nothing about refugees. They gave Israel exactly what they wanted, and they didn't share any maps with anybody for what the borders would actually look like. There was no map shared, and there was a disagreement of what the West Bank means. Israel didn't include East Jerusalem in the West Bank, whereas Palestinians, they do include East Jerusalem as a part of the West Bank. So the percentages were off. There was no maps that were shared.
Hold on.
Are you sure
First of all,
the
the percentages I think were almost at 100%. In terms of total land, number one. Number two, Jerusalem has always been a separate conversation. I've never heard of Palestinians, quote unquote, including Jerusalem as part of the West Bank. I think the old city has always been like a separate, maybe spiritually they do, but in terms of negotiations,
Let me send you something. Okay, let me send you something to the contrary. But keep going.
Let me see if I can find out what was listed in all these Clinton parameters. I don't know if I took notes on these particularly, or I'll just look in the book where it was. Or actually, wait. Do
He
you
lists
have...
them all in the books, doesn't he?
I think he does, but also there's like a wiki that just lists these all.
77% of the West Bank, safe passage, would linking the Gaza Strip, clean of Jewish settlements, would be part of the Palestinian state, the West Bank. Additional assets within Israel, such as docks and the ports of Ashdod and Haifa, could be used by Palestinians so as to wrap up a deal for all practical purposes. Could be tantamount to 100% territory. Jordan Valley, that whole like military exaggerated fucking benefits, that the mythological strategic asset.
Oh, and there were like
sovereignty.
There were like 4 crucial issues relating to like I think it was like refugees. I think it was like the old city. It might have been like the Temple Mount. I think there were 4 big things. I need to go back and look at this. But I think at the end, the Israeli delegation literally said, listen, you take 2, we'll take 2. You have your solution for 2, we'll have our solution for 2. Like on even like a step further relating to the Clinton parameters. But the Clinton parameters seemed like a really good balance of what everybody would have wanted that could have been happy by the end of things.
I think they did comment on refugees as well, didn't they? Because that was the multi-billion-dollar fund.
Yes.
That's in the Clinton parameters as well.
And I think Israel might have agreed to take
just
100,000.
no refugees to Israel proper.
Yeah,
they did agree to 100,000 in Taba.
Oh no, wait. You said no
again,
refugees to Israel proper. I thought they were willing to take 100,000 to Israel proper, and then the rest would go
in
to
Taba.
the.
I'm talking about the Clinton parameters. You said were a fair starting point, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we're a good like
So
take it
I
or
would
leave
say
it.
that they're not because, and the reason I would say that they're not is if you were to look at what the real starting point is, and again, you may disagree, because the borders have already been defined by the ICJ when they say that it is East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza Strip belong to the Palestinians.
Sure. So here, so this is like a rhetorical argument that I need to get ready for.
Comes in, wait, hold on, no, hold on. When Clinton comes in and says, okay, the reason why we're going to give these percentages to Israel is because they have these large settlement blocks that they built illegally within Palestinian territory.
Sure.
So I see this as the Clinton parameters being set up more in Israel's favor as opposed to a real neutral position.
So I understand that perspective, but like Finkelstein does this argument a lot where his arguments about how things ought to be negotiated basically start and stop with like international law and what's fair or whatever. But the reality is nobody negotiates like this. None of these are realistic. The Palestinians themselves have unfortunately dramatically undermined those international law positions. So, for instance, Palestinians will scream 242, 242, 242. Land can't be acquired through war over and over again. But then the PLO threw their weight behind Saddam Hussein after he invaded Kuwait. Like so to start from like international law, I just don't think is like a good. Like it has to be like what are both sides like? What are the realities, the political and social realities that exist right now?
like, how are you going to equate Arafat's decision to like international law says about the territory?
Because if you're saying over and over again that you support,
and in that case, well, yeah, in that case, Arafat was wrong.
Well, but not just wrong, but I mean, it's
territory from the Kuwait.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it also
It's illegal. They shouldn't have took it, and I agree. Let's go to the UN and let's make them give that land back. So it goes both ways. I accept the premise on both sides.
Sure, I'm just saying that like starting from international law doesn't get anybody anywhere, because that's not where people are typically starting their negotiations at. Like, nobody's going to start from international law. They're going to start at like what are the social and political realities on the ground? Like, what will both people support, basically?
I mean, don't they? Is this so? To you, Axel, is this like, say, this map here on my screen? I don't know if you can see it. The one from the Clinton parameters. Is this Is this map so this map to you is like contradictory to 242, right? Is that kind of where you're going from?
I don't see a map that you're sharing on screen.
On my stream.
Okay, on your stream. Hold on.
I could send you a screenshot, actually. Fuck. Because it sounds like what you're saying is it needs to be the 67 borders, nothing more, nothing less. That would be the neutral position.
I'm seeing it. Okay. No, I think land swaps are fair, right? Land swaps that equal to 100% of the territory are fair.
It also
doesn't have to be the exact borders.
If I go by the negotiating positions too of like the Palestinians historically, I think in the West, I think we fixate a lot on land swaps. I don't know if those are the major negotiating points of the Palestinians. I don't know if they care about land as much. That was one of the points that Shlomo made, was that like land percentages were never as big of a deal. The big deals were things about like, what does the old city look like? What are the, and then like, what does the refugee situation look like?
I agree. Old City is a part of East Jerusalem, which again, international law technically belongs to the Palestinians. And I don't know if, I believe in the reservations that Israel had sent back, they had included that they disagreed with Palestinians getting sovereignty over the Temple Mount. This could be like a different negotiation, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I mean, my argument has been this whole time that since, I want to say, 88, Palestinians have accepted 2 states on the basis of 67 borders, and some sort of resolution to the refugees, whether it's a portion of them returning, like 100,000, 200,000. I don't think they've ever officially asked for more than speaking in publicly, they asked for all of them, but I think during the negotiations, it's been like 400, 500, 600,000 at max, and that number is probably realistically needs to be shrunk. But Israel has never accepted that, one, their settlements are illegal. So why should they start from the 67 borders, right? That's why they've been so against it. And that's why in all these negotiations...
Sure, but I mean, like, realistically for negotiations, like, everybody's accepted that there's going to be settlement, like, clusters that are going to be, like, ceded over to Israel's territory. Like, that's like a non...
And look, man, I'm against Israelis and Jewish people not being able to live in Hebron. That's why I'm for one state, because I feel like they've historically lived there, and they've historically lived in Nablus and these other locations, and Palestinians have historically lived in Jaffa and Haifa. That's why I've been, but realistically, one state is just not possible. So 2 states seems like the start, and maybe in like 50 years or 100 years, one state happens. But yeah, I think all these negotiations have just been Palestinian concessions and no concessions from the Israeli side. The most concessions that have happened were during Taba, and Israel is the one that pulled out. So,
I mean, I still disagree with, I don't know if there's any characterization given by anybody that says that like Israel just pulled out. Like, Arafat was like 10 days late, I think, on his response to like the actual parameters. And I think when he actually gave his response, he basically didn't accept like any of the parameters or the spirit of them at all. Like, I think he basically outright rejected them with the exceptions that he gave to them.
I think what Saib Erekat had said, that they were within weeks of a final agreement and they were making so much progress. But again, even if they did lead to an acceptance at Taba, do you believe realistically that that Israeli society would have accepted that? I personally don't, especially at the tail end of the term, Ehud's term.
I think they would have. Yeah, I think they would have.
Never actually happened.
I think they would have accepted it.
Maybe, yeah, I don't know, but maybe. I mean, who knows? But at the end of the day, one side did pull out, and it wasn't the Palestinians. Palestinians didn't reject the talks.
I mean, I think they did.
What is
by not giving
on your screen?
I don't know. But I think by not giving a real response and by literally, I think
they didn't give a response. What do you mean they were negotiating?
No. The Clinton parameters were not an invitation to negotiate outside the parameters. Like the Clinton parameters were basically like, this is like what we're gonna do, take it or leave it. And the Israeli delegation was like, okay, yeah, we can work within these parameters. And Arafat was like, he flew around the world for 10 days, fucked around, and then he gave like.
Did you read through both reservations?
I haven't read through them exactly yet, but I've read through different characterizations of it. But it's only like 20 pages. I mean, we can read them if you want.
I felt like, what was your takeaway from the reservations list?
The way that I've heard the reservations described by Shlomo Ben-Ami, by David Ross? I don't remember the name.
Dennis Ross.
Dennis Ross.
Dennis, yeah.
And I think one other article by maybe Badar. I need to do better getting these names remembered. But basically the idea was that Israel replied back saying that, like, well, for some of these parameters, like, it's going to be really hard to do this in the way that you said, but basically we can try our best. And that for the Arafat statement, it was basically like, listen, I kind of accept it, except here are all the problems. And the problems were just like completely unworkable. Basically, he rejected it. His yes was a no. And I think that statement has been repeated by, I think it's the Saudi ambassador, the Egyptian ambassador, and by the Israeli negotiators as well. That Arafat's yes was essentially a no.
Great. So if we read through, I remember when you started reading through the Arab reservations or the Palestinian reservations, and the question was an asking of a map. Your first response to that was, why was there no map that was sent?
Mm-hmm.
When you thought it was, when I had thought as well that it was this Israeli's response, but it looks like the first portion is the Palestinian response. And
yeah, because I also had like a really Western view of this, because I thought the map and the territory was really fucking important, but I don't actually think that's as important. From my understanding now, reading through all the peace agreements, the actual borders and the actual land itself have never been like the most pressing questions. The most pressing questions have been like, is it going to be an actual state? Are we going to do like repatriation of refugees? What happens to like East Jerusalem and the old city? Like these have been like the really pressing important questions. And that's like, these are all the things that like the Oslo Accords, for instance, like completely stayed away from. Like getting the land part or the border part of like the Oslo Accords and the territories, that was like relatively easy. But the holy sites and everything are like the more difficult, and the refugee problem are the more difficult parts.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to look for read through the Israelis' reservations. So I think one of the main points that from the Israeli reservations is that they would not sign or transfer ever any sovereignty to the Temple Mount to the Palestinians, and this is again what Ehud Barak says: no Israeli prime minister will accept one refugee on the basis of the right of return.
Was that part of the Clinton parameters?
So it looks like this was on December 31st. Barak declared that Israel had accepted the Clintons' proposals, but will not accept the Palestinians' right to return to Israel and sovereignty over the Temple Mount. We can go through the actual response in the letter that you had open. I don't know if you still have it open.
Where are the?
Can
I see like the actual Clinton parameters? Oh wait, fuck.
I know, very frustrating.
Wait. To accept in 4 days as condition were presented orally on the 23rd of December 2000. The unofficial text of the Clinton parameters. All right, hold on. Seriously? Wayback Machine.
I think your biggest disagreement with Finkelstein is going to be he's going to push that international law, right?
Yeah, that's why I said that's like the rhetorical part. Yeah, because it's just like this quoting of international law over and over and over again. But like, yeah, that's just.
I mean, I think if you're going to quote international law against the Palestinians, I'm sure he'd accept that. But
well, I'm not quoting it against the Palestinians. I'm just saying that like international law is not like the foundation for negotiations between these two people. I don't think, because it's a little bit
According
hairy.
to-
According to every single like peace agreement, I think that's been like worked out so far, and even according to like different sides' interpretations of like what international law necessarily means. Like for instance, for Resolution 242.
Sounds vague. I don't know.
Well, they are vague. Like for instance, like people will appeal to Resolution 242. Resolution 242 doesn't mention the Palestinians having like a state, right? It just talks of them as refugees.
Okay, what about the people that okay, forget 242. What about the people that reference the resolution, the peaceful settlement of the Palestinian question that references 242 in the context? Okay, yeah, this is for a Palestinian state.
Yes, because later on, I
context.
think it was. I don't think it was with Egypt. It might have been with Jordan. At a later point, Israel slightly revised their interpretation of 242 to include like a Palestinian state. But during their recognition of that, Israel had said that they had satisfied their conditions under 242 of territorial acquisition by giving the Sinai back to Egypt. And in settling that bilateral agreement with Egypt, they said that they had satisfied their obligations under 242. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that the international law arguments are very compelling here for either side. And it's just like when these people go to negotiate with each other, just like screaming international law at each other isn't going to be satisfactory. Like the reality is both people have things that they really want, and both people are probably going to have to give up things that they don't want to give up in order to make things work.
I don't know if saying that 242 doesn't mention Palestinians is necessarily the best argument, because they would just say occupation, right? Because it does say the principle about not taking occupation, but occupied
Well, the
land,
problem,
but
so the problem with 242, the problem with 242 is Israel fought really hard over the wording of 242. And initially, 242 was going to say the occupation of the territories after war, and Israel fought to change that to for territories, because they said that they could satisfy their obligations under 242 by giving back some territory at a later date. And then 242 doesn't explicitly reference the creation of a Palestinian state ever, or even reference returning territories to Palestinians. I don't even know if it actually ever refers to Palestinians. It might just say the refugee problem, I think.
Because I don't understand. That's the problem I get, is because I feel like people who invoke 242 as if it's gospel, I feel like more honest, like pro-Palestinian voices know that 242 actually is a problem for them because it took that word out.
Well, kind of, but the issue, what Axel says, is that later on in other Israeli negotiations, Israel has updated its understanding of 242. I think it might have been during Oslo 1, or Oslo 2, the second part. I think Israel updated their understanding of 242 to say, well, okay, we recognize that this probably means that the Palestinians need a state, I think. Like they revised their, I'm going to do a whole thing on 242, so I have this exactly, but yeah, but that, like the evolution of that. But I'm saying that how we even interpret 242, this changes over time based on these like bilateral agreements and negotiations. It's never just like an appeal to, well, international law. Like there's always going to be.
I don't think they've ever. No one's ever like said that 242 definitely means the 6-7 borders, no more, no less, right?
Correct.
Like I don't think. Yeah. That's never changed. Even 338 doesn't say that. It just says 240. Yeah. Okay. What do you say to the people who say that the French version of 242 says the
French are just weird. They do a lot of weird shit. They're just their own people.
It's just a language thing, isn't it? Is it possible to say it without?
I think for France and NATO, I think they literally demand that everything that NATO, like if you see NATO documents, you see that they're also in French. It's because France like demands that. It's why Quebec has like. That's why Canada has 2 languages. French people they're very proud. Okay.
Wow.
So, what about the argument, Destiny, about the ICJ ruling or opinion, where they essentially state that all of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and the Gaza Strip are occupied Palestinian territories?
I don't know if they state that. I know that they might state that, but they might. But I mean, like again, what do we do with that? Okay, yeah. But then, like, what do we do with that?
Oh, end the occupation, right? Occupation bad. These are
that's just not happening, right? It's just not happening.
For security reasons, or for what?
For the fact that there are settlements there. No, I don't think the security argument is very compelling. But Israel will say for security reasons. I mean, they have a little bit of it, I guess, but they'll say because of security reasons, just because too many people are. Yeah, go ahead.
Would you be against if Benjamin Netanyahu comes out tomorrow miraculously and says we're ending the occupation and we're pulling back to the Green Line and dismantling all the settlements? Would you be against that move?
And you're assuming that like he could actually get it done?
Yeah, assuming Israeli society goes with it.
I don't know. I'd probably be like okay with it, like 51% okay. I could be convinced either way, but I don't think I would like I don't think I'd be super opposed to it. The only
What is
question in my
the
mind basically
other way being against it?
What?
Like, why would you, what's the 49% of being against
The only thing I'm thinking in terms, I just don't know in terms of like logistics. Like if some Israeli guy's gonna come in here and go like, oh, you know that like 500,000 people live in the West Bank, and if they all move back to Israel proper, there's not enough like houses for them or some shit like that. I don't know. But like conceptually, I don't think I would have a huge issue with that.
Okay.
But I don't think politically there's.
That you're for dismantling the settlements.
Yeah, because settlements are gay, and I don't. I just don't think that like I don't. I just don't think they're. I think they're stupid. And for like 50 million.
What makes a settlement a settlement? What like which settlements are you against? Those within the Green Line? If so, why?
I mean, like basically anything taken post like 67, I think is kind of stupid.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree. So anything post 67 belongs to GUC should belong to the Palestinians.
Well, it should belong to the Jordanians. I think, but I'm just saying that like
realistically.
Well, realistically, I mean, you say realistically. You can't say like you can't invoke like a crazy hypothetical and then say realistically in the hypothetical, because you're talking about giving it to a people that don't even have a state. I mean, like 67. They shouldn't have started settling territory that they didn't have a demographic advantage in. That was just stupid for a whole host of reasons that Israel's paying the price for now on October 7th and will continue to until they settle for peace. Yeah. Yeah, it was just a really dumb idea. but I just think realistically it's just a non-starter to say like, oh yeah, we're dismantling all the settlements. Also, I don't even think Palestinians want all the settlements dismantled. I think that if you like, for instance, if you were to tell Palestinians, we're going to let 1 million Palestinians come back to Israel, we're going to keep all of the major settlements near the Green Line, you're going to have like 85% of the West Bank, 85% of your territory, but we're also going to give you like the entire East Jerusalem. I think Palestinians are like, oh fuck it, yeah, we'll take this. I think they're probably okay with it. I don't know if like the actual land percentage.
Yeah,
I don't know if
know.
most of the settlements actually matter. That's the only reason why I'm like a little bit warm to the idea of like the cluster settlements near the Green Line.
Palestinians have
been already expelled from those areas.
They don't matter because
Israel's policy of colonization or territorial expansion has been effective, right? Yeah, which is why it's scary to say they don't matter because that basically
because Palestinians are willing to make concessions for peace. That's why they don't like. Palestinians have said we're willing to keep 60% of the settlers in place. It's a huge concession, and Israel wanted like 80-some%.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. But it's hard when these concessions come after lost wars, I think is hard. But Palestinians are unique.
So you keep going back to the lost wars, but those lost wars, the Palestinians aren't asking for the 47 partition. So those wars are almost irrelevant. You agree that the 60. I don't know if you agree or disagree.
Well, but hold on, wait. Be really careful. Well, you got to be really careful what you're saying because that's actually exactly what they're asking for. They're basically asking for the 47 partition, right? Because the 67 war is what legitimized the 47 borders. When people say 67 borders, they're really talking about like what came after 48.
49 borders are what they're talking about.
Yeah, well, but the 49 borders, they pushed past a little bit what the partition lines were, but roughly speaking, that was the legitimization of the partition plan, was the 67 territory acquisition. Because once that happened, they're like, okay, hold on. Well, the borders you had before, let's go back to those, which were a little bit further than
There's a big difference between the 47 partition plan, UN partition plan, 181 borders, and the 49 end of the war borders.
Are there huge differences? I'm curious.
Palestinians aren't asking.
I don't. My assumptions are not that huge, but I can look. Actually, I could be wrong on that.
Less than half.
Oh, okay. Maybe it is.
It's literally less than half.
Yeah, let me check. Hold on.
Like 45%, 46%, down to like 21%.
Oh wait, is it because of like all the territory in the Negev? Is that where most of the expansion came from?
No, and they take the north as well. They take where Haifa and Nazareth is. They take that all during the war.
They take the Galilee. They take a bunch of shit from the fucking like the edges of like towards the West Bank, and they take a bunch from the Negev, and they shrink Gaza. Yeah.
Yeah, like from the.
Yeah, they took a bunch of shit. Because it was originally 55-45. It was originally 55-45% in favor of the Jews. And then 67 borders are like what, 78-22 or something?
Okay, yeah, I see it. So there's areas up in the north. This is the sea of Galilee, right? Is the North Sea here?
Yeah.
And then this is River Jordan, and it goes down to the Jordan.
So them losing the 48 war is them losing that extra territory that they could have partitioned, and now they lost it, right?
Yeah.
So that argument is, well, they lost war, so why are they going to ask for more?
Okay, sure. So maybe not necessarily the 47 borders, but it legitimizes their War of Independence borders after 67. is recognizing them, saying like, okay, well, let's go back to the War of Independence borders, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't remember what this point was initially. I just don't.
Borders,
I think realistically, I don't think that's going to happen.
They lost the wars, so they shouldn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what war have they lost since they started taking more land?
Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur, wasn't that after Israel had taken all of the West Bank?
Yeah, Israel took all the territory in 67. Yom Kippur happens in 73, and then they.
Yom Kippur was when they gave after Yom Kippur is when they gave the
Sinai back to Egypt. Yeah,
right.
Mm-hmm.
And is that when they also? Yeah. Okay. So Yom Kippur, they didn't acquire any new land. They just gave some back.
Did they acquire new land in Yom Kippur? I think they moved to the West Bank of the Suez after. I don't know if they took that land or not. I know they got closer to Cairo than they'd ever been. I don't know if they actually conquered it anymore or not. But yeah, I mean that's when they gave it back.
I mean, yeah, I think I really don't know what you're going to disagree with in the debate. Like, what you think the main point of contentions are going to be for you? And
well, my issue is going to be Finkelstein's reading of international law. I think is really bad. And then my second reading, well, at least in relation to like war crimes and stuff. And then I think the second thing is going to be, I guess, like a starting point for negotiations. I just don't think screaming like international law only over and over again is going to be the basis for any resolution to any of these problems.
Axel, what were you saying about? Sorry, go on.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
What were you saying about the sticking points in the Temple Mount in Clinton parameters, or in Taba? What was your position on what was happening there?
Yeah, I believe in the Clinton parameters, Barack was against giving any sovereignty to the Temple Mount to the Palestinians.
Was this not between Camp David and Taba? Was there not one of the offered compromises? Was not from Ben Ami actually the suggestion that Palestinians do have sovereignty over the Temple Mount?
I think
and
that
the only
came
condition
after
was
Taba?
during Taba.
Yeah,
during Taba. I was talking about
and I think
the Clinton parameters.
Did the Clinton parameters not offer sovereignty over the Temple Mount, but not for like underneath? Because the whole thing was like don't excavate underneath because that's like where the old temple was. Is that not the compromise that was offered?
Have to go. So as I understand it, a part of the Clinton parameters.
Or here, real quick, actually, if you want, I can just read. They're 4 pages. I can just read the Clinton parameters. Somebody brought them up. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so U.S. attendance is with the Clinton team, the Palestinian team is Saeb Erekat, and then the Israeli team headed by Shlomo Ben Ami. Okay, these are the minutes. Territory from Clinton. Based on what I've heard, I believe that the solution should be in the mid-90s, between 94 to 96% of the West Bank territory of the Palestinian state. The land annexed by Israel should be compensated by a land swap of 1 to 3% in addition to territorial arrangements such as a permanent safe passage. I believe that's between Gaza and the West Bank is what he's talking about. The parties should also consider the swap of leased land to meet their respective needs. There are creative ways for doing this that should address Palestinian and Israeli needs and concerns. The parties should develop a map consistent with the following criteria, and then 4 points are listed. 80% of settlers in blocks, contiguity, minimized annexed areas, and minimize the number of Palestinians affected. Security. The key lies in an additional presence that can only be withdrawn by mutual consent. This presence will also monitor the implementation of the agreement between both sides. My best judgment is that the Israeli withdrawal should be carried out over 36 months, while international force gradually induced into the area. At the end of this period, a small Israeli presence would remain in fixed locations in the Jordan Valley under the authority of the international force for another 36 months. This period could be reduced in the event of favorable regional developments that diminish the threats to Israel. On early warning stations, Israel should maintain 3 facilities in the West Bank with a Palestinian liaison presence. The stations will be subject to review after 10 years, with any changes in status to be mutually agreed upon. Regarding emergency deployments, I understand that you still have to develop a map of the relevant areas and routes, but in defining what is an emergency, I propose the following definition. Imminent and demonstrable threat to Israel's national security of a military nature that requires the activation of a national state of emergency. Of course, the international forces will need to be notified of any such determination. On airspace, I suggest that the state of Palestine will have sovereignty over its airspace, but that the two sides should work out special arrangements for Israeli training and operational needs. I understand that the Israeli position is that Palestine should be defined as a demilitarized state, while the Palestinian side proposes a state with limited arms. As a compromise, I suggest calling it a non-militarized state. This will be consistent with the fact that in addition to a strong Palestinian security force, Palestine will have an international force for border security and deterrence purposes. For Jerusalem and refugees, I have a sense that the remaining gaps have more to do with formulations than practical realities. For Jerusalem, the general principle is that Arab areas in Palestine and Jewish ones are Israeli. This would apply to the Old City as well. I urge the two sides to work on maps to create maximum contiguity for both sides. Regarding the Haram/Temple Mount, I believe that the gaps are not related to practical administration, but to the symbolic issues of sovereignty and to finding a way to accord respect to the religious beliefs of both sides. I know you've been discussing a number of formulations, and you can agree on one of these. I add to these two additional formulations guaranteeing Palestinian effective control over the Haram while respecting the conviction of the Jewish people. Regarding either one of these two formulations will be international monitoring to provide mutual confidence. 1. Palestinian sovereignty over the Hara, the Israeli sovereignty over the Western Wall and the space sacred to Judaism, of which it is a part, the Western Wall and the Holy of Holies, of which it is a part. There will be a firm commitment by both not to excavate beneath the Haram or behind the wall. And then 2, Palestinian sovereignty over the Haram and Israeli sovereignty over the Western Wall, and shared functional sovereignty over the issue of excavation under the Haram and behind the wall, as that mutual consent would be requested before any excavation can take place. For refugees, I sense that the differences are more relating to formulations and less to what will happen on a practical level. I believe that Israel is prepared to acknowledge the moral and material suffering caused to the Palestinian people as a result of the 1948 war and the need to assist the international community in addressing the problem. An international commission should be established to implement all of the aspects that flow from your agreement: compensation, resettlement, rehabilitation, etc. The U.S. is prepared to lead an international effort to help the refugees. The fundamental gap is on how to handle the concept of the right of return. I know the history of the issue and how hard it will be for the Palestinian leadership to appear to be abandoning this principle. The Israeli side could not accept any reference to a right of return that would imply a right to immigrate to Israel in defiance of Israel's sovereign policies on admission, or that would threaten the Jewish character of the state. Any solution must address both needs. The solution will have to be consistent with the two-state approach that both sides have accepted as the way to end the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. The state of Palestine is the homeland of the Palestinian people, and the state of Israel is the homeland of the Jewish people. Under the two-state solution, the guiding principle should be that the Palestinian state will be the focal point for Palestinians who choose to return to the area without ruling out that Israel will accept some of these refugees. I believe that we need to adopt a formulation on the right of return that will make clear that there is no specific right of return to Israel itself, but that does not negate the aspiration of the Palestinian people to return to the area. In light of the above, I propose 2 alternatives. 1, both sides recognize the right of Palestinian refugees to return to historic Palestine, or both sides recognize the right of Palestinian refugees to return to their homeland. The agreement will define the implementation of this general right in a way that is consistent with the two-state solution. I would list the 5 possible final homes for the refugees. 1 is the state of Palestine. 2, areas in Israel being transferred to Palestine in the land swap. 3, rehabilitation in host country. 4, resettlement in a third country. And 5, admission to Israel. This is the last page. In listing these options, the agreement will make clear that the return to the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and areas acquired in the land swap would be a right to all Palestinian refugees, while rehabilitation in host countries, resettlement in third countries, and absorption into Israel will depend upon the policies of those countries. Israel could indicate in the agreement that it intends to establish a policy so that some of the refugees would be absorbed into Israel consistent with Israel's sovereign decision. I believe that priority should be given to the refugee population in Lebanon. The parties would agree that this implements Resolution 194. The end of conflict. I propose that the agreement clearly mark the end of the conflict and its implementation put an end to all claims. This could be implemented through a UN Security Council resolution that notes that resolutions 242 and 338 have been implemented, and through the release of Palestinian prisoners. And concluding remarks, I believe that this is the outline of a fair and lasting agreement. It gives the Palestinian people the ability to determine their future on their own land, a sovereign and viable state recognized by the international community, Al-Quds as its capital, sovereignty over the Haram, and new lives for the refugees. It gives the people of Israel a genuine end to the conflict, real security, the preservation of sacred religious ties, and incorporation of 80% of its settlers into Israel, and the largest Jewish Jerusalem in history, recognized by all as its capital. This is the best I can do. Brief your leaders and tell me if they are prepared to come for discussions based on these ideas. If so, I would like to meet them next week separately. If not, I've taken this as far as I can. These are my ideas. If they are not accepted, they are not just off the table. They also go with me when I leave office. So this is the Clinton parameters.
So he is saying Palestinian sovereignty over the Haram, but not excavation. That's the thing I imagined, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
What is the excavation?
So
Are people trying to dig up the
but I
Ten
think-
Commandments, or what the fuck is this?
And unfortunately, fucking Arafat's problem with that was the negotiating team would generally say that it's not our place to speak on behalf of the Muslim world because it's the Haram al-Sharif. But I think Arafat particularly believed the excavation thing was a violation of their sovereignty because they don't. I think Arafat at one of the meetings actually said that a Jewish temple had never existed there. That was like one of his positions.
Yeah, I mean, regardless though, I read this as Clinton clearly knew what he was talking about. He was probably very aware of what was going on in the region between both sides. But
Yeah.
I still feel reading through this or hearing Destiny read through this that it's more taking on the position of what Israelis want and what Israel wants.
Well,
More so
what do you
than
think
it
needs?
is-
What else needs to be in here?
So first of all, before I go through what I think needs to be in there, I don't think Israel. I think Ehud Barak explicitly said that Palestinians, they wouldn't accept them getting sovereignty over the Temple Mount at all, not just excavation, any sovereignty. We can read through that if you're interested, but so to me, that's a big reservation. That's clearly outside of the Clinton parameters, right?
Well, hold on, wait. Did
Ehud
Barak
Barak is-
Did Barak say this is part of the negotiations, or was that like a comment that he made after the negotiations fell through?
We can see. We can go through that.
Because I know that he made
had,
statements
like,
afterwards, but I think it was because he was trying to salvage his political shit. Because after it was fucked, it was like, okay, well, we were never going to give this up anyway, basically.
Oh, in the letters that you had open, the PDF, I wonder if it mentions.
It was in 2000. It was in
the letter.
2001.
Okay.
2001, Barak publicly stated he was never going to accept
Yeah.
sovereignty over the Temple Mount.
Yeah. But I mean, I think they clearly, I think they were in a position to.
I mean, but he's saying he wouldn't have.
He's saying afterwards, yeah, but it's because the negotiations had already fallen through. It was fucked at that point. So of course he's going to salvage politically what he can. But for the negotiation,
Taba still into the
was Taba at the end of? It was either December 2000 or like January 2001. Let me check. Hold on. I need to memorize
January.
Okay, it was January 2001. But I want to say those Barak comments, I think, came after Taba was basically done. And then he was like, yeah, fuck them. I would have never done shit anyway.
Wasn't he kicked out by that point, 2001?
He might have been, yeah. Because his whole like administration was basically falling apart at this point, especially once the Second Intifada started, yeah.
Actually, whoa, I might. Yeah, because it was January. Taba was January 2001.
Yeah.
Barak gets defeated in February. January 2001, he said that he wouldn't. I need to find the exact date for that. Hang on. I wonder if he said it before or after Arafat's comments, because that thing about saying that we're not going to concede it because the Jews never had a temple there is kind of mental. But let me see.
Maybe, yeah. But regardless of what he said, I think that the delegation seemed, because in the Israeli comments on the Clinton parameters, did they say like, well, we're never doing this? Because my understanding is they made that additional offer where like, listen, you take 2 holy sites, we'll take 2 holy sites, and we'll just settle it based on that.
Yeah, I don't think the reservations letter mentioned we're never going to give up the Temple Mount.
Yeah,
I don't think that
because
was
the public statements by politicians are going to be different probably than their personal political aspirations, which is another thing that I learned going through all of this bullshit.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out.
Okay, so I'm reading.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, so I'm not gonna be here. Give me 1 sec. Hold on. Just.
All right. No, I was just gonna say I was gonna read through the reservations. Do you have a link to the reservations?
Yeah. I don't even know if it's necessarily okay to call them both reservations, but anyway, I'll just find it for you.
I got it.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you call them both reservations when?
Because the tone of what the Israeli side is saying is like they've basically given this after they've agreed to them, whereas Arafat's not. His response was very delayed. It feels like the Israeli response reads more like a here's what we would have liked, but we're giving up for the sake of the negotiation. I could be wrong. I might have to misread it, but
I think Clinton calls them reservations. I think Clinton says they both accepted with reservations.
Okay, well, Clinton also said that he never had sexual relations with that woman. I don't know. I'm just saying that like they sound like very different reservations. Like they sound like a very like to give the same word to both of them just doesn't seem. It feels like the Palestinian one is very much more like what they say about refugees, right? They are properly saying like fucking we're not giving up people's right of return to Israel. Like they're like it's like very explicit. Whereas I think for say it's like the for the Temple Mount. They're saying like fucking the United States formulations on the Haram are problematic. First, the proposal appears to recognize Israeli sovereignty under the Haram by implying that it has a right, which it voluntarily relinquishes, to excavate behind the Western Wall, i.e. under the Haram. Moreover, the Western Wall extends to areas beyond the Wailing Wall, including the tunnel opened in '96 by Netanyahu, which caused confrontations. Yeah, that's like further clarification. But I don't consider that the same kind of reservation as like the way Arafat was talking about fucking refugees, or the Palestinians were talking about refugees.
Yeah, so here's my issue with the
sorry,
refugees
I'm
problem
fucking dumb
with-
as shit. Yeah, go on, sorry.
I was
Sorry,
going to
just
say,
interrupted,
like,
that's okay.
Clinton is asking them both, is asking both sides to relinquish or call the 194 UN Resolution 194 being implemented, whilst Israel is essentially saying no, no one's returning to Israel. How does it then have been implemented? By going to the Palestinian territory exclusively isn't implementing 194. That's not what 194 calls for. That's what I'm saying. Clinton is giving a very watered down resolution to, okay, this is going to meet all of the Israeli needs, whereas 95% of the world, the ICJ, every single international organization is saying, well, no, those territories belong to the Palestinians, and right of return is something that should be discussed, but again, it's still technically the right of the Palestinians.
I'm going to go through Jerusalem first, and from the Israeli side, and then the refugee thing. So the Jerusalem side here from the reservations is they're saying Israel understands that the fundamental principle underlying the president's ideas concerning the compound of the Haram is that what is holy to Islam shall be under Palestinian sovereignty, and what is holy to Judaism shall be under Israeli sovereignty. Accordingly, the Western Wall and the space sacred to Jews of which it is a part, or B, holy of the holiest of which it is a part, should be understood to incorporate the Kotel tunnel, the Makhem, is it building, the Kotel itself, and the remaining part of the wall towards the south wall, as well as the Ophel Garden, City of David, Mount Olives, and the tombs of the kings and prophets. Like something like that seems very much like a concession. Whereas when I see, what's the Palestinian thing about refugees? Where is it? He said,
Well, I'm
is it
reading
here?
I'm reading the letter that was sent, quote unquote reservations that was sent. I'm seeing something different.
It's saying here, like, because it just sounds like to me this sounds like a mixed message, if I remember correctly. It's the essence of the right of return is choice. Palestinians should be given the option to choose where they wish to settle, including return to the homes from which they were driven. There is no historical precedent for a people abandoning their fundamental right to return to their homes, whether they were forced to leave or fled in war. We will not be the first people to do so. This is one of the most ahistorical things I've ever read in my life. But recognition of the right of return and the provision of choice to refugees is a prerequisite for the closure of the conflict. But then he follows up by saying we're prepared to think flexibly and creatively about the mechanisms for implementing the right of return. In many discussions with Israel, mechanisms for implementing this right in such a way as to end the refugee status and the refugee problem, as well as to otherwise accommodate Israeli concerns, have been identified and elaborated in some detail. The United States proposal fails to make reference to any of these advances and refers back to earlier Israeli negotiating positions. So the thing there is like
I don't disagree with any of that.
It seems to be quite firm on the choice thing first of all, and then with the ahistorical thing that apparently no refugee has ever like relinquished the right to their home, which is weird. But yeah, it seems like a mixed signal to me. No,
I mean, I see this as it is the way they see it is this is 100% within their right based on Resolution 194 that full right of return is their right, but they're willing to negotiate and accommodate Israel and Israel's concerns. But what Clinton does is he just puts out all the Israeli negotiator talking points by saying, essentially, it's up to Israel whether or not they let anybody within Israel proper.
So first of all, I don't think 194 is agreed upon by either groups for this, was it? It was supposed to be based on 242 and 338. I don't think they said that they were going to negotiate on 194.
194 was mentioned in the Clinton parameters that Destiny just read through, that both sides would agree that 194 has been implemented if they do this.
Okay.
I think that was part of what Clinton said, yeah.
But how does that resolve
clearly,
how does that resolve the Palestinian side saying that that the essence is choice? How do you square that them.
Wait, what are you
it's not just
saying?
going to be people can just choose to go wherever the fuck they want to.
Wait,
I think
which
the
part are you
Palestinians
having
are saying
trouble?
that it's choice to return to Israel if they want.
Yeah, and including down to the home. They're saying they return to homes because it's assuming homes that people actually live in as well. So,
I
how do you
read that
square
as
that
that's
with
their right.
thinking flexibly? Okay.
Sure. So that's their right, is what he's saying. But at the same time, they're willing to negotiate that right, not to outright say no. They're not going to get any of it. They're not going to be able to go. None of them are going to be able to go to Israel proper. I think the way that Palestinian delegation has wrote this up was, it's Palestinians' fundamental right to be able to return based on 194. We're willing to compromise based on Israeli concerns. But what Clinton parameters does is it completely removes the requirement of Palestinians being able to return to Israel proper, and completely gives that option to Israel.
Do you think if it had an obligation for Israel to accept, say, 100,000 people or something, that would have resolved it in your eyes, according to this?
I think that would have a huge difference, yeah, because I believe that's also around the number that was proposed during Taba, about 100,000, and that's the same negotiations where they were saying that they're close to a resolution. I think 100,000 is completely fair. Obviously, they're not going to accept 6 million or whatever that number is, but I don't think any Palestinian leadership has ever expected 6 million to return. They're just saying fundamentally that's their right. But we understand the concern. We understand that it's difficult for Israel to accept.
Okay.
I can see the argument for both sides. My whole thing when I first discussed this with Destiny is, I feel like it's always been posed as the Palestinians have always been the ones that are the reason why these negotiations has failed. I think it's just completely false. If you're negotiating over something, but you're starting from the starting point is based on what the other person wants to negotiate from, it's completely up to them, and their biggest ally doesn't seem very fair.
Yeah, but your issue is when you're negotiating, it's like the classic problem of the Palestinians are just always going to be one generation behind what they're negotiating for, as long as they have that mindset. If they accepted the 47 partition plan, then we would be talking about the 47 partition plan, but they didn't. And then they fought a war, and then the new borders came in 48, and then I don't know if they would have accepted the 47 partition plan after 48, but I know that after the 67 war, they wanted to go back to the 48 stuff, and then after peace with Egypt, and then after peace with Jordan, they failed to reach a resolution in 2000, and then everything is just one generation behind. Can we go back?
Here's the problem, Destiny. Here's the problem. Since '98, since '98, I want to say, is when the first draft of that resolution, the UN resolution of the peaceful settlement of the Palestine question. Since '98, the Palestinians have accepted every single year 67 borders. When you say one generation behind, it's a generation behind on what kind of concessions we want to make Israel. It's never, let's just accept what 95% of the world accepts, what the ICJ accepts, what every international organization.
The international stuff doesn't matter, right? What matters are the negotiations between the states involved, unless there's a clear violation of international.
So sure. You're saying it's essentially only up to what Israel believes the starting point should be, and not anybody else on the planet.
Well, no. What Israel and what Israel and the people they're negotiating with believe. Yes.
You don't think the Palestinians if the Palestinians don't believe that the 67 borders are theirs, why would they vote for it every single year? If they don't believe
I'm
that
saying the
theirs?
Palestinians might, but the surrounding Arab states apparently didn't, or they didn't feel that strongly about it. So it's hard now that
that's not true. They all vote for it every year for the past 2 decades.
That's fine if they throw up a vote in the UN General Assembly or whatever. But when it came time to actually determine borders and to settle bilateral, actual in-ink peace treaties,
determined by that resolution.
The what?
That resolution determined the borders as being the Green Line borders. That was the borders that were going to be agreed on, and Israel obviously would never accept those borders, which is why these negotiations are happening, to try to appease this one country.
I'm saying that when Egypt negotiated with Israel, they figured out between themselves what they thought a fair and just resolution to their problems were. And it wasn't Egypt just screaming 242 or whatever. It was, okay, well, let's figure out how we're going to negotiate this. Same thing happened with Jordan, and the same thing happened.
What Egypt got was basically all their border back. Their whole all the Sinai. They didn't partition the Sinai into like enclaves.
Yeah, but they paid a price for it as well, right?
Back.
Egypt got kicked out of the Arab League for 10 years. There was a lot of icy relations between them and the rest of the world. You know, so that was
You're right, but now we're at a point where those wars have passed, and now we're at a point where the past 2 decades, everyone is willing to make peace with Israel.
I agree. I agree. I agree that people are willing to make peace, but it's hard. I don't think Israel is ever going to say, okay, well, let's go back 60 years after you guys tried and failed after 2 intifadas, another war and all these terrorist groups. Now you want to go back
That would never happen, Destiny. That's fake news.
What never happened? What's fake news?
Like propaganda. Israel from its start, its goal was to always expand and take all of historic Palestine.
If the surrounding states, if the Arab states let them, yeah. But Israel would have been forced to negotiate peace if the Arab states wouldn't have wanted to fight as well. Their goal was to always kick Israel out. Israel just took advantage of the surrounding states' ineptness and managed to expand their territory, which we can argue is right or wrong. But
so you're saying 67 was like Israel's, all the Arab states were planning to go in and genocide Israel in 67?
I don't know if they would have genocided them or not, but they definitely didn't want them there, or at least the citizens didn't.
That's not what happened. Israel started the war in 67.
Yeah, right? Off the backs of like the most insane like Arab rhetoric, anti-Israeli rhetoric from literally all the Arab states and all the provocations.
Never going to be more insane than the rhetoric from Israel. Like, let's be real. It'll never be more insane from some of the stuff we've heard, not just today, but literally since the inception of Zionism.
The most insane statements are like
these are two-legged beasts.
Okay, yeah, listen, the reality is that, like, prior to 67, all of the surrounding Arab states were engaged in this huge, like, eve of talking about the destruction of Israel and pushing them back and getting rid of them, the colonizers from our lands, and expelling UN troops and closing straits and, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, if they're engaged in this rhetoric, yeah, of course, Israel is going to be hyper fucking paranoid, and they're going to think, like, holy shit, these guys are about to fucking destroy us.
What if Israel leadership up until 67 and before 67 was engaged in rhetoric of expansionism?
Expansionism?
Does that not matter? Is that not? Yeah, of taking the West Bank eventually, of saying that this is our promised land. Hebron belongs to us. All this, Judea, Samaria belong to us. Is that rhetoric also not? Should that not also be off-putting to the Arab states like Jordan? Like, okay, they're about to invade.
Yeah, it could be off-putting, sure. It could be, but I don't think Israel was ever positioned.
It goes both ways.
Israel was never positioned, though, to invade at any second. That's the issue. The problem is that the other states, like Israel, is basically fully justified in almost all of the major conflicts they've been involved in because the Arab states give them international justification on a silver platter. I think that's the issue.
I would argue that the Arab states were justified in every single war they've ever went to with Israel.
Maybe, yeah. I don't even know if I necessarily would disagree with that. Sure. Both sides can feel justified. That's both. Wait, both sides can. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Both sides can feel justified in war, sure. But like, let's say hypothetically, let's say that in Yom Kippur, let's say that Lebanon had actually moved south and taken is Jaffa. That's south of Tel Aviv, right? Or is it north of Haifa?
Jaffa's near Tel Aviv. Yeah.
Is Haifa? What's like directly?
Like Akka, Nazareth, like that region, like the Galilee.
Hold on, wait. I'm thinking.
Galilee.
Are you trying to find out? Are you trying to find out if Jaffa is south or north of Tel Aviv?
No, I'm just curious what the big. Like any port, say Haifa. Haifa is what I'm thinking, right? Let's say that Lebanon, let's say that this 6-day war happens, and let's say that Israel takes the Sinai. Let's say Israel takes the West Bank, and then let's say Lebanon captures through Haifa, right? Do you think that there is any world ever where you or anybody else or any of the Arab states are negotiating to give that back to Israel?
I think if that isn't given back to Israel, then none of the other regions that Israel acquired would have been given back, including the West Bank, including the Sinai.
Wait, what?
I feel like you would never expect... so you're saying in the 67 war, if Lebanon managed to take...
Syria, if Syria managed to capture through like Haifa or whatever, do you think that Syria is ever giving that back to Israel?
I think if they don't give that back... Are you saying in this scenario that West Bank and the Sinai are also taken by Israel?
Yeah, let's say Israel does go on the southern front. They do go on the Jordanian front, but on the Syrian front, they fuck up a little bit, and Syria actually manages to capture up through Nazareth and Haifa, and they own that territory. Do you think that they're ever giving that land back?
Sure. I think no, but I also think Israel would never give the Sinai back at that point, and they would never give the West Bank back, not even an inch. So
maybe, but I'm just showing that like territory, like it just happens to be that Israel won like all the surrounding land. So obviously, yeah, they're reticent to give it back, and now we can speak of like the tragedy of the Arab states. But the reality is, if they would have captured any territory, they would have fucking held on to it too. There's no shot they would ever give any of this back, and we'd be screaming, "Oh no, 242, you acquired it through conquest. That's not fair."
Dude, Palestinians got fucked over by the Arab states too. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I don't disagree with that. So, I'm specifically talking about right now the Palestinians and the need for a state for them, a need for a country, or the need for, or just make a whole thing one country. It's like it's unfathomable to me, Destiny, that you understand clearly that Israel wants the land without the people, right?
Of course, yeah.
How just a messed up ideology that is. When they
what do you mean a messed up ideology? I mean, everybody wants fucking land. I mean,
it's such a messed up idea, but without the people. That's to me that part really fucks with my head, because anytime I mean you can give me examples where that's not happened, but when an army beats another army, they take all the land and say, okay, we're your new rulers. If you don't like it, we're gonna kill you. But in like this scenario, it's like we're gonna kind of take it, but we're going to call it disputed forever, so you can't call it an illegal occupation. We're going to move all of our people in and slowly annex pieces that have the least amount of
I don't know what you're arguing about right now. I agree that this is wrong. It's not the right way to go about things. Even the early Israeli prime ministers knew that you couldn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, one side of the Israeli prime ministers.
No, all of them realize that like we can't capture this land without either expelling the people or dealing with the demographic issue. It's a huge issue to deal with. Yeah.
So why do you think that none of the prime ministers have offered to just give back the West Bank?
Because after 67, Israel became fucking delusional and feel like they were like entitled to their fucking ancient homelands because God guided them through the fucking 6-Day War. And he had a huge division of like, they kind of started to divert from the secular foundations to this more religious, messianic, hallucinatory idea of like, holy shit, maybe we can actually have all of this fucking land. And then over time, I think that position has become more and more popular, and more, I guess, settler people have become.
So why are you so against the Green Line then? Like, why are you so against there being two states?
I'm not. You're just. I don't. Okay. I don't. Because we're in a world of like moral righteousness and justice, and like what's like the on the ground reality of what can be negotiated. I'm convinced. I'm more worried about like what can we actually negotiate on the ground. The best solution, the actual best, simplest, easiest fucking solution is technically what you said earlier. If they could get along and just have one fucking country, this would be so goddamn simple to sort out. Holy shit. Destroy the dumbass wall on the West Bank. Everybody lives together in one fucking government. Vote for your shit. No more weird separated God. No more territory. That's all bullshit. And then boom, you're done. But obviously, for realistic reasons, that can't happen. So now we've got to look at the realities on the ground and figure out, well, what the fuck can we do to sort this problem out? And Israel has kicked the can down the road while shoring up their demographic majorities and settlements in the West Bank, which is wrong morally, even and internationally. It's fucked up and it's stupid and it's self-destructive, as we see, like for October 7th. It's bad when Israel just keeps trying to kick the Palestinian can down the road and assume they can never fucking do anything about it, which is fucking retarded. But like when negotiations come, it can't be like, okay, well, we're going to demolish 700,000 settler homes and then we're going to start negotiating from there, because realistically, nobody's going to have an appetite for that on the Israeli side, and it just doesn't get us anywhere. That's why I think there has to be like a search for like a realistic solution that's not just screaming international law over and over again, because that doesn't get anybody anywhere, I think.
But the problem I have with what you're saying is, let's say Israel doesn't agree to a two-state solution anytime soon, right? And they continue building settlements. Then you're going to come tell me, 20 years from now, when we're in our 50s talking about this, that, well, they shouldn't have to like give up 80% of the land or 70% of the land or 60%. It's going to become even more and more ridiculous because Israel is making it more and more impossible. But we're asking the Palestinians to deal with the facts on the ground, even though the facts on the ground aren't their fault. It's not their fault that this many settlements are
sure, which is why 2000 is so tragic, because I think in 2000, what was it, like 100,000 settlers, I think, in the West Bank? What? Yeah. So like in 2000, there were possibilities to it, but Israel has put itself in essentially an intractable position. Yeah, I mean, I agree it's bad, but
they should suffer the consequences. Israel should suffer the consequences at this point.
Yeah, but the problem is, I don't think Israel wants to, and internationally, I don't know if anybody's going to push them to. Like people in America and Europe, in America and Europe can vote for what they want, and it's like, oh, and they can appeal to international law. But the reality is, Saudi Arabia doesn't give a fuck about trading with fucking Palestine. Jordan, the king, literally locked the fucking gates to keep these people out of his country. Egypt enforces their blockade on the Gaza side. Lebanon is a fucking failed state out of the PLO, fled there after trying to coup the fucking Jordanian king, and now Hezbollah exists. Like nobody likes these people. Nobody wants to be these people. Nobody's truly going to advocate for these people, except for people in Europe or other Muslim countries. There's virtue signal vote on these things because if they actually cared, then when Egypt or Jordan or when the Abraham Accords were negotiated, people would have included the Palestinians in these negotiations. They don't, because they don't care that much about them. So if the Palestinians have no allies, and if Israel, yeah, so I'm just saying that, like, so now we have to look at the reality on the ground. Like, we have to sort something out where shit gets figured out. And I don't think it could be starting with like, well, 67 border. Nobody's going to support that except for UN General Assembly resolutions.
I think if we're talking about Israel paying the...
What'd you say?
I think we're talking about the issue of like Israel paying the price of what they've done in the past. It's like, I don't think, personally, I don't know if Destiny agrees with this, but I think like between 2000, say like 2005 and until October 7th, I think there was a big problem where people in the West, especially like American presidents, would always say, they'd go on TV and say the settlements are a really big obstacle to peace, and then they would do fuck all about it, right? Whereas back in the day, people like Bush Sr. and all that were a lot more aggressive with that kind of stuff, and that was maybe a failure of like Israel's allies in the past, and then that probably would be the case going forward as well.
Well, now it's a little late
to be a bit more.
Yeah, it's a little late now, but I believe there should be harsh penalties for it. But also, like, I don't know how Israel got so fucking retarded, because they were very, very, very sensitive to demographic issues from the 1900s up to like 67. Israel was incredibly sensitive to demographic issues. And then they have their magical fucking wind, and then it's like day 3 of like the 6-day war. Fucking Dayan is giving people rides in his fucking, Toyota van to fucking East Jerusalem to go live there. He's like, oh shit, we have new fucking places. And it's just like everything's fucking retarded from there. But I think that after 67, well, it's hard after 67 because you just won. But like at some point, Israel needed to aggressively figure out, okay, well, we've captured a whole bunch of people. We either annex the territory proper and then we make them citizens and we figure out shit from there, or we dump it back to Jordan or Egypt. Because this situation is fucking retarded. You can't capture a territory like this and then do basically apartheid and say like, oh, well, I don't know, we'll kick the can down the road for forever. And then it's like, oopsies, they did a terrorism, or oopsies, like everybody's fucking mad at us. Yeah, because it's fucking stupid. This is dumb. But the negotiations of the the Taba summit was so good. They were so good. What?
Yeah. At what point do you stop supporting Israel if they continue building settlements?
I don't ever support support them wholesale. I don't know.
When does that support end? It's like, okay, Israel, at what point would you want America to stop maybe?
The problem is, like, when does a lobster, what's the meme? Like, when does a lobster realize that it's in a boiling pot? Like, I mean, like, if yesterday they had 0 settlements and today they made plans to move 700,000 people into the West Bank, I think I would say we can't support Israel. We're done at that point. But the problem is the gradualness of it. And it's like, well, fuck, we didn't support them at 700,000, or we do at 700,000, so we probably at 750. Do we do 800,000? Like, I don't know. Like, it's just, because of the gradual expansion, it's just hard. But
I don't even know what people mean. What people mean by like support, though? Do you mean support as in like does it count as withholding support?
As in 2000.
Does it count as like withholding support if you still have them as an ally, but you reduce funding for certain projects or like loan guarantees and shit like that, right?
In 2000, after the Taba summit failed to be negotiated, I think that it should have been something along the lines of, you don't get any more military funding, you don't get any more humanitarian aid, and you have no security assurances from the United States until you figure out your Palestinian problem. Or that should have been like, you've got like 12 months, good luck. And it should have been a private conversation, obviously, because you don't want everybody to know, like, oh shit, Israel's gonna be fucked. And now the Palestinians are like, oh, well, we're just gonna wait till you get super fucked. But there should have been massive pressure from an American, probably from the American government, to figure this shit out, even if you have to do it privately. Because, this is retarded.
Yeah, George Bush got very sold on the whole, like, we're fighting against terror thing from him and Sharon.
Yeah, and to be fair, 9/11 and Iraq, like, jerked our head around to a totally different conflict, and then we stopped paying attention at all to this, but...
It was very helpful to Sharon to go to Bush and just be like, hey, terrorism, you and I. Yeah, fuck.
Sure, yeah.
Wait,
what?
Okay, yeah, I was going to say,
when you say all this, Destiny, I still don't understand then what exactly you're arguing for. Like, because I agree with basically everything you're saying. So what are you?
I'm saying that there needs to be a negotiation.
What is the pro-Israeli side you're taking?
Do what? You're either I'm lagging or your mic just fucking died. Rip.
What the fuck?
They got him. My Mossad agent.
I feel like maybe one of the. Do you sometimes notice that you're arguing with people, and it feels like very, very diametrically opposed? Is that the right word? But you're, even though you sometimes often agree on, like you and Jenk like argued a lot. But I think as far as like final settlements, you seem to have the exact same line, right? Like some kind of like reasonable settlement on right of return, 2 states, like the
I don't know if
security
Jenk was
assurances.
there. The main problem with the arguments is people just don't know anything about anything. I've talked to 2 people, I think, that know anything about this conflict for real that I've disagreed with, and that was that professor guy, Lamont, I think was that his name?
Oh, yeah.
And then Axel in here. But other than that, for people I disagree with, they basically just know Twitter headlines, and that's it. So whatever agreements, quote unquote, we have, I don't even know how seriously I take those, because it's just like meme shit.
I feel like one of the things that people
So
often...
Justin,
Mark,
you guys hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I was just going to say, so I'm trying to understand when you're going into this debate that you have coming up, what exactly your pro-Israeli stance, like what does it even mean? You know, because it sounds like you're against the settlements.
Yes.
You believe in a two-state solution.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know exactly what you're going to be arguing for. Is it just international, like quibbling over international law, or
the issue is that this problem has been botched on both sides, meaning the Israeli side and the Arab side, for a long time. And it's not just Israel. It's not just their incessant desire for more territorial acquisition and the Holocaust manufacturing drama and blah, 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 that both sides have made a lot of mistakes. Israel has just always capitalized on them way better, generally speaking, than the other side. And that now we've come to a situation where 80 years later, Israel has made big gains and capitalized on the mistakes of their neighbors a lot. And now their neighbors are salty as fuck. And they're like, well, okay, we want to go back in time because this is bullshit now. Whereas, like, that question I asked you, like, if Haifa it had been captured by Syria in the Six-Day War, nobody would be compelling Syria to give that back to Israel. They'd be saying, well, no, that was occupied territory from the 47 War of Independence. Just like nobody was telling them to give the West Bank back to Israel because that was part of the, mandatory Palestine area. Nobody was telling them to give Gaza back to fucking Israel, even though that was technically conquered from that area. But, yeah. So one is like the blame. Oh, also, I'm doing this tonight on stream because Lex wanted me to email him some stuff. I'll probably outline like the general areas of disagreement, and then these will be like our guiding points for conversation. But actually, fuck it. If you guys are fucking here now, actually, we can just fucking do this. I'm curious. And I'm just going to do it with you here. I'm
going to say one thing while you're doing that.
Fuck, the N-word again? Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so what I generally think is that I think the problem that people run into is they have a difficulty of squaring the fact that Israel is obviously in a much more powerful position. Like the whole, like if you look at the whole, like the disappearing Palestine maps where they started with this much and they took this much and this much and the expansion of settlements and all that. Like I think people struggle to square that fact, like that massive power imbalance, with the fact that the only way out is going to be for like a bilateral negotiation that both sides can find some kind of agreement on. I think that's why, because I think the kind of like oppressor-oppressed thing kind of taints the fact that although it is a very uneven power dynamic, you still have to just like live in the real world and consider that both sides need to have some kind of like, there needs, whatever the answer is, it needs to accommodate like fundamental concerns from both ends.
Yeah.
Where when you hear that whole like, oh, just that, like I think even you, Axel, like kind of like quickly said, but people say just like, oh, just end the occupation, then you'll end the violence. And I think when people say that, is that I think they often expect the answer to just come unilaterally from Israel, regardless of what the Palestinians or the Arab states are doing or saying. And I feel like the only way you'd ever achieve that would be like the rest of the world forcing Israel to do it. And I just don't see that as like a reasonable way out. Because I can say, for example, I don't even think the 67 borders completely with all 700,000 settlers gone is necessarily that moral either. Because I think a lot of the way that Israel achieved a lot of their land wasn't really done in the most ethical way either. So, but obviously that's one side of it. But like there's no unilateral or bilateral way of ever achieving that. So yeah, I think often people kind of confuse what they consider like looking for like the best answer when really it's more of like the least bad one. Like that's how I see Clinton and Taba and Camp David. As like I don't see it as an amazing deal. I just see it as like the least bad one given the circumstances of the time.
Yeah, I think Taba was really good. It's unfortunate. Like it would have been nice if it was at the start of Ehud Barak's time or whatever.
Also, your timeline for Ehud Barak, he did publicly say that he was never going to give up the fucking Temple Mount in the beginning of January. But then after that, Clinton announced that both sides had agreed to the terms with reservations. And then by the time they reached Taba, I think it seemed to be that the negotiators were offering that whole Israeli sovereignty over the bottom, or like Palestinian sovereignty over the mount, but not to excavate. And that's when Arafat was like, no, because there was no Jewish temple there. Yeah.
Wait, you said Ehud Barak said no to
he
sovereignty.
He gave that public
when
statement in the beginning of January 2001, but then something happened afterwards. And yeah, but then between that and the Taba meetings, Clinton had publicly stated that both Barak and Arafat had agreed to the parameters. And then within Taba, it seems to be that the negotiators were offering the Palestinian sovereignty over the Taba.
Yeah, I think within Taba they definitely Israel accepted Palestinian sovereignty there. I think again Taba was just the true missed opportunity, but again I don't think that missed opportunity was just a complete and utter failure by either side. I think it was.
I'm pretty sure most other Arabs describe it as like, or Arab leadership describes it as like a crime against the Palestinians.
Yeah, one Saudi guy.
And the Egyptian ambassador as well.
I can give you. I mean, have you watched any like Palestinian leaders besides Abbas, Hamas, or Arafat like talking about it? Like anybody else in the PNC? Any other of the delegations? Like,
no. Why? What do they say? Link me one.
Sure. I feel like I've linked you several about Edward Said, but Mustafa Barghouti is also really good. I will link you some that they specifically talk about. I'll send you a good one for Oslo and a good one for Camp David.
Sure. Or just send me the one for Taba. I'm just curious who says which of the Palestinian leadership says that Taba was like a bad deal.
Oh, no one says it's a bad deal. I'm saying they were close, and it's no one's fault. That's what I mean.
But Arafat literally took 10 days to respond, and the list of reservations he gave were so outside of the Clinton parameters that like he basically said no.
That's a different thing. Clinton parameters is different than Taba.
I thought that Taba was literally the encapsulation of the Clinton parameters. Am I wrong on that?
So Taba, Israel was willing to cut down on the amount of concessions in terms of land border swaps. Taba, it was nearly 100%.
Yeah.
Of border swaps and refugees. I believe in Taba, Israel was willing to accept 100,000 Palestinian refugees within Israel proper.
But I think everything in the Taba summit, I think, was within the Clinton parameters. I thought that was the point almost of the Taba summit.
I think the Taba summit, Israel was agreeing to way more than what the Clinton parameters were outlining as being the minimum requirements, because the Clinton parameters never called for a set number of Palestinians to get to return.
Well, no, they didn't call for it, but they left it up to them to figure out, which is what they did at Taba, right? They were like, you guys can figure out the formulation for this.
Yeah, because it did say that it did say something to what was it? Israel fucking humanitarian considerations,
right.
But they would have their sovereign right of admission. Yeah, but but it seems to be that that because even before that, even in Camp David, there was the family reunification program, wasn't there? So even then, they weren't ever. I don't think Israel was ever saying 0 refugees come to Israel, right? I don't think they were ever saying that.
Oh, maybe.
And Clinton parameters don't really suggest it either.
Yeah. I think also the land percentages in Taba was nearly 100%, whereas Clinton parameters was like 94 to 96.
Yeah, but they still fought over what the land percentages were because Arafat's definition of the West Bank was different in terms of like its size compared to Israel. That's why. So again, like in Taba, Israel thought they were giving up 4 to 6%, and Arafat said 8. Thought it was 8. Yeah.
where did you get that source when you say Arafat saw the West Bank? Because I agree with you, and Destiny has disagreed with me, but Arafat has thought that the West Bank was a different size because he includes East Jerusalem, correct?
I don't. Is it because he includes Easter? I thought it was. Fuck.
That's what I thought.
I'm gonna forget the names of the regions, but I don't think it was because of. It's like an area. Wait, it's an area around. There's like a no man's land near Latrun. There's an area around East Jerusalem. There are like water linked areas next to the Dead Sea, and parts of like the Jordan River. That's what. Yeah, it's. I don't think it's Jerusalem. No, it's over just different parts of the West Bank, often like military related zones. The source is Jeremy Presman. I think if you want, this is probably the best article I've ever seen for like putting trying to put blame as evenly as possible on both sides. I think it still comes out more or less anti-Arafat, but it doesn't let like Israel off the hook at all. Hang on, I'll put it in fucking. Does this have like a voice chat? Yeah. There you go.
So, Destiny, I'm gonna send you. I mean, you don't have to look at this now, but I'm just gonna send you a interview where one of the Palestinian delegators that ended up quitting because of Oslo, what he was saying about Oslo.
Sure. I mean, Oslo, I'm not as concerned with it. I feel like
it's very good. I promise.
I'll be back in 1 minute, guys.
So you, Destiny, before you left, you were going over all of the what you thought were the biggest differences, or what your biggest, I guess, arguments are going to be with Finkelstein and Maureen.
Oh yeah, wait. I'm sorry. Here, before we even do that, actually, okay. When you're looking at this, what are the major questions that you think? If you could see like the world's preeminent scholars, fucking Benny Morris, Norm Finkelstein, and Stephen Bonnell, okay, discussing like what are the things that you would want to see like Benny Morris and Finkelstein tear into, starting from the beginning.
I think Benny Morris. So I think Benny Morris. A lot of the quotes that are used against him, the main ones are the Arab antagonism to Zionism was based off of disposition and not because of a fear of disposition. It was a Benny Morris quote that's literally always used against him, that he has to try to, including Finkelstein uses it against him a lot. It was the Arabs essentially that were the victims at the beginning of all of this. Another one that's used against him is that the idea of transfer was built into and inevitable in Zionism. So ethnic cleansing was always a plan for Zionism to succeed. Plan Dalit shouldn't be looked at necessarily defensive, but offensive because of the history of the things that Ben Gurion was saying leading up to the 48 war. So that's another thing that Benny Morris says, but then his conclusion is kind of weird. He thinks that there was never a pre-plan to expel Palestinians, but he also acknowledges that Ben Gurion has consistently talked about expelling them. And
yeah, because I think I think that the balancing of these two statements is that while the early Israeli leadership was optimistic, they were realistic at the same time. So Ben Gurion had a dream to conquer all of Israel. Like that was always the dream, but they realized that the political realities on the ground might not always make that a potential. So they would settle for essentially what they could get.
Axel, was that your position on Benny Morris, or was that someone else's position on Benny Morris?
I read something I see in Righteous Victims. He says something around this is the fear of territorial displacement, disposition. No, reading something else where he mentioned, and I don't know if this is from a book. I don't know where I got this quote. It's just in my notes that the population transfer was inbuilt into Zionism to the extent that involved transforming a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have been arisen without a major displacement of an Arab population.
That's not incompatible with believing that it wasn't a pre-calculated plan, right?
Sure. Yeah, because what you're talking about there, that's built into the conquest of labor, of buying land from Arabs, buying them off the land, and then having them move, and then bringing in Jewish people to work the land. That's literally part of that initial conquest. That would be ridiculous for anybody to refuse. Transfer must have been built into some extent,
these are from the same book. Hang on. Apparently these are these both from Birth?
The second one is from the fear of territory displacement dispossession is from Righteous Victims.
Oh, wait, really?
And he says that this was the chief motor to Arab antagonism to Zionism down to 1948, and indeed after 1967 as well.
Fuck, is there a page number? Because I've just read that like first half of that book. I feel like if you read the whole book, it's very clear what he's saying, though. He's saying that even since Herzl, they kind of publicly would state very much that the Jews will come over to Palestine, they'll develop the economy, people will get on, it'll be that kind of thing. But even in his own diary, he's saying it's quite likely that Arabs are going to have to go somewhere else to let a Jewish state flourish. And then when they're talking about settlements, the idea of like linking settlements, and the only way they could be properly linked within a state would be removal. So they're always saying that, but that's very different from them actually sitting there and pre-planning like for decades, like an anticipated ethnic cleansing thing, right? That's my understanding of it. It's
Here's
yeah.
the problem. There's a letter. I don't know if this is a diary entry from Ben Gurion or not.
Oh, fucking diary entry. Sorry, go on.
This is the Pape thing. Sorry.
Benny Morris later explains, this is Benny Morris speaking, that the problem was the original handwritten copy of the IDF, of the letter deposited in the IDF archive, which I consulted after my quote was criticized. There was several words crossed out in the middle of the relevant sentence, rendering what remained as "we must expel the Arabs."
Oh, that quote's fucking retarded.
That's
it's
the
like,
Pape one,
yeah. It's the whole, and even Pape, like the fucking quote starts as like he quotes 3 words and then just adds the elaboration, but then in like the next version of his book, he just puts the entire phrase in quotation marks. It's really fucked up.
Wait,
but
isn't
that quote,
isn't this Benny Morris is not Pape? This is what Benny Morris is saying.
No, the way Pape uses the quote. But the problem with that Benny Morris quote is it doesn't really get him off the hook or indict him anyway, because it's a quote in his diary, right? Like but we know that Benny Morris throughout the 30s and 40s, he never spoke against transfer. He said he was in favor of it constantly.
Wait, Benny Morris or Ben Gurion? You mean Ben Gurion, right?
Ben Gurion, yeah. Ben Gurion, even in the 30s and 40s, he even said that transfer would like it was almost definitely going to be compulsory. But he said that it was like that was more or less like he didn't see anything unethical about that. But that doesn't really prove or disprove the idea that it was like a planned thing. That quote you're reading is not from Righteous Victims, it's from Birth. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt to Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was an Arab into a Jewish state. Yeah, that's from Birth as well. Both those quotes are from Birth. Yeah, the one that contradicts it as well.
The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession is also from Birth. Territorial displacement and dispossession was to the chief motor of Arab antagonism to Zionism down to 1948. Indeed, after 1967 as well.
That's not from here.
Arabs,
the one that, yeah, okay.
Arabs being
that's from Birth. Yeah, I think. No, that's from Righteous Victims. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Ben Gurion. I mean, he's said some wild stuff. He's also said something about. Let me actually try to find it. About if he was an Arab leader, he would.
Oh, thanks for the $10, Judah.
He deal with the Zionists as well.
That quote, I read that quote in Righteous Victims when he's basically saying like, if I was an Arab, I wouldn't with us either because we stole the country from them. Yeah, that's like the quote, but that quote might not be real because it was someone said that he said it. Basically, it wouldn't surprise me if he said that. But
I mean, it was like the leader of like some Zionist, the founder of what was it called? This is the first Zionist Congress. It was the founder of that essentially attributed that quote to Ben Gurion, and that same guy went on saying how many times Israel failed to make peace with the Arabs.
I think he said that quote in like before the 60s, but the dispute over these quotes from Benny Morris, I don't think it's a really simple argument to make, isn't it? It's quite clear that almost every leader of the Yishuv up until 48 knew that at some point Arabs were going to have to fuck off somewhere. Like that's basically what most of them believed. But that's not the same as the claim that people like Finkelstein trying to make, which is that they spent the entirety of the 20s, 30s, calculating and planning the forced removal, which was executed by the way of planned Dalit, because that's not what happened. Initially, I think even the Battle of Castle is a really good example, like the road to Jerusalem, was when initially I don't think they decided to, they captured the village and then got chased out again by the Arabs and then had to recapture it. But the first time they captured it, this crucial point linking Jerusalem to Tel Aviv, they didn't dynamite the houses. They didn't do that. That was decided upon afterwards because they realized that if they captured a village, they would either have to leave a bunch of troops there or they would have to destroy it, or it would become occupied again by irregulars. So it was like a policy that evolved over time throughout the war. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a difference between that and saying it was like this fucking
wow, Rick Montana, thanks for the
Order
50 subs.
66 expel all All-the-Arabs. Like, I think the
Well, wait,
best
I
way
think
to
there's
sum it up is,
also
like,
well, just to understand your point, because these aren't mutually exclusive. Like, just because Zionism built in had some concept of Arab transfer doesn't mean that like Plan Dalit was like a top-down expulsion order, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
okay.
the best way to summarize it is that like transfer by the time the 48 war kicked in, and definitely by around April, May, transfer was a goal of the war. Not every historian agrees with that, but like most of them, I think, do. It was a goal of the war. But whether it was policy, like top-down orders, like Holocaust style, no.
Well, I think the issue with saying that transfer was a goal of the war is why didn't they transfer everybody out then? Because then by the end of the war, there were some 100,000 Arabs that were still left in the 47.
They transferred out like 90% or something.
Yeah, but then why not just the rest? Why leave any? That would be like sort of...
Some different communities had different rationales. Like Nazareth was a big community that had doubled in size because of the refugee population. Initially, there was an order given to expel them from like a middle guy, but just by chance, the Canadian Jewish guy who was there just refused to carry out the order. And then eventually Ben Gurion and a bunch of other leaders agreed that Nazareth was of like religious significance and it would have looked really bad on the international stage to give like a blanket expulsion. So that's why, because it's not policy, sometimes people are going to occupy villages and they're not going to expel the population. That's just because it's not policy.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same way that like no one was ever given in trouble for expelling a village, but no one was given in trouble for not doing it either.
Sure.
Because it wasn't policy.
Which, yeah, I think, yeah. Okay.
Would either of you define what happened as an ethnic cleansing or not?
Maybe. I don't even know how I feel about the term ethnic
not
cleansing. I don't even know.
the result.
When did ethnic cleansing first become a term? When did people start using this word?
Yugoslav wars, I think.
Was it in the 90s?
People usually refer back to the way that it was actually used to fucking downplay what was actually a genocide. I've heard that take given before, but it was used in the international courts, just like, but not properly legally defined. But
I feel like, yeah, I don't know. The more I think about the term ethnic cleansing, it seems kind of stupid, and also because it's not like a war crime. I don't think, or it's not like referenced anywhere. I don't think it's just like a term that people start using when people get like kicked out of their homes. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like the crime it would come under would be a crime against humanity if it was one, because it's like a crime against the civilian population.
Yeah,
like
potentially. Yeah,
but,
sure.
Yeah. But as I don't know why people like hinge upon that. Again, like I think the dispute
because
that
in,
Morris have with other
well, in my
historians
opinion,
is that,
people hinge upon it because it sounds like genocide. I think that's why people use it.
yeah, of course, yeah. And it also does imply calculated, planned, fucking Order 66. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact is that they were given a lot of fucking. Sorry.
Does it imply calculated? You say.
I think it does, doesn't
yeah,
it?
Of course. Yeah, of course it does.
Because that's the argument that people like Pape try to make.
I haven't read that book. I probably should.
It's not terrible. It's got some, like, I think Pape was a bit quicker than Benny Morris to notice something like to point out the fact that there were 2 instances where the Zionist militias tried to use fucking typhoid to poison the wells of Accra and a part of Gaza, and that was actually like an order given from the top down, but Benny Morris kind of like doubted it for a long time until he eventually conceded it. But for the most part, the book is partisan as fuck. I don't know. Yeah, it's like there's one example in the ethnic cleansing of Palestine is right at the end when he's talking about the peace process, and he talks about Rabin and Arafat. And he basically just says, well, like Rabin basically led the expulsions in 48 of Lydda and Ramla, the biggest ones. And in 1988, he was talking about breaking the bones of Palestinian protesters in the Second Intifada. First Intifada, yeah. But the interesting, but he mentions that part about the peace process, and then just like you don't hear anything about Arafat at all. It's just like for the entire book, like Arabs just have the most passive role possible. Yeah, that's like kind of how it summarized the problems with that whole book. It's like throughout the entire thing, it's like every Arab figure is just kind of there, like by the by, just kind of like not really doing anything or having any agency. Yeah. But,
wait, okay, hold on real quick. I need to do this because I told Lex I would have this done for tonight. For major things from start to finish, what do you think are the big topics that we should cover here? Like, I would say probably from like the first Iliad to like 1947 or whatever. What?
Yeah, probably from like 1982 until
1882, right?
Maybe
but yeah, I know what you
it's
mean.
like maybe it's or sorry 1882 till like 19 till pretty much the start of the British Mandate, which I want to say is like 1912 is like its own thing maybe, and then from there until 47.
Sure. What are the major moral questions that we have here? I think like one would be like, did Jewish people have a right to buy and settle land in Palestine? If not, whose fault was it? I think that's a question.
Why didn't after the Ottomans were fucked off of that part of the Middle East, why didn't they just give self-determination or just give rule to the people who were there at the time, like they did with everywhere else?
Wait, did they with everybody else?
Well, they would put like a king in, right, like or something like that, and then just agreed to transfer power that way. I think Palestine was the only one where they decided to actually set up like a different state with a foreign population coming in to build it up.
Did they do that in Syria and Iraq?
In Syria, they got rid of the first king who tried to take it over, and then had a mandatory rule where they would transfer power over to like a local leader. And with Iraq, they installed the king who tried to take over Syria at first. It was a bit messy. But the idea, what I'm talking about is, was it the Paris fucking Peace Initiative in 1919, when there were kind of like two ideals that were coming forth. One was Woodrow Wilson, who was very much preaching about self-determination and like handing over power to the natives, basically. And then there was also balancing that ideal with European imperial interest.
Sure. Well, okay, wait. Just real quick. For these questions that I'm thinking of like, what are the questions where there are like major areas of disagreement? I don't know if this would be like as like major of a disagreement of like, why didn't they give Palestine to a king like they did with the other people? I'm thinking of like...
Is that not a disagreement? Is whether or not there was a right to give, to have the Balfour Declaration at all?
Well, I think that's incorporated in my question of like, did Jews have a right to buy and settle land in Palestine? And then if they didn't, whose fault would that be? And then that would involve things like the Balfour Declaration, the Mandate for Palestine, yeah, basically stuff like that. Any other big pre-48 questions that people disagree on? Who just left?
I think it was Axel.
Maybe there'd be a question about Palestinian nationalism.
Yeah, maybe.
Were the Palestinian people a cohesive group that identified within the mandatory Palestinian borders?
I think everyone agrees on that, don't you think?
No, I don't think so. I think Benny Morris says, and I think Shlomo Ben Ami both say that the groups of the Palestinian national identity basically formed as a response to the incoming Israeli people, or incoming Jewish people, basically.
I think it was also because, as well as the partition of all those countries.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Originally,
exactly,
the Palestinians, like the very first anti-Zionist riot in Jerusalem was at 1920, and it was because, but back then they were still expecting to be part of like Syria, Palestina. They wanted Palestine to just be part of Syria.
Yeah, sure.
Greater Syria, and then I think after Syria got disconnected from that in like 1921, 22, 23, then that was when it became more of like just Palestine thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think a disagreement would be, and I'd be interested to see what Finkelstein would have to say about this, because I don't know, is how much is the Arab leadership or Zionist leadership to blame for the lack of a peaceful settlement before 48, like in the 30s with Peel, or with fucking even the. Oh, there's another agreement as well. Yeah, 39, the 39 white paper, anything like that, right?
Who is to blame for? I feel like most reasonable people here, I think, would acknowledge that both Jews and Palestinians probably had good reasons not to want necessarily an agreement here. Like, is Benny Morris going to fight and say, no, the Palestinians should have immediately ceded to the partition plan and given Jews like a big chunk of land?
I think he wouldn't. He? I thought he would.
You think he'd fight against it? He'd say the Palestinians have no right to care about that land at all? Doesn't he literally say that,
the
like,
partition plan?
Yeah.
I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. I always feel like his attitude towards that kind of stuff is very like unapologetic. Like, there's nothing unethical about buying the land. There's nothing unethical about building the state in that area.
Yeah, but I think both of those things can be true, because I kind of believe that. I don't think there's necessarily anything unethical about it. But I also can understand the Palestinian plight of feeling dispossessed from their lands and wanting to fight. Like, I think both those things can be true, right?
Yeah, I think there's definitely one place, I think, where Benny Morris does blame Arab leadership for missing an opportunity. And I think it was the 39 white paper, because that was very much when Britain had turned their backs on Zionism and were very generous towards the Arabs. But I think the reason al-Husseini ditched that offer was because the British promise was to limit Jewish immigration for a set period and then stop it completely. But he just wanted stopped immediately. And that was actually possibly an offer from the British that most Palestinians seem to support. So I can find the details for that if you want.
So you think
do you think there's going to be a disagreement on when this conflict started? Like, what caused this conflict to start? Was it Zionism? Was it, trying to force a state on another people's land? Was it?
I feel like we'll all think that the conflict probably starts in like the 1880s with the International Zionist Movement. That'd be my guess.
Okay, and in terms of the Palestinian people cohesive group, I did some digging, and the earliest I can find even the term Palestinian is in the late 1800s. I don't know if that's relevant to you at all, but there were some fringe groups that started identifying themselves as Palestinian after Ottoman rule had loosened up some restrictions.
Sure. I'm not necessarily looking to answer these questions. I'm just trying to send Lex a list of questions that he thinks would be good to guide the debate.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to
I know there's a big dispute between Benny Morris and Khalidi, because Khalidi starts his book in 1917. He calls it like the 100 Years War on Palestine, like a history of settler colonialism, etc. And I think Benny Morris's thing is that he accuses pro-Palestinian people of starting at 1917 rather than 1870, because 1917 invokes the whole like imperialist thing a lot more clearly with the Balfour Declaration.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what Finkelstein would say about that, though.
Okay. I don't know how big or how relevant the disagreement is going to be there. I doubt we're going to spend too much time on like ancient history. I imagine like half of this 5-hour conversation is going to be like over the last 20 years probably, or maybe even over the last like 15 years. Since like Hamas onwards.
Finkelstein generally starts from 48. I feel like
yeah, sure.
Generally starts from 48.
For the Israeli War of Independence, or the First Arab-Israeli War in 1948, I think one big question is going to be, did Israel explicitly set out to expel all Arabs from their conquered land? I don't know how to spell this word. The fuck?
Do you want me to give you this part about the missed opportunity in 39 from Morris?
All I'm looking for right now are the big things to send Lex to see what we would debate over. I'm not looking for answers to these. I'm just saying where are the big areas of contention, and then he'll send this to all the other debaters, and this will be like the guiding blueprint, ideally, of our conversation.
Okay.
So the explicit expulsion, it comes down to the planned Dalit stuff. That's a really big one for the Israeli War of Independence. I'm looking at like what are the two different stories that are being told on the pro-Zionist and the pro-Palestinian side, because those are going to be where all the major disagreements are.
Yeah, so obviously, was ethnic cleansing like a pre-planned, integral to Zionism thing? Yeah, isn't there a big dispute over whether or not the '67 war was a war of no choice? Or
yep, that's true. I haven't gotten there yet. I'll put that there. But so anything else around 48 that are hugely different things? Oh, I think a really good one is what caused the Nakba, because people have different kind of interpretations of that. I think Finkelstein has actually written a paper, and Benny Morris has written a response paper. They actually argue about that, so it'll be interesting to see them hash that out in person. Because some people say the Nakba was explicitly caused just by either Israeli intentionally, or like Israeli were basically doing everything they could to make it happen. Other people say there were a lot of other push and pull factors. So I think Benny Morris cites that a lot of the Arab elite basically left and fled the cities in like the 30s, which basically made them ripe for desertion when the War of Independence started, because if all their wealthy people had gone, like the people were like, well, fuck it, we're not going to stay here. And that other Arab states were encouraging them to flee sometimes on like radio advertisement or radio like warnings and shit. So there's like a push and pull there.
What about the expulsion of Jews from Arab country or the fleeing of Jews? You think there's going to be a disagreement there on whether that actually happened, whether it was, out of their own will?
Jewish expulsions, Jewish pogroms / expulsions from other countries. For every successive Arab-Israeli war, Jews claim they fled other countries to escape anti-Semitism.
Because I think Avi Schleim, at least for the Iraq, for Iraq, blames a lot of it on Zionists and the Mossad, according to him. I think he wrote a whole book about it that Benny Morris disagreed with heavily.
Yeah, I don't think there's any solid sourcing on that. It's the I wish I could remember the name of it, but basically there was an accusation that Mossad agents were bombing places in Baghdad to try to get Jewish people to flee. I don't know if any solid evidence was ever found of that. I don't know what Avi Schleim.
It was like one or two guys like threw fucking grenades into a synagogue. I think that's all it was, wasn't it? And a couple of people died. Or was even, I might have even just been one person. I don't know. But yeah, like I don't think that's ever been resolved. And it doesn't seem like the Mossad has ever done like anything like that ever since, have they? Like blown up synagogues to get Jews to run away. They've done other snaky shit, but not that.
In the Levant affair, what were they targeting in Egypt?
They were targeting British shit because they wanted to make it look like the Egyptians were, because they wanted the British to stay in the Suez Canal, no? Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, that would be like a thing I think is maybe similar-ish, but sure. Or that somebody would claim is similar-ish.
Yeah, there's a lot more topics in the 67 war, I think.
Okay, so Jewish pogroms, expulsions of the country. Okay, 6 day.
Maybe also didn't the Arabs that remained after the Nakba were essentially put under military occupation?
Were they? I thought they were all just made citizens proper. No. No, they became basically what's happening in the West Bank. They were living under military law until 67. Okay, I have no idea. I don't know if anybody
until 67
or 66. One of the two.
I did not know that.
I haven't heard that before. How would they go through village to village where there are Arabs and Jewish people living together and figure out like who votes and who doesn't? Or
let me just find this source to make sure I'm not crazy. Military law, Palestinians. Yeah, so Palestinians under military rule from 1948 to 1966. Yeah, you can read into that, but
are you talking about? I know there are areas along the Green Line that were very disputed, and there were a lot of fighting going on where there was like definitely they weren't treated like citizens. But
it also happened in like Jaffa, Lid, Rumley.
In Jaffa, the Arab population didn't get citizenship until 67. I don't know that. That would be new to me, but.
What are questions for the 6 day war? Just on this, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Let's questions for the 6 day war. Did
Israel have a good reason to preemptively strike Egypt? That's one question.
Yeah. Where was it like an actual existential crisis, right? I guess how badly did the blockade affect Israel? And was that blockade actually being implemented by Egypt? I've heard conflicting reports on that.
All right, is this really going to be something people would fight over much?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't know if that's.
Well, I mean, you'd have to argue Israel had a I guess that falls into, does Israel have a good reason to?
Yeah, preemptively strike Egypt. I think it'll come out of that.
Yeah.
That's when the territories were acquired. Let's see. Yom Kippur happens. Peace with Egypt. The Oslo Accords.
71 attempt at peace with Israel, right?
Yeah, I'm looking for big areas of disagreement. I don't know how many areas of disagreement there are going to be there.
Okay. Oh, wait, 1982 Lebanon War, I think, be probably a big disagreement. I think that's when Norman Finkelstein actually started researching this topic.
I feel like, doesn't everybody acknowledge that like the Lebanese wars were pretty fucked for Israel, or is there any more?
I mean, I think you call it essentially a genocide. Well, you know, portions of it.
The 82 one.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The 82 war.
That's a bit weird. I mean, I know there was one UN report by some Irish dude who called Sabra Shatila a genocide. I don't know if he said Israel committed it though, because they didn't. They let up flares and allowed it to happen. Yeah,
I think it was the Christian supported
it was
by
my guys
Israel.
who did it. Those bastards.
Yeah, maybe there's not a lot of disagreement in 82. Nothing in
There's probably going to be the big disagreement over like what should have been done, like morally, with the refugees after 48, right? Like whether UNRWA was the right decision or whether Israel was in the right to basically like have a policy of shooting people who tried to cross the border, right?
That happened for a bit after 48 when people were trying to come back, basically. I think
Yeah,
especially around
48
Gaza.
to kind of like mid 50s, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think maybe not Finkelstein, but I think Avi Schleim and Morris have the disagreement over whether or not Israel could have achieved peace right after 48 with the Arab states.
That would be ridiculous. No shot.
Avi Schleim definitely does say that they had the opportunity to, but just didn't take it.
Interesting. We're just going through any other major disagreements. Like we can go recently as well.
It would be a good. I wonder if I know that they disagree on a particular event in 48, but you could. It's probably like a broader question of like, has Israel ever had like a policy of targeting and like massacring civilians? Has it ever been like an actual state policy, like top down, in their operations? Because I know there
They had
are
a policy of torture, right?
Of what?
Torture. During the
torture. Yeah, of course they have torture. Yeah, like they've invented torture techniques. Yeah, but I'm talking about like I think one disagreement they have is Operation Hiram in 48 was one of the probably the worst one because I think it was like 9 massacres committed in fucking 3 days or something. And I think Morris and Finkelstein disagree on whether or not that operation, like those massacres, were ordered in advance. Because obviously Finkelstein seems to believe that Israel target civilians like on the regular, right? Like genocidally. It'd be maybe worth asking. Like,
I think that's a good general question. Has Israel ever had a policy of committing massacres / war crimes against civilians? Has Israel ever explicitly been a settler colonial state or slash?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Explicitly aimed towards territorial expansion.
Who's the reason for Oslo's failure?
True.
Who's blame?
I feel like both sides are going to say both. I feel like both sides are going to say both sides fucked up. I think Finkelstein would have to admit that. No.
I think Finkelstein thinks that it was a terrible from the start for the Palestinians because it again doesn't call out a lot of the things that Shlomo also calls out. But
yeah, like the fact that that is such a. I feel like that's such an easy thing to call out, but I've never seen anyone do it. Right? Like the fact that he always hinges upon that Ben Ami quote. Whereas everything before and after that quote is him shitting on Arafat and saying it's all been basing like almost all the blame on
Finkelstein
Arafat.
does for his scholarship is quote snipe. He does it to Benny Morris too, which is why I'm really excited to see these two hash it out in a 5-hour convo.
5 hours.
That's what Lex said we're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, Finkelstein also he doesn't like the PA. He thinks the PA. I don't know what he thinks about Arafat, but I know Finkelstein thinks that PA just worked for Israel essentially. For one of his recent videos, he calls out why the PA wasn't the one that took Israel to the ICJ and it was South Africa instead.
More
so he
recent
definitely doesn't
questions
like the PO.
after Camp David.
Obviously, all the Gaza stuff, right? Was the Gaza blockade not justified? Was the Gaza pullout the right thing to
Ooh.
do? That kind of thing.
The blockade.
Oh yeah,
That'll be a
and
big one.
Hamas. Hamas, are they? Can they rule?
Oh,
They,
who created Hamas? Whose fault is it that Hamas is a thing? That might be fun. I don't know if Finkelstein, if he does the whole Israel created Hamas thing.
I'll probably listen to some of his debates and find out, because I've got some loaded up. So.
Or were Hamas ever an honest broker for peace? I know Finkelstein believes they were.
Can Hamas ever be an honest broker for peace?
do Palestinians have the right to armed struggle?
I think everybody would agree. Probably yes for that.
Does that right include, like, what does that right explicitly include? All military objectives. They also include settlers in the West Bank that are considered illegal under international law. Only violent settlers.
I have a...
Oh, I think Finkelstein has even said that the only international law he's against is when they say you can't indiscriminately target civilians. Finkelstein has said indiscriminate compared to what? Because if the Palestinians don't have any discriminate weaponry, they should be able to retaliate to Israeli offenses with indiscriminate targeting because that's all they have.
Wait, who said that?
As a way to justify the violence.
Wait, who said that?
Finkelstein.
Okay, that statement is 1 billion% not true according to international law. So I've read a lot more international law.
He
now.
says that he says that it's absolutely against international law. His argument is that he disagrees with that specific rule.
Sure, that's fine, but it's hard when Finkelstein stands on international law as being his only saving grace, but then substitutes in moral claims when he feels it's not satisfactory to him to lean on international law.
I think the argument is like it's essentially a law against poor, weak people, and that don't have guided
Correct.
munitions.
Yep, I understand. It is an argument against that, and it's a fundamental misunderstanding of what international law is for. International law that governs armed conflict is not supposed to make sure that conflict is fair. It's supposed to protect civilians and the rights of horse to combat, basically participants, people that can't fight or people that have protected status, basically. That's what the law of armed conflict is for. So when people say,
he shared it as an opinion. I don't think he's against. I think he's for.
No, he has a horrible understanding of international law, and I guarantee you, he absolutely probably feels this way, and I'm sure he'll make these arguments because I think I've seen him make arguments.
He also said Hamas leaders should be charged with war crimes, is what he said. He was like, I would represent them and try to give them the best case that, well, this was the conditions they lived in. Yes, they committed war crimes, and he would try to like defend them. But he's said that both Israeli leadership and Hamas should be in front of the ICC for war crimes.
Okay, I don't know. I'll listen to what he says about it. Any other big
what a
questions?
giga chat.
What are there any? Do people argue about like the March of Return, if that was peaceful or not, or?
Oh, Finkelstein big on March of Return being. I think he's the one that he even said that he was in talks with members of Hamas saying, stop the violence, try to, do something peaceful. And did you read through his Gaza Inquest to Martyrdom? I think he might have. I don't know if that book came out before or after.
I don't know. Committing war crimes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Does Israel have? I haven't read it, so does Israel have a right to destroy Hamas in the Gaza Strip for October 7th? Was Hamas in the right for the attack they conducted? I was going to say on the international law part. So there are two things that get conflated a lot that I understand now that there's a huge distinction between. So one is called jus in bello, and then the other is jus ad bellum. So one of these concepts govern basically, I think, the right of a country to go to war, and the second one basically governs the conduct within war. The right of a country to go to war, to respond with some military aim in response to some attack, can be justified, but then there is a separate list of justifications that you evaluate for the conduct within war. So you might say, for instance, that I believe it would be the jus ad bellum would be the justification to go to war for Hamas might have existed on October 7th, that Hamas was justified in wanting to go to war with Israel, but the jus in bello, the actual conduct in war, was all war crimes. So you can have the satisfied condition of you can go to war, but that doesn't necessarily give you carte blanche to do whatever you want within war, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else real quick? Otherwise, I'm gonna keep reading on stuff. I'm working my way through the 2008 war. I want to get all current on my history like by tomorrow. I should have been reading more today. I might stay up later and read tonight, but.
I think another 48 question might just be about, was it reasonable to see the refugees as like a fifth column if they came back to Israel that would destroy the state?
Is there like, are these like huge? That sounds like a really niche historical argument. I don't know if we'll get into that much.
Refugee return.
In 1948.
I think it goes on to this day though, right? They still disagree on right of return.
Well, yeah, but I think
in their RT debate, like Finkelstein was like purity testing Benny Morris of opposing right of return, so probably come up.
Okay, I'll put that under general questions. What is a what is
what's
a
a
fair
just settlement of the refugees?
Yeah, what is
right,
a fair peace settlement for Israel/Palestine? Whoops. And then this
starting point for negotiations.
This would have to declare right of return, borders, holy sites, security arrangements. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna fuck off now, guys. Take care.
I love you. Careful,
bud.
Yeah.
Okay. I love you. I'll talk to you more tomorrow, okay?
All right, man. Take care.
Be careful. Okay, well. Reading time? What is this? Hold on. I got a few clips.
Like, how does that not put things into a framework that you can understand? Everybody knows about World War II, right? Everybody knows about the Holocaust. Everybody knows what Germany did. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're doing the thing, Germany. You're doing the thing that you were doing.
What is he talking about?
There wasn't a source for this? Oh, did I get fake news? Let me look this up. I saw it from hold on. Thank you, Chatter, for correcting me if I got Joe Rogan. I can't find a German source. The term fake news is so funny. Hold up. 37%. Like, how does that not...
Okay, good one.
Has that heard yet? 930 plus is like the 930 club. It's a club. You're either in the 930 plus club or you are not in the club.
XQC.
I am now officially in the club. But I already did 930 before. I thought I got like a 950. Has that heard yet?
Felix, it's
No,
your brother
I
Nick
unironically
upstairs.
would have had like a 920
Is there
or...
construction happening in the basement? I hear a constant banging noise.
He's
but
using a
also not
metronome.
Sure if I am going crazy because it isn't very consistent.
What do I get here?
Dude,
880.
I mean, this guy's... He's terrible at this.
Why didn't you send him my 955, guys?
Guys, he went to school for this shit? Embarrassing. Was hello? So bad. So...
Is this? That's this debate. Can you tell us what he's saying? Yeah, hold on. What the fuck am I looking Russian conspiracy against Hunter Biden and Joe Biden proved breaking. Wait, what? Breaking where? Link something.
What work is being done to make sure that this place is more accessible, particularly for some of our colleagues who have a disability?
Sorry, it must be something to do with my antipathy.
What did he say? What work has been done to make sure this area is more accessible by colleagues? Or wait, is it coming up? Sorry, hold on.
What work is being done to make sure that this place is more accessible, particularly for some of our colleagues who have a disability?
Sorry, it must be something to do with my antipathy and background. Could you please repeat the question, because I didn't follow it?
I'm saying that a number of parliamentary colleagues who have disabilities do find it quite difficult getting around certain parts of the state. Given that we're doing this refurbishment work, what can be done to make sure that those with a disability are able to move around more freely and the place is accessible?
Really sorry.
Is this really that unhearable? They're doing refurbishment work. They're trying to make sure that people with disabilities can move around. I don't think it's that unhearable.
Given that we're doing this refurbishment work, what can be done?
I feel like that one Limey skit was probably the most unhearable that I've ever heard. What's up? What do you want real quick?
Sorry, just one thing. I think one topic that's probably going to be talked about the most is what's happening right now at genocide.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll throw that up.
All right. Bye.
Be careful. Breaking. FBI informant oh, also that's true too. If I was in that room and it was like echoing and like I was talking, I can understand what that guy's saying, but like barely. I'm like on the edge of it. For international law, rebuttal of genocide is a very good reply from the Israeli ICJ judge. Ooh. Interesting. Why do you entertain Axel? He's just Palestinian apologist. There's nothing new or smart to say. Because he knows a lot about the stuff. That's all I care about right now. People that have knowledge about it. It helps me flesh my shit out more than arguing with like headline losers, regardless of if I agree or disagree with them. Breaking. FBI informant charged with lying about Joe Biden admits Russian intelligence was involved in passing a story about Hunter, special counsel says. Uh-oh. That same day, Smirnov was arrested in the District of Nevada as he returned to the United States on an international flight. Smirnov was scheduled to leave the United States 2 days later on February 16, 2024 for a months-long multi-country trip that, by his own description, involved meetings with officials of foreign intelligence agencies and governments. During his custodial interview on February 14, Smirnov admitted that officials associated with the Russian intelligence were involved in passing a story about business person who I assume is Hunter Biden. Oh no. Uh-oh. Every conservative is going to say all of this is fake news. However, but they will say that anything that the FBI or the special counsel has covered about Hunter Biden is real news. But this is all going to be fake news, for sure. I have to read a lot, so I don't have too much time, but what's up? You want to give me the play-by-play on this?
Just real quick.
Yeah.
So in 2020, if you recall, Biden or Trump was pushing for the Department of Justice to go after Biden.
Yep.
And Rudy Giuliani was funneling information to Bill Barr. And Bill Barr, at the direction or really at the suggestion and because of the pressure of Donald Trump, created a back channel through which information by Rudy Giuliani to target the Bidens was being funneled to the Department of Justice to vet it, essentially.
Okay.
And we now know that this information related to...
Which, wait, hold on. I just want to make it super clear that what you've said so far already is highly inappropriate, but go ahead.
For the President of the United States to be pressuring his own attorney general to politically prosecute the Bidens after he tried doing that with Zelensky. You guys remember that? Why he was impeached?
Yeah.
He tried it with the Ukrainians, and then he's back on it with his own Department of Justice. The same bullshit claims about Burisma are being funneled into the Department of Justice by Rudy Giuliani, who has no business whatsoever doing this.
Yeah.
And we now know, right? By the way, when this failed, because it's all bullshit, in October of 2020, in the lead up, Bill Barr calls on directly for Bill Barr to indict Joe Biden less than a month from the election. And we now know that at least part of this information was Russian disinformation, specifically the part from the 1023 alleging a bribe from Burisma founder Zlochevsky to the Bidens. We now know that that was Russian disinformation from Russian assets funneled to the Department of Justice. And on that basis, MAGA congressmen, remember when they were trying to release the 1023, when the FBI says, no, please don't release it, please don't release it, please don't release it.
When you're talking about release the 1023, is that the confidential informant stuff where they were trying to show the Hunter Biden? I think we read that on stream, yeah.
There ought to be an immediate, they should let David Weiss finish his investigation, but the Attorney General or the Inspector General should announce an investigation into the start of this investigation and the political nature of it and what happened, what was the timeline for why this investigation was started against the Bidens, what role Rudy had in it, what role Trump had in it, and what culpability, if any, Barr or other members of the Department of Justice had. I think it's absolutely outrageous that for months, MAGA congresspeople were touting this as evidence of Biden corruption, this Russian disinformation that we now know had multiple contacts. And if you read the contacts with Russian agents, it's shocking, the level of contacts. And they're all gonna, I'm looking on Twitter for all these people talking about the Twitter files. Remember that? When they were saying it was bad for the intelligence agencies to warn people against fake stories from Hunter Biden. Where are they now talking about this story?
Well, they're going to say all of this is fake. This is so. I can print you the whole script for what they're going to say. This is all fake news from the intelligence agencies that we already believe are compromised and blah, blah. That's going to be the, yeah.
But if it were true, if this is true, and Russian agents were involved in dissemination of this information, you know what that proves? That the intelligence agencies were absolutely right when they were trying to warn social media officials and saying, hey, there might be something coming out about the Bidens, something fake related to Burisma in Ukraine. They were absolutely right. And it was encouraged by the top, by the sitting president of the United States and his cronies.
Well, true, but careful for timelines because, wait, fuck, am I mixing up elections? Hunter Biden story. Oh, no, wait, that was 2000, right? The laptop story, right?
The laptop was...
You're right, okay, I mean, it was, yeah.
Yeah, it's all in the lead up to the 2020 election.
Yeah, not the 2016
And he tried it before. He tried it with Ukraine. This is exactly the story they were trying to sell to Zelensky and the corrupt prosecutors, Lutsenko and others. It's absolutely evidence of corruption from Trump, and there should be an investigation into it. And I think it's outrageous and damning that these Twitter files, alt journalists, are completely silent now when this information comes out. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Real quick, just to be ultra clear, Trump himself was never the subject of any probe or probe or investigation directly, was he? For Crossfire Hurricane, it was just people around him?
Not until he fired Comey.
After he fired Comey, was he the direct subject
for obstruction?
Gotcha.
For obstruction.
Okay, just for obstruction.
But before Comey actually told him he wasn't a target. Remember? Comey had said to Trump that he wasn't a target of the investigation.
Sure, yeah, okay.
But the reason why we know this is garbage is because these are the same disproven, debunked claims that made their way to the discourse about the Trump impeachment related to his call to Zelensky, the perfect call, which was corrupt abuse of power for him to try to leverage his status as chief negotiator in the United States for a corrupt political motive, that is to affect the 2020 election and get these Ukrainian prosecutors to announce investigations into the Bidens. And that's what Rudy was fighting for in Ukraine. And that's why they fired the Ukrainian ambassador. It's all there. It's all corrupt. And this guy will do it again. It's all projection. Everything about the political prosecutions, no. That's what they want to do. That's what they tried to do. And that's what Trump did.
Do you know who Burisma official 1 or 2 is in this? What is this, a charging document or indictment? Or
So there's an indictment against Smirnov. I don't know. It's either Zlochevsky or some other Burisma official. I don't actually know off the top of my head which
Gotcha.
one is 1 or 2.
Just reading through it's like 20 pages, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, folks, can't let this guy win. He's corrupt as shit, and he will abuse the Department of Justice and go after his political enemies, as he's tried to do before. And we need an investigation to see if this is what happened here. I'm not saying that it necessarily was, or, you know, the FBI can take in information that's disinformation all the time, and they can assess it, whatever. But if this was in any way pushed by Rudy, like he was pushing other false narratives, there ought to be consequences for it. And we, the American people, deserve to know.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Love you. Be careful. I just hope Jackson Hinkle gets indicted somehow in all this. Okay, sorry. Just reading through this indictment. Oh, no. Jesus. Porn star Cagney Lynn Carter killed herself with a shotgun in mouth. Holy fuck. Of all the ways, why that? My God. What do you mean instant death unlikely to fail? Bro, how do you reach? Can you even reach an ordinary? Or I guess depending on the length of the barrel, maybe you could, but fuck. It's pretty hardcore. Oh wait, this is what I was saying was some of the only like English, Scottish, whatever the fuck. I mean, it's English, but like the accent is so thick. This is like the edge of my ability to understand anything.
All right, mate. All right. You lost? Lost? No, mate. Cheers. It's just you don't know why you're for in here, no? I'm not just passing through. Sat in your bag, a laptop, eh? Aye. I wish I had a laptop, man. Aye, you're not missing much. You can take off the stuff on the phone nowadays, can't you? Aye, you wouldn't miss it, innit? Well, when I say that, I've got quite a lot. It's a fucking laptop. Don't, mate. I'm not your mate. He's a laptop. Tell you what. How about I give you something more valuable than the laptop? What? My time. And your time? On your laptop? I'll have your phone and all. I know you're hunting. What? I know you're hunting. Don't want me. Am I wrong? What would be hunting today what you're doing? Robbing people, robbing them of stuff that's important to them. Knowing how much that'll hurt them, but no caring. I think the only way you can live for that is because people have hurt you, but they didn't care. So why should you? Well, I care, mate. Alright, take your laptop, take your phone and all. I can always replace them, but talk to us. Tell me how you got into this mess. You never know. Might just help you out. Alright. I got to lose. So about 5 years ago, I had this big fight with my stepdad.
Hello?
How are you doing, sir?
Okay. What's up?
Not much. Just wanted to give you an update on the bench press progress. I'm up to doing 340 pounds for 3 sets of 5.
Based. Nice job.
Yeah, I strained my pec tendon a couple of weeks ago, so I had to take a little bit of time off, but you know, I'm back at it.
Well, good job.
Yes. How's your training going?
Good, you know, just reading all my books.
Okay. All right, well, take care, dude.
Love you, be careful. Don't hurt your peg again. Rip. Okay, fuck. All right. How have I streamed for 5 hours? What the fuck did we do today? Oh, Lav and Kelly time. That's what we did today. When I stumble on my Finkelstein debate, you'll know why. God, fuck me, I hate this chord progression. Quiet solitude. Research a skivvy toilet for your next one. Okay, all right. This works. Fuck it. Can I finish this today? Events. Okay, we're reading now. Good luck. Paratroopers Reconnaissance Battalion, commanded by Yaron Finkelman, supported by tanks and bulldozers, crossed the border and penetrated about 250 meters into the Gaza Strip. This is the first, I think this is the first big Gaza-Israel war. 2008 to 2009, to destroy the tunnel. A firefight broke out in which one Hamas fighter was killed. Hamas responded with a barrage of mortar and rocket fired Israeli troops. 3 Israeli airstrikes on Hamas mortar and rocket positions then killed 5 Hamas fighters. According to eyewitnesses, another 3 Hamas fighters were wounded in an Israeli UCAV strike over the El Berouj refugee camp. 3 Israeli soldiers were also wounded during the operation. Hamas said it would take revenge for what it perceived as an act of Israeli aggression that had violated the truce. Hamas launched 35 rockets into southern Israel in what was described by Hamas spokesperson Fauzi Barhoum as a response to Israel's massive breach of the truce, stating that the Israelis began this tension and they must pay an expensive price. They cannot leave us drowning in blood while they sleep soundly in their beds. The blockade of Gaza was tightened further the following day. Do I need to? I hate. Sometimes when we do this, we have like all the details of like every day of the invasion. I don't know if we need all of this that much. Infantry, bulldozers, and tanks cross 250 meters into the Gaza Strip, to destroy the tunnel. Hamas launched 35 rockets into southern Israel in response. Fuck, I guess, yeah. Immediate repercussions. The intensity of rocket attacks targeted at Israeli cities near Gaza sharply increased after the 4th of November 2008 cross-border IDF attack, approaching pre-truce levels. Clashes between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants also took place along the border, during which 11 Palestinian militants were killed. According to CAMERA, the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America, cute acronym. In the period between the 4th of November incident and mid-December, more than 200 Qassam rockets and mortar shells landed in the western Negev region, mostly fired after the 4th of November tunnel raid by the IDF and therefore decreasing to a few per day. Israel had frequently shut down the crossings in response to rocket attacks on its towns. Between November 4th and mid-December. Okay. Why is December repercussions bigger than immediate repercussions? Interesting. On the 13th of December, Israel announced that it favored extending the ceasefire. When does this conflict end? January 18th. Okay. On December 13th, Israel announced that it favored extending the ceasefire provided Hamas adhered to the conditions. On the 14th of December, a Hamas delegation in Cairo proposed that Hamas was prepared to stop all rocket attacks against Israel if the Israelis would open up the Gaza border crossings and pledge not to launch attacks in Gaza, as per the original June 2008 truce terms, to that date not complied with by Israel. On the same day, Hamas officials said that earlier reports, quoting Khaled Mishal as saying there would be no renewal of the truce, were inaccurate. A Hamas spokesman said that the lull would not be renewed as long as there is no real Israeli commitment to all of its conditions. A spokesman for the Israeli Prime Minister replied that Israel was committed to the truce, but it's clear that there can't be a one-sided ceasefire where rockets are every day coming from the Gaza Strip targeting Israeli civilians. Israel and Hamas fought over who was committing themselves to the truce, both sides accusing the other of violating it continuously. What a wacky combination of vowels. Investigating Forethought Part 3, The Biggest Lie. What the fuck? Forethought is a woman. Okay. Interesting post. I'll do on December 13th. December 15th, Israel assassinated a senior Palestinian commander in Jenin, sparking a round of attacks between Israel and Hamas. On December 17th, a 40-year-old Palestinian was killed by IDF fire in northern Gaza. The following day, on the 18th of December, Hamas declared the end of the ceasefire a day before the truce officially expired. More than 20 rockets were fired from Gaza into southern Israel on that day. I mean, is the truce even active? I feel like these guys are just fighting a ton, but okay. On the 19th of December, Hamas refused to enter talks to renew the 6-month truce, and a Hamas spokesman announced that it would not extend the ceasefire. The spokesman, Ayman Taha, specified that Hamas's refusal was because the enemy did not abide by its obligations to ease a crippling blockade of the Gaza Strip and had not halted all attacks. Palestinian sources said that Hamas wanted to renew the truce, but only on improved terms. A complete opening of the border crossing with Israel, the opening of the Rafah border crossing with Egypt, a complete ban on Israeli military activity in Gaza, and an extension of the truce to the West Bank as well. Israel was not ready to accept these terms. This was confirmed by Yuval Diskin, head of Shin Bet, Israel's internal security agency, at an Israeli cabinet meeting on the 21st of December. Diskin said that he thought Hamas was interested in continuing the truce, but wants to improve its terms. It wants us to lift the siege in Gaza, stop attacks, and extend the truce to include the West Bank. 3 Qassam rockets fired from the northern Gaza Strip landed in Israel. On the 22nd of December, Israeli Defense Minister Ehud Barak said that his country will not accept the ongoing rocket fire from the Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip. Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni, who had supported the truce until recently, suggested that military actions be taken against the Hamas government in Gaza. On the 23rd of December, senior Hamas leader Mahmoud al-Zahar said the Hamas was willing to renew the ceasefire under the original terms, demanding an Israeli commitment to refrain from any military operation in the Strip and to keep the border crossings open. Speaking with the Egyptian newspaper Al-Aram, and al-Zahar said that the movement would reassess the situation in Gaza once the 24 hours during which Hamas vowed to halt rocket fire had ended, despite the temporary ceasefire declared by the armed Palestinian factions. 8 Qassam rockets and 8 mortar shells hit the Negev. Also that day, Israeli Defense Forces killed 3 Palestinian militants, stating they were planting explosives on the border. I guess rocket fire and IDF attacks continued throughout the next 2 weeks of negotiations, I guess, for a truce/ceasefire. On the 24th of December, an Israeli airstrike hit a group of militants in the Gaza Strip. An Israeli military spokesman said that the militants had fired 2 mortars at Israel. Palestinian medics said that one Hamas militant was killed in the strike and 2 other Palestinians were wounded, including a cameraman from Hamas's television station. On that day, Hamas military wing issued a statement saying that it began an operation codenamed Operation Oil Stain. 87 Palestinian mortar shells, Katyusha and Qassam rockets hit the Negev. Hamas said that it would expand the oil stain and put thousands of Israelis under fire. Hamas said that it was ready for war, far greater than surrendering to Israeli threats, and that they became much more prepared to counter Israeli aggression and defend themselves than in the past. On the 24th of December, Hamas issued a statement to begin Operation Oil Stain. 87 Palestinian mortar shells, Katyusha and Qassam rockets hit the Negev. We have a Mark 8 meme.
Now might be a really good time for you to get angry.
I'm always mad and autistic.
Okay, I feel like he's made better memes, no? That was okay, though. I give it a 5 out of 10. Here's previously when the instability in the Middle East first started, it was the sacking of Baghdad by the Mongols and the subsequent slaughter of the Baghdadi population by Timur. This ended the Islamic Golden Age and caused the end of the Abbasid Empire. The population of Baghdad only returned to the 13th century figures in the 1900s. Hundreds of thousands, not millions, were killed in that period, and the region is still recovering from it today. Wow, thanks. Thread Hunt. Timeline of the war. Does this matter that much? I guess. What about this market meme? My iPad. Where I need to find on my iPad where the Wait, I super don't get it. What's it a reference to? Is that a video? It's some game, obviously, right? You're playing kid games on your iPad. Oh, okay. Based. We've got Israeli offensive. Israel began planning for a military operation as early as 6 months before the conflict by collecting intelligence on potential targets. The IDF also engaged in a disinformation campaign to give Hamas a false sense of security and to take them by surprise. Defense Minister Ehud Barak stated that the offensive was the result of Israel's patience running out over the rocket attacks, which had been restarted by Hamas after Israel destroyed a tunnel on the 4th of November. According to Israeli officials, its subsequent 27th of December offensive took Hamas by surprise, thereby increasing militant casualties. Planning this offensive for 6 months prior to the beginning of the conflict and initiated in response to their patience running out over rocket attacks. Air strikes. At 11:30 a.m. on December 27, 2008, Israel launched the campaign titled Operation Cast Lead. Oh boy. This is the one that Like and love so much, right? It began with an opening wave of airstrikes in which F-16 fighter jets and AH-64 Apache attack helicopters simultaneously struck 100 pre-planned targets within a span of 220 seconds. There was a 95% success rate with 0 misses in the opening attack. According to the Israeli Air Force, 30 minutes later, a second wave of 64 jets and helicopters struck at an additional 60 targets. The airstrikes hit Hamas headquarters, government offices, and 24 police stations. An Israeli UAV airstrike on the police headquarters of Gaza City killed 40 people, including several dozen police cadets at their graduation ceremony. Approximately 140 members of Hamas were killed, including Tawfiq Jabber, head of Hamas's police force. Another estimate puts the death toll of the police academy strike at 250 Hamas militants killed and 750 injured. Israeli Foreign Minister ZW Livni told reporters that Israel would strike all targets associated with what she called the illegitimate terrorist government of Hamas. F-16 fighter jets and AH-64 Apache attack helicopters struck 100 pre-planned targets within 220 seconds. Then returned with a second wave to strike an additional 60 targets. At least 225 to 230 Palestinians were killed and more than 700 injured on the first day of airstrikes. Civilians, including children, were among the casualties. Although media reported that most of the dead were Hamas security forces or Hamas operatives, police officers are, according to Bet Salem, presumed to be civilians and likely not legitimate objects of attack under international humanitarian law. Human rights groups critically note that the attacks began around the time children were leaving school. The Israeli attack was the deadliest one-day death toll in 60 years of conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians, a day that was called the Massacre of Black Sunday by Palestinians in Gaza. Hamas responded with a rocket barrage on southern Israel, and Palestinian factions in the Gaza Strip kept southern Israel under constant rocket fire during the entire war. Beersheba suffered 2 rocket attacks, the farthest Palestinian rockets had ever reached. Palestinian rocket fire killed 3 Israeli civilians and 1 soldier in the early days of the conflict. In the weeks following the initial air raids, F-16Is? Ls? F-16Ls? LLLLO. And AH-64 projects continue to target Hamas facilities while also inflicting severe damage to Palestinian infrastructure. Well, aims for grown. Thanks to the 10 gifted subs, buddy. Israel used the 2,000-pound Mark 84 Joint Direct Attack munition to attack buildings and tunnels along the Gaza-Sinai border. It's an I for Israel. Okay. The 500-pound variant was used against underground bunkers. Israel also used the new PB-500A1 laser-guided hard-target penetration bomb, which was developed by Israel Military Industries and is based on the 1,000-pound Mark 83. There were unconfirmed reports of the IAF also using the GBU-39 small-diameter bomb for the first time. Israeli aircraft also used synthetic aperture radar targeting pods and high-resolution imaging pods. After being grounded 6 months prior, the Israeli fleet of AH-1F Cobra helicopter gunships were rushed back into service for the operation. Read this about what Finkelstein might say. Let's see. Debate prep. Finkelstein. Here, I'll throw this right here. Another failed negotiation happened in 2008. Well, I don't even have this up right now. We'll see if we get into that. Actually, wait, I'll throw that on my... 2008 failed peace attempt. Wait, I would actually put this here. According to the IAF, 80% of the bombs used by the IAF were precision weapons and 99% of the airstrikes hit their targets. A study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies pointed out that when possible, IAF executed strikes using the smallest precision-guided weapons and coordinated airstrikes and the use of artillery weapons using GPS in a systematic effort to limit collateral damage. In a 2009 interview, Major General Ido Nehusten said that the only use of non-precision guided munitions from the Israeli Air Force was in open areas. He went on to say, we had to find ways to do things as precisely and proportionally as possible while focusing on how to differentiate between terrorists and uninvolved civilians. The IDF also targeted homes of Hamas commanders, noting destruction of hundreds of Hamas leaders' homes is one of the keys to the offensive's success. The homes serve as weapons, warehouses, and headquarters, and shelling them has seriously hindered Hamas capabilities. Several high-ranking Hamas commanders were killed, including Nizar Rayan, Abu Zakaria al-Jamal, and Jamal Mamduk. Hamas leaders often died along with their families in their homes. According to a Hamas spokesperson and Rayan's son, the IDF warned Rayan by contacting his cell phone that an attack on his house was imminent. Israel alleged that Hamas leaders hid in the basements of the Shifa hospital complex in Gaza City in the belief that they would be protected by human shields. Hamas Interior Minister Saeed Sayam, Hamas Interior Ministry Security Director Saleh Abu Shark, and local Hamas militia leader Mahmoud Abu Watfa were killed on the 15th of January in an Israeli airstrike in Jabalia. Huh. So for war crimes, this would be an accusation. So Operation Cast Lead, which was 2008, December 27th. Will Finkelstein reference the Goldstein report? Maybe. I don't know. I feel pretty prepared for that if that comes up. Incidents. Accusations of Hamas hiding in Al-Shifa basement. And then I need to find like an actual source for this outside of Wikipedia to see if this happened. Do you intend for your next research arcs to be this thorough, or is this the one where you push yourself too far and will probably not dedicate as much energy again? They probably won't be quite like this, but this is like the whole history of a conflict, and I've got like really big debates lined up about it, or a really huge one in the month. So this will be probably the most in depth I think I probably ever go into a particular topic, or at least one that's this broad. So, but listen, suffer through with me for 10 more days. You know, you can do it. IDF accused Hamas of hiding in the Al-Shifa basement, attempting to utilize human shields. If true, that's kind of a big meme. Hamas Interior Minister Saeed Sayam, okay, we're all killed. Among the IDF's measures to reduce civilian casualties were the extensive use of leaflets and phone messages to warn Palestinians, including families in high-risk areas and families of Hamas personnel, to leave the area to avoid potential targets. Israel used A4 Skyhawks to deliver more than 2 million leaflets urging the population to evacuate. In a practice codenamed roof knocking, the IDF issued warning calls before airstrikes on civilian buildings. Typically, Israeli intelligence officers and Shin Bet security servicemen contacted residents of a building in which they suspected storage of military assets and told them that they had 10 to 15 minutes to flee the attack. At several instances, the IDF also used a sound bomb to warn civilians before striking homes. The IDF took multiple precautions to reduce civilian casualties. Let's see. They used A4 Skyhawks to drop more than 2 million leaflets. Engaged in roof knocking on civilian buildings. The IDF issued warning calls before airstrikes on civilian buildings. Security servicemen. Oh wait, they contacted residents of a building to leave 10-15 minutes before an attack. Sound bombs to warn civilians before striking homes. In some cases, the IDF commanders called off airstrikes. Residents unable to gather on its roof. Oh shit, hold on. We stumbled on. Oh shit, bro. Fuck. If I had more time, we should just be. If I was just like a pure research stream. I bet there are different authors for these sections. If somebody wants to dig through this and check, I bet that if you go up to this section here, like this repercussion section or like this area, I bet that a lot of the sourcing of this is very pro-Palestinian material. Probably like a Finkelstein book. But I feel like this section got written by like some dude that absolutely combed through an IDF report and like tried to exonerate like, well, this is all the stuff the IDF did, because this is like a far different tone than the earlier article, which is like Hamas said Israel was doing everything to fuck shit up. Israel kept attacking for no reason, blah blah blah. And now this is like, these are all the things Israel did to help and warn civilians. So like, I don't know, it's funny. I guarantee you there's like different authors for these two things. Alabama Supreme Court rules frozen embryos are children under state law. Oh no. What the fuck? Oh no, they took the hypothetical seriously. Does this mean conservatives are going to allow pregnant women to claim fetuses for tax deductions? IDF developed small bomb that is designed not to explode, as it was aimed at empty areas of the roofs to frighten residents to leave the building. Israel's military used low explosive missiles to warn civilians of imminent attacks and to verify the buildings were evacuated before attacks. Some of the attacks took place sooner than the warning suggested, and many calls were not followed up with attacks. By the 3rd of January 2009, the Palestinian death toll stood at 400, with 25% estimated to be civilian casualties. The air offensive continued throughout the ground invasion that followed, and as of the 15th of January, Israeli forces carried out 2,360 airstrikes. No safe haven or bomb shelters existed, making this one of the rare conflicts where civilians had no place to flee. Deanne, I'm in your floor, Stephen. The IDF wouldn't think to look underneath a pro-Israeli political streamer's apartment. Keep up the good work, and thanks for the cover. Good one. naval operations. The Israeli Navy attacked Hamas's rocket launchers and outposts, command and control centers, a Hamas patrol boat. Loner box response to second thought. I don't care. Second thought is insane. In the office of Hamas Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh, using the Typhoon weapon system and surface-to-surface missiles, the Navy coordinated with other Israeli forces and used powerful shipboard sensors to acquire and shell targets on land. Records of the attacks published by the Navy indicate that for the first time, vessels were equipped with ZW2MX2CibYI optically guided anti-armor missiles. Videos of an attack showed precision hits from a Typhoon stabilizing gun despite a rolling sea. Versions of the Spike were also used by ground units, possibly by helicopters or unmanned aerial vehicles. Shayet 13 naval commandos are also deployed to attack targets on land and reportedly attacked an Iranian ship loaded with arms for Hamas, which was docking in Sudan. On the 20th of December, naval vessels shelled the port of Gaza. That's interesting. Israel launched attacks from sea. Is Rashid Khalidi's books on IP considered memes or decent? No idea. I wouldn't be able to tell you. They reportedly attacked an Iranian ship loaded with arms for Hamas, which was docking in Sudan. On the 29th of December, the Free Gaza Movement relief boat Dignity, carrying volunteer doctors with 3.5 tons of medical supplies, human rights activists, among them Kaimi Butterly and former U.S. Representative Cynthia McKinney, and a CNN reporter, was involved in an altercation with Israeli patrol boats. The is this the shit that we read about? Or is this a different set of ships? The captain of the Free Gaza vessel said that their vessel had been rammed intentionally, and that there had been no warning before it had been rammed. An Israeli spokesman disputed this and said the collision was caused by the Dignity attempting to outmaneuver the patrol boats and after disobeying Israeli orders to turn back. On January 4th, the Israeli Navy extended its blockade of the Gaza Strip to 20 nautical miles. Throughout the war, the Israeli Navy employed Sarah 4.5 class missile boats and Super Devora Mark III class patrol boats. Dignity sails. Okay. What was the name of the one that we did? The float. Was it called the Flotilla? No, there was a different name for the ship. The Mavi Marmara, that was it, you're right. Okay, interesting, gotcha. On December 29th, what was the end result of this? It's involved in an altercation. The captain said that it had been rammed intentionally. I'm guessing they got turned back. Israeli Navy patrol turned back a Free Gaza Movement relief boat, Dignity. Okay. Ground invasion. On the evening of January 3rd, Israel began the ground operation with a massive artillery barrage all along the Gaza boundary, and ground forces were sent into Gaza for the first time since the start of the conflict. The ground invasion, termed the second stage of Operation Cast Lead, sought to control open areas and encircle towns and refugee camps in which militants continued to launch rockets but not penetrate densely populated areas. The paratroopers, Golani, and Givati brigades simultaneously entered the Gaza Strip from several unexpected directions to avoid reported booby traps, while also outflanking opposing forces. The 401st Armored Brigade used Merkava Mark IV tanks to quickly block access from Rafah and Khan Yunis to Gaza City, cutting supply lines to Hamas from the south. The move put psychological pressure on Hamas while also forcing combatants to withdraw from the front line. Israeli forces took strategic hilltops to better control areas. The Israeli advance was spearheaded by combat engineering corps, sappers opening routes and allowing the ground forces to advance while dismantling booby traps set up in great numbers by Hamas, often set to detonate upon entry to a building. Improvised explosive devices were a concern for Israeli soldiers. One Israeli commander said that booby traps were found in a mosque in 1/3 of the houses. He said that some of the traps were designed to assist in taking IDF soldiers captive. All such attempts failed. The IDF used D9 armored bulldozers to ensure that paths were cleared of IEDs. Would you say that that must be contravention of international humanitarian law, right? Customary international humanitarian law to booby trap civilian houses? I feel like that would be is an Article 58 violation of failure to protect your population. We'll throw that in here. See if we can find articles of this. Booby trapping houses with improvised explosive devices. Booby trapping. Destiny, booby trapping is always a war crime. Okay. The United survived the explosion, the buildings collapsed. Combat engineers that inspected the rubble found a tunnel, cache of weapons, and remains of a suicide bomber. RIP. What am I looking for? This. Okay. Wait, no, this. Oh my god. How do I pin this? Wow, hi. Wow, hi.
I'm here to pick up all your deliveries.
Oh, have fun, be careful. Pin. As far as I know, anti-personnel mines are illegal. Well, that and like booby trapping homes is probably illegal.
Okay, I'm gonna make trips.
Be careful. Viper miniature robots were deployed by Israeli forces for the first time. These were used for various tasks, including the disabling of IEDs, along with blocking mobile phone communication. The IDF employed electronic jamming equipment to disable remote-operated explosives. Among others, the IDF used the new Bull Island system for the first time to identify booby traps in buildings. Bull Island uses a camera shaped like a tennis ball that can be thrown into a building and to transfer 360-degree imagery to the troops outside the structure. Interesting. Israeli artillery units worked closely with battalion commanders. For the first time, the Shedder-Ham digitized data mapping and command and control system linked the artillery corps into the Army's overall C4 network. What is C4? I've heard of C2 for command and control. What is C4? C4I network? Command, control, communications, and computers. Oh, cute. Okay, damn. It's a lot of C's. The Okets unit, the IDF's dog handling corps, performed 33 successful missions during the war, with specially trained sniffer and attack dogs and their handlers leading advancing forces. In every mission that involved Okets dogs, there were no casualties among soldiers. 3 dogs were killed by enemy fire during the war. Israeli ground troops entered Beit Lahia and Beit Hanan in northern Gaza in the early hours of the 4th of January. Israeli forces reportedly bisected Gaza and surrounded Gaza City. The IDF stated that it had targeted 40 sites, including weapons depots and rocket launch sites. The Israeli military said that 50 Hamas fighters were killed and dozens more wounded. At least 25 Palestinian rockets were fired into southern Israel, wounding a woman in Sderot. I need to find out how to pronounce this place. Hold on, let me hear it.
You are looking
Fuck
at
you. Say it.
How do you say this? Name of the city in Israel? Israeli say it. In Israel, it's pronounced as Sderot.
Sderot. Can I say Sderot? Sderot. Okay. As Israeli tanks and troops sieged control of large parts of the Gaza Strip, tens of thousands of Gazans fled their homes amid artillery and gunfire and flooded into the inner parts of Gaza City. On the 5th of January, IDF forces began operating the densely populated urban centers of Gaza. Gun battles broke out between the IDF and Hamas on the streets of Gaza as the IDF surrounded the city. IDF combat units were sent in to capture Hamas fighters and were met with grenades and mortar fire. The Israeli military said that 80 to 100 Hamas fighters were killed and 100 captured during heavy ground fighting. Some 40 rockets and mortar shells were fired at Israel, injuring 4 civilians. On the 6th of January, heavy fighting took place between Israeli troops and Palestinian militants on the outskirts of the northern district of Gaza City. While Israeli helicopter gunships pounded militant positions, the IDF reportedly widened its attacks to Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. After heavy fighting on the edges of Deir al-Balal in central Gaza, the Al-Fakura school was hit by Israeli mortar fire, and reports on deaths and if militants, Israeli militants, IDF militants, were among the casualties varied. And if militants? Islamic Jihad. I don't know what IF militants is. I mean, that was a typo of some kind. The attack was originally reported as being on the school in northern Gaza City. Palestinian gunmen ambushed an Israeli patrol, killing 1 soldier and wounding 4. The patrol returned fire, hitting some of the gunmen, while in Jabalia, an Israeli tank fired a shell into an abandoned building as Golani Brigade soldiers were taking cover in it, killing 3 soldiers and wounding 24. The casualties were extracted under the cover of heavy artillery fire and helicopters dropping illumination bombs. In a separate friendly fire incident, an Israeli officer was killed by a misdirected artillery shell. In all, at least 70 Palestinians and 5 Israelis were killed on the 6th of January. What do I need? Ground invasion began January 3rd. Israel pushed into and destroyed parts of the city. I don't know. Do I like neon? Yeah. Okay. When are you gonna watch the new Finkelstein debate? Is that this one?
You know, it's
I might watch this right after this. After I finish this Gaza war or whatever. Arms. Wait, are we on 3 things? We are. No, we're not. Wait, this is gonna be a twofer, right? No, it's not. Okay. The Israel defender in that debate is annoying as fuck, by the way. Great. Arms, interdiction, and the Sudan strike. In January and February 2009, there was a series of 2 airstrikes in Sudan and 1 in the Red Sea, allegedly conducted by Israel against a convoy of 17 trucks containing Iranian arms, possibly Fajr-3 artillery rockets being smuggled to the Gaza Strip through Sudan. A total of 39 were reported killed, with Iranian Revolutionary Guard operatives possibly among the dead. The attack was widely reported to have been conducted by Israeli aircraft, while the Israeli government hinted that it was behind the attack. Naval commandos from the elite Shayatet 13 unit were reportedly involved in the operation, which included an attack on Iranian arms ships docking in Port Sudan. How the fuck does shit get from Sudan? Does it have to go up through Egypt? Or what is the, what is that? Like, how are you shipping stuff from Sudan to the Gaza Strip? What is the, it must be smuggled up through Egypt, I guess? Sudan has a coast? Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you can't. I mean, how are you getting from the Sudanese coast to the Gaza Strip? Probably with boats? Oh, wait. Well, I guess you could do it through here, and then you would go through the Suez, and then from the Suez, you try to sneak over to the Gaza Strip like that, basically? Paragliders? January and February of 2009, there were 2 airstrikes in Sudan and 1 in the Red Sea, allegedly conducted by Israel against Iranian smuggled arms shipments. I don't think you understand the sheer volume of shit Hamas would smuggle through designated tunnels from Egypt. It's insane. I think it was pretty insane, right? I think Egypt was getting fucking ultra ass mad as well, right? Attack on Gaza City. On the 7th of January, Israel carried out 40 airstrikes overnight. Dozens of other targets were attacked by aircraft and artillery during the day, and the Gaza-Egypt border was bombed after Israeli aircraft dropped leaflets onto Rafah, urging the citizens to leave. A total of 20 Palestinians were killed. A total of 20 rockets were fired into southern Israel. Israel temporarily halted its attacks for 3 hours, providing humanitarian respite. I think it's respite. In central Gaza, a force of IDF soldiers entered a building near the Kisfim crossing. As the force entered, Hamas fighters fired an anti-tank rocket at them, killing 1 Israeli officer and wounding 1 soldier. Israeli aircraft also hit more than 40 Hamas targets in Gaza. Israeli troops shot and killed Hamas commanders Amir Mansi and wounded 2 other Hamas fighters as they operated a mortar. On the 11th of January, the IDF started the 3rd stage of the operation with an attack on the suburbs of Gaza City. Israeli forces pushed into the south of the city and reached a key junction to its north. During their advance, Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters ambushed Israeli troops at several locations, and heavy fighting ensued, in which 40 Hamas and Islamic Jihad fighters were killed. Additionally, the IAF, the Israeli Air Force, reported that Hamas operators had tried to shoot down an IAF plane with anti-aircraft missiles for the first time since operations in Gaza City began. Heavy machine gun fire against helicopters had also been unsuccessful. 2 Hamas fighters were killed by an Israeli airstrike in the southern Gaza Strip. A Palestinian woman was also killed by Israeli artillery fire. Israeli forces continued to push deeper into heavily populated areas around Gaza City. Fierce clashes were reported in the southern suburb of Sheikh Ajlin. On the 13th of January, Israeli tanks continued their advance toward the headquarters of Hamas's preventative security building from the Al-Karamah neighborhood in the northwest and the Tel Al-Hawa neighborhood in the northeast. The Israeli army also said that 25 mortars and rockets were fired into southern Israel. Before dawn, during the night, Israeli troops and tanks supported by artillery and helicopters advanced 300 meters into Tel Al-Hawa, a neighborhood with several high-rise buildings, while Israeli gunboats shelled Hamas targets along the coast. As troops entered the narrow streets, heavy street fighting with militants ensued, leaving 3 Israeli soldiers wounded and 30 Hamas militants dead or wounded. According to the IDF, by morning, IDF soldiers were still advancing slowly towards the city center, and several buildings were in flames in Tel Al-Hawa, where most of the fighting took place. 5 Israeli soldiers were wounded during clashes with militants, and an officer was severely wounded by an explosion inside a booby-trapped building. The push into the neighborhood was Israel's deepest incursion into Gaza City. There was widespread desertion by members of the Qassam brigades in the face of the IDF advance. On January 15th, Israeli artillery started an intense bombardment of the city while fighting was still going on in the streets. Troops and tanks advanced deeper into the city following the shelling. The Israeli military claimed to have killed dozens of militants since breaching the city limits 4 days earlier, while they suffered 20 to 25 soldiers wounded. Among buildings hit by shell fire was the Al-Quds Hospital, Gaza's second largest, in the Tel Al-Hawa neighborhood. At least 14 rockets were fired from Gaza into Israel, wounding 5 and severely damaging a house in Sderot. Almost all members of Hamas' approximately 100-man strong Iranian unit were killed during a battle in the Zaytun neighborhood on the 15th of January. Yikes. Killed during a battle in the Zaytun neighborhood. That's pretty cringe, bro. On January 15th. Members of the military wing had previously traveled to Iran for training by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. According to Palestinian sources, Iran was preparing for an end to the fighting and promised money and resources to rebuild military capabilities and infrastructure destroyed during the fighting. The headquarters of the UNRWA was also shelled on the 15th of January. There were 3 people injured, and tons of food and fuel intended for 750,000 Palestinian refugees were destroyed. The Associated Press initially reported that an anonymous Israeli military official stated that Gaza militants had fired anti-tank weapons and machine guns from inside the compound. Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert said, "It is absolutely true that we were attacked from that place, but the consequences are very sad and we apologize for it. I don't think it should have happened and I'm very sorry." After UNRWA dismissed this as nonsense, Israel ordered an army investigation into the incident. Israeli officials afterwards came forward to say that preliminary results show that the militants ran for safety inside the UN compound after firing on Israeli forces from outside. The UNRWA was shelled on January 15th with tons of food and fuel being destroyed in the process. After an investigation, the IDF claimed 3 militants fired, or no, it just says militants claimed that militants ran for safety inside the UN compound after firing on Israeli forces from outside. On the 16th of January, more than 50 Israeli airstrikes are carried out against militants, tunnels, and a mosque suspected of being used as a weapons store. Israeli forces continued their push into Gaza City while Israeli Navy vessels shelled militant targets. In support, about 10 rockets were fired into southern Israel. The Givati Brigade penetrated the deepest into Gaza City. The brigade's reconnaissance battalion swept into the Tel Al-Hawa neighborhood and took over 2 15-story buildings in search of Hamas operatives. 2 days before the ceasefire went into effect, about 40 Palestinian fighters were killed during the operation. The commander of the brigade, Colonel Ilan Malka, was critical of Hamas's use of civilian homes and said that he took many steps to prevent our soldiers from getting hurt. Malka told reporters that the IDF had initially predicted each battalion would lose 6 or 7 soldiers. Actually, we should have, that was probably a big deal. War crimes. Militants taking cover in UNRWA building. Do you know the structure of the debate? Nope, it's just gonna be like a 5-hour conversation. We'll see how it goes. The Israeli government considered a third phase of the operation with the intent of dealing a knockout blow to Hamas. Military and intelligence assessments indicating that shifting the goal to destroying Hamas would require additional weeks of deep ground incursions into urban areas and refugee camps. This was expected to result in heavy casualties on both sides and among civilians, reduce the strong domestic support for the war, and increase international criticism. Fuck, wait, I just realized something. On my war crimes part, I wonder if I should have sorted by conflict instead of by the top level should be conflict instead of maybe the side. No, never mind. I think it's fine. Yeah, never mind. I don't care. Do you have a strategy for dealing with Fink's dishonesty and dodging of questions? Yeah, that's all like debate stuff. Well, I should be able to navigate that pretty easily. One, two, three. Humanitarian ceasefires. Due to the number of civilian casualties and the deteriorating humanitarian situation, Israel faced significant international pressure for a ceasefire, the establishment of a humanitarian corridor, access to the population of Gaza, and the lifting of the blockade. On January 7th, Israel opened a humanitarian corridor to allow the shipment of aid into Gaza. The Israeli army agreed to interrupt fighting for 3 hours, and Hamas agreed not to launch rockets during the pause. Israel repeated the ceasefire either daily or every other day. Aid officials in the UN praised the truce, but said it was not enough, as fighting usually resumed immediately following the humanitarian ceasefires. An independent report commissioned jointly by the Israeli NGO Physicians for Human Rights and the Palestinian Medical Relief Society notes that according to testimonies by local witnesses, there were several cases where IDF ground forces breached the daily ceasefire agreements. There were daily or every other day ceasefires to allow humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. Physicians for Human Rights and the Palestinian Medical Relief Society. Local testimonies claimed IDF ground forces breached the daily ceasefire agreement. Ew. Actually gonna debate Finkelstein. Yes, welcome to the fucking stream, bro. Okay, then this is 1-2. Yes. Palestinian paramilitary activity. According to Abu Ahmed, the official media spokesman of the Al-Quds brigades, the military wing of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad movement, Palestinian paramilitary factions in Gaza work together operationally and otherwise to repel the Israeli attack on Gaza. Abu Ahmed told Asharq al-Awsat during the war that everybody helps everybody. Else, with regards to food, weapons, and first aid, there's no difference between a member Al-Quds Brigade or Al-Qassam Brigades, military wing of Hamas, or Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades, or Abu Ali Mustafa Brigade, the militant wing, or the military wing of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, or the PFLP. For everybody's goal is the same, and their compass is pointing in the same direction, and that is to drive out the occupation and defeat them and disrupt their plan to dissolve the Palestinian cause. Hamas said that the rockets fired from Gaza were meant to hit military targets, but because they are unguided, they hit civilians by mistake. Political representatives for Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the PFLP, SAICA, the Popular Struggle Front, the Revolutionary Communist Party, Palestinian Liberation Organization, Fatah's Intifada faction, and a number of other Palestinian factions in Syria formed a temporary alliance during the offensive as well. They issued a joint statement refusing any security arrangements that affect the resistance and its legitimate right to struggle against the occupation, and refusing proposals suggesting international forces be sent to Gaza. The coalition also affirmed that any peace initiatives must include an end to the blockade and an opening of all of Gaza's crossing, including Rafah, the Rafah crossing with Egypt. Wait. Remembering this, is Bad Bunny still banned from Twitch? Did she actually get like super perma banned? Or did she end up getting unbanned? Wait, is she actually like gone forever? Or no, wait, it's Kira Chats now. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Damn, she actually got permabanned for that Palestinian meme. I wonder whatever happened to her. Rip. Copy link address. Check her Twitter. See me on the whatever at 5. Why did you link me this? She tweeted about how none of her comrades reached out to her. Based. Let's see. Hamas, Islamic Jihad. This is the tweet. Wait, we're fucking copying this. And others issued a joint statement refusing any security arrangement. Doesn't include an end to the blockade and an opening of all of Gaza's crossings. She tweeted out on January 26th, genuinely despicable how few comrades have reached out and shown support since I was targeted by fascists and permanently banned from Twitch. Damn. Oh, her pinned tweet is, I was brigaded by Zionists. McCarthyism continues. I will never stop fighting for Palestine. Nice. Damn. Hi. Hey. Thank you. One, two, three, preparation. Hamas used the months leading to the war to prepare for urban warfare, which was to give them a chance to inflict casualties on the Israeli military. Militants booby-trapped houses and buildings and built an extensive system of tunnels in preparation for combat. For months leading up to the war. A Hamas fighter reported the group... hold on. By booby-trapping houses, building extensive systems of tunnels. Hamas fighter reported that the group had prepared a tunnel network in Gaza City that would allow Hamas to engage in the IDF in urban warfare. The IDF commander said that many of Hamas's members have dug tunnels for themselves under their homes and hid weapon caches in them. The IDF claims Hamas members hid weapons caches under their homes. Thank you, babe. Some houses were booby-trapped with mannequins, explosives, and adjacent tunnels. Israeli officers said that houses were set up this way so that Israeli soldiers would shoot the mannequin, mistaking it for a man, an explosion would occur, and the soldiers would be driven or pulled into the hole where they could be taken prisoner. Jesus. A colonel estimated that 1/3 of all houses encountered were booby-trapped. IDF Brigadier General Eyal Eisenberg said that roadside bombs were planted in TV satellite dishes, adding that Hamas booby-trapping of homes and schools was monstrous and inhumane. Jesus. The IDF claimed satellite dishes were armed with bombs and that 1/3 of houses were booby-trapped. They also claimed schools were booby-trapped as well. Oh, there's an actual rule on this site about booby-trapping? Oh, sick. Practice relating to Rule 80 booby traps. Okay, so Rule 80 ICR, International Red Cross, no, International, I need to learn these acronyms. ICRC. Something Red Cross. International Customary Law, Red Cross, International... The International Committee of the Red Cross. Fuck me. Okay. So the rule here is booby traps. If you had to guess as a percentage, how reliable are claims made by Israel / the IDF? I would say that they're probably pretty high degree of reliability, just because like they have their own investigative bodies and they kind of open their shit up, generally speaking, to external examination, generally speaking. I mean, that's not to say that they're always honest. I'm sure there are times when they've lied. I'm sure there are times when they try to cover shit up. But like, I would generally, I'm gonna like be biased towards any like democratic body that opens itself up to external review more than like dictatorships or non-democratic bodies that hide all of their shit. Fuck, I don't like this. Ron Ben Yishai, an Israeli military correspondent embedded with invading ground forces, stated that entire blocks of houses were... Okay. Was that Siri? Oh my god, he can't be serious. Destiny doesn't live on planet Earth. Israel would never, like, they are a democracy. This is your king? Yeah. So how much you want to bet that if we found Machiavelli's fucking Twitter account, you're retweeting fucking retarded shit from Russia today? Fucking moron. Okay. Okay. Israel said a map showing the deployment of explosives and Hamas forces in the Al-Atatra neighborhood in northern Gaza was found. The map reportedly showed that Hamas placed many explosive and firing positions in residential areas, several mosques, next to a gas station. Oh wow, they found the Ubisoft mini-map unlock for the area. Nice. Israel deployed the elite Sayeret Yahalom combat engineering unit throughout the brigades with new equipment, including miniature robots and improved wall-breaching munitions to counter the booby traps. According to Jane's Defense Weekly, armed groups in Gaza counted domestically produced anti-armor RPGs like Al-Batar and Bana 1 and Bana 2 in their arsenal. Hamas and Islamic Jihad also manufactured a variety of IEDs, some of which were anti-personnel bombs and others which were planted on the sides of roads or underground to be activated against tanks and armored personnel carriers. According to the Jerusalem Post, some of the IEDs were manufactured from medicine bottles transferred to the Gaza Strip as humanitarian aid by Israel. Oof. The same newspaper also reported that Hamas representatives said they were fighting with the aid of armored vehicles and weapons confiscated from the Palestinian National Authority given by Israel, the United States, and other countries. If that's true, that's kind of a big deal. IDF claimed, I think, anti-personnel IEDs were planted. I think those are against, I don't know if you can have anti-personnel mines. I could be wrong. Is that are you not allowed to do that? Manufactured from medicine bottles. Transferred to the Gaza Strip as humanitarian aid by Israel. Claimed that Hamas representatives said they were fighting with the aid of armored vehicles and weapons confiscated from the Palestinian National Authority. Okay. Customary IHL anti-personnel mines. Prohibits the use of remotely delivered anti-personnel mines which are not equipped with self-destruction and self-deactivation devices. Oh, so this is the prohibition of certain types of landmines. Is this Rule 81? Gotcha. Okay. I'll archive both of these later. I'm just saving every single relevant international law for any of these conflicts. So like I have all of the treaties. I've got all of the international, like this is the important one. The the customary international humanitarian law. Fuck, Jesus. Okay. Whew. Okay. At least one Palestinian witness told an Italian reporter that on... Oh, wait, hold on. Something that I said before, I don't know if I'll do like a summary of everything we've learned about this. It seems kind of impossible. Something that I've stressed a lot before is how important it is for people to be signatories of certain things. So like the Geneva Convention, Additional Protocols 1 or 2, or like the International Criminal Courts, et cetera, et cetera. I think in the past, I think my understanding of that was not good. I don't actually think being a signatory of a lot of these things matters that much because there's a whole broad sprawling thing called humanitarian or customary international humanitarian law, which also encompasses a lot of customary rules of the international law of armed conflict. And for a lot of these rules, basically, my understanding is, and what I would say is, any of the rules that you find on this website are things that every single country is expected to follow, regardless of whether or not you've signed anything. That any rule, I believe, my understanding is any rule that shows up as part of the International Humanitarian Law database, any of these rules are basically things that every country in the world is expected to follow. Whether you've signed to everything or nothing, it doesn't matter. So a lot of what shows up in Additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions, for instance, gets basically end up being like thrown into what is considered customary international law. So yeah, that's just a thing to keep in mind. Wait, look up Rule 34. Rule 34. Journalists. I think you gave me the wrong rule, buddy. If landmines are allowed or not allowed in some areas, I'm sure it'll be included in here. At least one Palestinian witness told an Italian reporter that on many roofs of the tall buildings that were hit by Israeli bombs, including UN building, there were rocket launchers or Hamas lookouts. On the 27th of January, the Shin Bet released details given by Hamas captives, including the militants' use of mosques for weapon caches and military training. Militants admitted the location of Hamas weapon storage sites in tunnels and the homes of activists and in citrus groves and mosques, and told of theory instruction given in mosques as well. Jesus, man, we're really going all out. Rule 34. Oh, shit. Fuck me. I'm fucking retarded. Sorry. I'm in fucking... My brain is over here. Never mind. Fucking... You guys are all horrible. I'm going to play fucking... I'm going to rickroll you guys for 8 hours tomorrow, okay? Fuck you. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Militants admitted... Wait, hold on. What do we say? Shin Bet released details that mosques were used for weapon caches and military training. To the location of Hamas weapon storage sites in tunnels and the homes of activists. Jesus. And in citrus groves and mosques. Then we've got Palestinian rockets in Gaza. Okay. Fuck. Are we going to finish this tonight? I will finish this tonight. It might not be on stream, but I will finish this. Fuck. How far up are we? Preparation. Let me use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna watch this debate. I'll take notes from this. One sec. Okay, here's something I'm curious about. For people that use Obsidian often, I understand having like one big thing that I have right now that kind of like links to all of my articles for your, there's some stupid fucking graph view that people are obsessed with. Oh, this thing. How do you actually go about creating like multiple like interlinks though? Because like, do you go back through your old notes that you've created and then like look for words and then link them to other things? Or how do you even do that? Backlinks? What does a backlink mean? Or like, like what I'm asking is like, would you go back through, like, let's say that I do let's say that I take notes on the Yom Kippur War, and then let's say that I do another thing and I reference something about like the War of Attrition. Would I go back to this article and then make a link to that other one that I just made? I just add links and new notes that I create to notes I already have. Backlinks is when you go back to flirting with Lav and DMs. Based. You can link a word or phrase to another page, and that creates a backlink. I think it's difficult the way you did it. Oh. With the backlinks plugin, you can see all the backlinks for the active note. A backlink for a note is a link from another note to that note. In the following example, the 3 laws of motion, a note contains a link to the Isaac Newton note. The corresponding backlink would link from Isaac Newton back to 3 laws of motion. How? The backlink is having the reverse link you were talking about by making by hand, but it's generated by Obsidian. Why would this matter? Or like, hold on, because wait, isn't this, if, for instance, if this is already linked to my timeline, then isn't my timeline already linked to this? Oh no, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be. Wait, why does it matter if a thing is linked to itself though? Like, why do backlinks matter? You don't use hashes at all, Destiny. You do brackets? Okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this shit. Okay. All right. Norman Finkelstein. Holy shit, what the fuck are the notes I have down here? Fuck. Okay, I'll sort through these later. Damn, I gotta go through and like clean up the bottoms of these. I add stuff that I just don't. Oh, I fucked this up. Okay. Name a term, then surround it with brackets, then middle click it to create a page. You do this every place you use the term, i.e. Hamas, then you can see every page that talks about Hamas eventually. That just sounds like a lot of work and cringe. Okay, this came out 7 hours ago. Oh boy.
Justice ruled.
Israel says Hamas has just weeks to release all remaining hostages before it launches a deadly assault on the Gazan city of Rafah. Prime Minister Netanyahu has rejected the latest round of negotiations as delusional. With the Palestinian death toll now exceeding 29,000, pressure on Israel globally is mounting. Brazil's President Lula said it's not a war in Gaza, but a genocide. Is he right? Is it time for Israel to end this war? We've invited two of our most passionate contributors to debate this, the American Jewish political scientist Norman Finkelstein and the author Rabbi Shmuley.
October 7th.
Let me ask you
when
this.
1,200 Jews were burned to death, slaughtered, and no democracy should allow that, except for one person, Norm Finkelstein.
He's suffering from Judeo-dementia.
It's not Shmuley who suffers dementia.
Rabbi Shmuley seems incapable of processing very basic facts.
Do you think that, in principle, Hamas should stay in power?
Answer the question.
Allow me to finish.
Welcome to both of you. Let me start.
What the fuck was the point of that editing? Oh my God.
If I may, with you, Norman Finkelstein. Good to have you back on Uncensored.
Thank you for having me.
We seem to be reaching a point here where something has to give. Either Israel stops obliterating Gaza and killing so many innocent people in the process, or I'm not sure what the alternative is. How do you read where we are with this war?
There are many ways to read it. You can read it politically, you can read it militarily, you can read it strategically, or you can read it from a point of view of human rights and international law, so long
Oh boy.
as it bears on human rights. Now, when it comes to the very last consideration, I think it's very clear how we should read it. Namely, the International Court of Justice, the supreme judicial body in the world, has said that Israel is under two obligations. Obligation number one is to honor the laws of war in what it's doing in Gaza. And obligation number two, Israel has to provide humanitarian aid and assistance to the people of Gaza. Those are its two obligations under international law. The court also ruled that Israel is plausibly committing genocide, and there is no evidence whatsoever, zero evidence, that since the court ruling, Israel has changed its tactics or its strategy in Gaza. So as of now, as we speak, Israel is still, by the conclusion of 15 judges in the International Court of Justice, 15 of the 17 judges, Israel is committing genocide or plausibly committing genocide, and it's not honoring its obligations as they were spelled out by the International Court of Justice.
Okay, Rabbi Shmuley, you tweeted this morning when we booked you for this debate. You called Norman Finkelstein an anti-Semite. You said, "You have my word that God willing, I will digitally decapitate, digitally disembowel, and digitally destroy him." Do you think that was the right kind of rhetoric before you try and debate such a serious matter?
First of all, thank you for having me back, Pierce. It's nice to see you. And Norm, I hope you don't mind if I call you Norm. You can please call me Shmuley. Norman Finkelstein is on the show for only one reason. If the journalistic idiom that Jews are news is true, because Israel's this big, it gets this much attention, then how much more so Jewish anti-Semites get the brightest headlights. Norman Finkelstein is the foremost Jewish anti-Semite on planet Earth. He actually attacked his own parents.
Bro came with his slogans ready. What?
whose only crime was to be Jewish. Their entire family was annihilated in Warsaw. They're not victims. They hated Germans and wanted them dead. He didn't think to himself, maybe my parents wanted the Germans to suffer to stop the war, to break the will of the German people, to stop murdering, gassing 10,000 Jews per day. His hatred of the Jewish people has extended even to his own family. He calls Israel a satanic state that comes from the boils of hell. He calls it a vandal state. He said that the 15 people murdered in the Charlie Hebdo massacres, he has no sympathy for them whatsoever. But this is the most telling thing of all, and you discussed this the last time. He said, on October 7th, hours after the massacre of 1,200 Jews started, he wrote, "It warms every fiber of my soul to see the children of Gaza smiling as their arrogant Jewish supremacists that have been humbled. The stars above in heaven are looking down. Glory, glory, hallelujah." Let's just go through this. 400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football. Glory, hallelujah. Women shot in their genitals, Norm. Glory. You should be a televangelist. Glory, hallelujah. Children burned to death and beheaded. Glory, hallelujah. Come on, come on. You're a fair person, Pierce.
This is gonna be. Who the fuck is this guy?
This is exactly what your friend Douglas Murray said, because he refuses to debate Norman Finkelstein. He called him a sociopath. He said Norman Finkelstein is a psychotic. He's not on your show because he's a serious academic. Wolfgang Benz, professor of Ellingen, who was one of the foremost German historians of the Holocaust, said the only thing interesting about Norman Finkelstein is that he needs a psychiatrist.
Okay, well, look,
Professor
right.
Wolfgang, wait, one second. Professor Wolfgang.
I want to just ask you this, though. You see, it's interesting. Norman Finkelstein gave I thought, a pretty measured argument in response to my first question. You've gone ad hominem immediately and attacked the man, not the issue, and not the question that I asked you, which is to respond to what he was saying, which is a growing feeling around the world, by the way, that Israel is now committing, as he put it, as the court said, a plausible genocide. I don't happen to think it is genocide they're doing, but what I do think is happening is that there is a shameful number of innocent women and children being slaughtered on a daily basis, and I don't see what the end game is other than the obliteration of most of Gaza and many people living there. So to answer that point...
So let me answer your question directly. First of all, when you quote President Lula of Brazil, he is a criminal who served in jail for corruption. He has zero credibility. He also knows nothing about history. 10,000 Jews were gassed a day for 4 years.
What? Oh my God. Is there any debate? Is this actually a real debate? Or is it, who the fuck is this fucking loser? This is embarrassing. Rabbi Shmuley? Is he like a Twitter guy? He hasn't given a single substantive argument yet. It's all just weird cringe fucking...
After the Wannsee Conference in January 1942, to compare that to Gaza is an abomination. Secondly, Norman Finkelstein is a liar. The International Court of Justice specifically said that Israel is not committing a genocide. So when you tell me, why do I go after ad hominem? The International Court of Justice specifically said that Israel is not committing a genocide.
I don't remember them specifically saying that. Unless there was a new ruling or a new statement. They weren't making a ruling on that, but okay.
So when you tell me, why do I go after ad hominem, I'm questioning his academic credentials. He just lied on international TV. South Africa sued to get the ICJ to declare that Israel's committing a genocide, and they said they're not committing a genocide, and they said they would not stop the Israeli offensive. That is a straight-out lie.
Okay, well,
fabrication.
all right. If you're going to call him a liar, amongst other things you've called him, I'm going to go back to Norman Finkelstein and get him to respond to that.
Would you like me to respond now?
Yes, please, yeah. I think it's only reasonable you should, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what was the purpose to inviting either me or...
Oh my God. His talking speed is so slow. How am I going to survive in a real one-on-one debate? This is his real talking speed. Holy shit.
Yeah, I think it's only reasonable you should, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what was the purpose to inviting either me or Mr. Shmuley to this program, because obviously we are on two entirely different wavelengths. Mr. Shmuley is in the business, which is not surprising, of character assassination. He's in the business of libel. That's his job, because where he has to confront the facts, he would be in a very difficult situation. So let me make one clarification. None of
I only deal in facts. Is he going to say his trademark?
my remarks bear on my personal opinions. I simply am repeating what the documentary record shows. Now, according to Mr. Shmuley, I am a
I think he said this in almost every single debate I've listened to him say. I only deal in facts. These aren't my opinions. These are just the facts. These are the facts.
Because, according to Mr. Shmuley, the International Court of Justice explicitly concluded that Israel was not committing a genocide. Now, I concluded, according to Mr. Gerd shows. Now, according to Mr. Shmuley, I am a liar because, according to Mr. Shmuley, the International Court of Justice explicitly concluded that Israel was not committing a genocide. Now, I would say that Mr. Shmuley is suffering from what I would call a Judeo-dementia, because there is no possibility on earth
I like how Norm goes right into the personal attacks with him. Why not just respond to the facts? I feel like if your opponent is going to go that hard immediately, you have such a major W. Norman's first response was completely factual to him. This guy went completely ad hom. Norm should just respond with the facts by the ICJ. This guy's incorrect about it. The ICJ did not rule against genocide. How would they fucking do that? It was like a preliminary, like, statutory fucking hearing. You think they determined no genocide in, like, 2 weeks? What a stupid statement this guy made. Norm should just respond to the facts there. He has him dominated so hard.
That any rational human being could have read the opinion or the ruling rendered by the International Court of Justice after the South Africa application and after the oral proceedings. There's no possibility on earth that any rational person can conclude that the International Court of Justice ruled that Israel was not committing a genocide. So we now have two difficulties. Number one, Mr. Shmuley seems to think his purpose to being on the program is to personally attack me, the Latin term ad hominem attacks. Number two, Rabbi Shmuley seems incapable of processing very basic facts. If Mr. Shmuley believes that the International Court of Justice ruled explicitly that Israel was not committing genocide, if that's what he truly believes, then I would say he's suffering from some form of Judeo-dementia.
Okay,
May I respond?
Yes, you may, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pierce. You know, it's interesting, Pierce, that you...
They're not going to do any factual debate on this, are they? This is just a waste of fucking time.
Norm are saying that I went ad hominem. No, I did not. I quoted his own words of Jewish anti-Semitism, vitriol, which are so extreme that they're shocking. I told you, he called his own parents haters of Germans. Not the Germans hated his parents and annihilated his family. His parents hated the Germans. But now he just now says, I suffer from Jewish dementia. Notice, it's not Shmuley who suffers dementia. It's always Jewish dementia. It's always Jews. Norman Finkelstein has now accused Israel of 5 different genocides. 1982, he accused Israel of genocide in Lebanon. It went on 2006, 2009, 2015. Now, this is the 5th. That means we Jews, I always thought Jews suck at sports and PR. We suck at genocide because we've attempted it 5 times, and yet in all the Arab-Israeli wars, Jews and Arabs together, the numbers that have died, including terrorists, are less than 100,000. Bashar al-Assad next door killed 600,000 in 2 years. We Jews ought to go to him and ask him, how do we finally do this? Because according to Norm, we've tried it for 30 years and we can't do it. In fact, since 1967, when Gaza came under Israeli control...
Do they rule that Israel's committing a genocide? Okay, this is my understanding. I gave a cursory glance to an 11-page... there was an 11-page filing by ICJ, South Africa, Israel. This is my understanding of it. Somebody can tell me if... Actually, I might have read the whole thing. It's literally like, I think it's like 11 pages long. Somebody can tell me if I have an incorrect understanding of this. But my understanding was that South Africa said, hey, we want to bring a case to the ICJ claiming that Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. And the ICJ's ruling was basically to check. It wasn't like a ruling. They were basically doing a check to see, well, does there are other words for this, but I think imagine it as being like a pre-trial hearing, basically, trying to assert whether or not statutorily South Africa could bring the case. So I think there were 2 questions that the ICJ was looking to answer. Can somebody find me this stupid fucking document? I think it's one of these. The 2 questions it was seeking to answer were, 1, is does South Africa have standing to bring this case, which they said that they do, and then 2 was, is it plausible that on its face, that, right, prima facie, on its face, is it plausible that what South Africa is asserting, that a genocide is happening right now in Gaza, is true? And then the ICJ looks at some statements by Israeli leaders, and then it looks at the amount of people killed, and it says, it's plausible. So the ICJ's pre-trial or whatever ruling was basically 2 things. It said to Israel, make sure that you keep adhering to international law. Don't break that. That would be really bad. And it said that in 1 month, you need to release a report to us showing that you're not committing genocide, whatever the fuck that means. I would have to see precisely what they demanded in that report, or even if they did precisely demand in that court. But that's literally all it was. Somebody's saying it was a provisional judgment. Okay. Maybe, but basically that's all that it was. They weren't making a ruling on like there was genocide, there's not genocide, there, like none of that. They were just basically seeing like, oh well, do we feel like South Africa has standing to bring this case? And like if we look at like the facts of the case, does it seem like it's plausible that they could be correct in their assertion here? Application. Wait, this is not what I was actually thinking of. But that's essentially what that quote-unquote ruling said. But I mean, I get, like, whether Israel is or isn't committing genocide wasn't the question of that particular ruling. It was just to see if there was standing for any of that case to move forward, basically.
population of Gaza grew by 1 million people. How is that a genocide? Now, when Norm says that the ICJ said that Israel's committing a genocide, I repeat, Norm, respectfully, you are a fabricator. They said specifically that Israel has an obligation not to. South Africa asked for a cessation of hostilities. They refused. They repeated that refusal last week. How you could get on this program and actually fabricate, well, I guess I know why, because even your mentors, Chicago professor Peter Nozick, calls your scholarship, quote, trash. And this is trash because anyone can Google what we're saying.
Yeah, but Rabbi Shmuley, look, I'm going to jump in again because, again, what you're doing is attacking your other debater here.
He said I suffer from dementia, for God's sake. Why don't you call him out on that? Dementia? Seriously?
With respect, what you're not doing is answering the specific questions. There are many,
Okay, so I'm
many,
gonna answer- okay,
you
so
know
let me
there are
answer the
many,
question.
many people around the world increasingly concerned about the scale of Israel's response, the appalling death toll.
Is that why he said prove that they explicitly said they weren't so he could get them on semantics? I mean, I don't really like the way either of them summarize it. Like when Finkelstein says they said it's plausible they're committing genocide, they didn't mean that as in like it's likely, like, oh my God, like they're just saying that like they have standing for the case. But Finkelstein is far more correct, however much I might dislike his characterization, he's far more correct than this guy's assertion that, oh, they said there was no genocide happening. That absolutely was not the case. It's not even there. I don't even know if he's familiar with what that like pre-trial motion or pre-trial hearing or what the fuck it even was. There wasn't like a whole analysis and ruling and everything that happened. That's just complete, unless there's something else released that I'm not aware of.
Of children, the appalling number of children also being orphaned, the appalling number of women being killed, innocent women, and they don't see an end game. They just see Israel continuing to bomb, kill, kill, kill. But how does this end? If the next stage is Rafah, which now has 6 times as many people in it as it did 4 months ago, and is a huge refugee camp, and you're trying to find just a few thousand Hamas amongst over 1.5 million people, then you're going to get even more people around the world saying this is a senseless way of conducting war. Now, what do you say?
I hear you. Okay. In the lifetime of your parents, the greatest statesman of the 20th century, Winston Churchill, fought the greatest evil the world had ever seen. Now, the Americans used something called a Northern...
The thing is, in a similar preliminary ruling, the ICJ ordered Russia to cease all hostilities, and that was the main thing South Africa was hoping to get. So the fact that the ICJ denied the measure sort of hinted the fact that, based on the evidence, a genocide isn't too plausible. I would have to look at the ruling for Russia, but I think that the big issue with Russia is that Russia probably would fail internationally in the jus ad bellum part of international law that would govern whether or not you're allowed to resort to war. So I think Russia fails on its face because I don't think Russia has had an appropriate casus belli, has had an appropriate reason for war with Ukraine. That's why they call it, in some ways, a special military operation. But I mean, I don't think the international community recognizes that. They don't recognize that distinction. So the jus ad bellum part is basically like, do you even have a good reason to go to war? Russia doesn't. Israel does. As much as you might not like them, however much you might think it's bad, blah, blah, Israel has a good cause for war. Hamas killed a lot of their people. It's the ruling government of that territory, so they have reason to go to war. So now we move past that part. Where I don't even know if this jus ad bellum, jus in bello shit is like part of the ICJ ruling, but I would imagine it's probably a factor in here that if Russia doesn't have a cause to go to war, they'll say stop immediately. Israel, the ICJ did not tell them to stop immediately. The ICJ explicitly said that they need to continue to comply with international law while they conduct military operations. I think South Africa was looking to get, would you call it an injunction or a restraining order or a temporary restraining? I don't know what you would call it, but I think a stay on military, I don't know what you would call it, but I think South Africa was looking for, hey, the ICJ needs to tell Israel to stop their war, and the ICJ did not issue that ruling. They gave them permission essentially to continue conducting the warfare, but they just said you have to adhere to international law and you have to adhere to military you have to adhere to international law, and you have to submit a report by the end of the month to say if you're committing genocide or not, basically. I don't know what that report looks like, but yeah. An injunction, is that what they were looking for? Sure. This is the court answer. Here's the ruling at the bottom. Would you be willing to talk to Mustafa Barghouti? That's not the guy, is it? That was jailed on the second Intifada or whatever? Oh, it's his cousin? If he wanted to, yeah, sure, of course. Yeah, obviously. Hell yeah, I would. Yeah. Whoa, Destiny, you said that they explicitly said to continue to follow international law, but did they actually include the continue? Because that implies a lot. I mean, basically, yeah. Hold on. I mean, we can read the ruling down here. This is what South Africa was requesting. The state of Israel shall immediately suspend its military operation. They shall ensure that any military or regular armed units which may be directed, supported, or influenced by, as well as any organizations and persons which may be subject to its control, direction, or influence, take no steps in furtherance of the military operations. Desist from killing members of a group, blah, blah, blah. This is what they were asking for, basically, to stop. Yeah. This is like introducing like the facts of everything. I think this part here. Wait, fuck, did I skip the? Oh wait, shit, sorry. It gives a slight intro to the conflict. Cites some other international bodies. This goes over all of the preliminary observations. Is like basically saying like, does South Africa have, I think, the ability to even bring this case? Do they have standing? And since South Africa and Israel are parties to the Geneva Convention, that means that basically South Africa does. I think in part of this, it cites statements and actions by the country of Israel. Keep in mind for this, at the present stage of the proceedings, the court is not required to ascertain whether any violations of Israel's obligations under the Geneva Convention has occurred, because this is just a pre-trial hearing, basically. So they're not ruling on if they did or didn't, just if South Africa has standing and if it's plausible, if the facts prima facie establish a case. Conclusions as to the prima facie jurisdiction. In light of the foregoing, the court concludes that prima facie it has jurisdiction pursuant to Article 9 of the Geneva Convention to entertain the case, because the Geneva Convention is what regulates genocide, and South Africa and Israel are signatories to the Geneva Convention. And I believe that... or I'm sorry, the Genocide Convention. My bad. Genocide Convention. And I'm guessing the ICJ is who hears cases on this or makes rulings on this or whatever. And then, given the above conclusion, the court considers that it cannot accede to Israel's request that the case be removed from the general list. So Israel's, I don't know if you would consider it a motion, a cross motion, a response. I don't know what the verbiage would be, but Israel basically said you should dismiss this because South Africa doesn't have a reason to basically say any of this. Fuck them. This goes over statements that, I think up here, it goes over statements that Israeli generals or politicians have made, and then the number of people dying. This is the court recalling obligations of the Genocide Convention. It goes over genocide shit. It's citing other people talking about the situation in Gaza. WHO, other people, blah, blah, blah. It goes over some facts. Sustained by bombardment against Gaza Strip has caused a mass submission of population. It cites through all these. It's also taken note of, this is what I was referring to, a number of statements made by senior Israeli officials. It calls attention particularly to the following examples: the complete siege of Gaza City, no electricity, no food, no fuel. I've released all restraints. You've seen what we're fighting against. It goes through President of Israel statements. The court has already found that at least some of the rights asserted by South Africa under the Genocide Convention are plausible. The court considers that by their very nature, at least some of the provisional measures sought by South Africa are aimed at preserving the plausible rights it asserts on the basis of the Genocide Convention in the present case, namely the rights of the Palestinians of Gaza, blah, blah, blah. Therefore, a link exists between the rights claimed by South Africa that the court found to be plausible and at least some of the provisional measures requested. I think that's basically saying, like, is the remedy or is the relief or remedy you're seeking reasonable? So like if I were to take somebody to court and say, this guy defamed me, I think that the damages are $100 or whatever. That might be like valid relief. If I say this guy defamed me, as punishment, I should get to murder his entire family, the courts would say this remedy is outrageous. Or like in the Trump case, where they were saying that the remedy we want, because we feel like some of these ballots weren't counted right, is to throw out the entire vote for the entire electoral vote for the state. A lot of those courts were like, the relief you're seeking is unbelievable. This is so stupid. Even if your case was correct, the relief you're seeking is unreal. So just going through all of that. Risk of irreparable prejudice and urgency. Since there's a clear risk of irreparable prejudice to the rights of Palestinians in Gaza. Conclusion. The court concludes on the basis of the above considerations that the conditions required by its statute for it to indicate provisional measures are met. It is therefore necessary, pending its final decision, for the court to indicate certain measures in order to protect the rights claimed by South Africa, and the court that the court has found to be plausible. Wait, see paragraph 54. Did I miss 54? Was that an important one? In the court's view, the facts and circumstances mentioned above are sufficient to conclude that at least some of the rights claimed by South Africa and for which it is seeking protections are plausible. This is the case with respect to the right of the Palestinians in Gaza to be protected from acts of genocide and related prohibited acts identified in Article 3, and the right of South Africa to seek Israel's compliance with the latter's obligations under the convention. So that's them proving the standing and the prima facie. The court recalls that it has the power under the statute when a request for provisional measures have been made to indicate measures that are, in whole or in part, other than those requested. Article 75, paragraph 2 of the Rules of Court specifically refers to the power of the court, blah, blah, blah. In the present case, having considered the terms of the provisional measures requested by South Africa and the circumstances of the case, the court finds that the measures to be indicated need not be identical to those requested. So they're saying, like, yeah, we can basically say, Israel should do this or that. It's not the same thing that South Africa was requesting. The court considers that, with regard to the situation described above, Israel must, in accordance with its obligations under this Genocide Convention in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of all acts within the scope of Article 2 of this convention in particular, and then it lists out the genocide things. The court recalls that these acts fall within the scope of Article 2 of the convention when they are committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a group. The court further considers that Israel must ensure with immediate effect that its military forces do not commit any of the above described acts. The court is also of the view that Israel must take all measures within its power to prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to commit genocide in relation to members of the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip. The court further considers that Israel must take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the adverse conditions of life faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Israel must also take effective measures to prevent the destruction and ensure the preservation of evidence related to allegations of acts within the scope of Article 2 and Article 3 of the Genocide Convention against members of the Palestinian group of the Gaza Strip. And 82, regarding the provisional measure requested by South Africa that Israel must submit a report to the court on all measures taken to give effect to its order. The court recalls that it has the power reflected in Article 78 of the Rules of the Court to request the parties to provide information on any matter connected with the implementation of any provisional measures as indicated. In view of the specific provisional measures it has decided to indicate, the court considers that Israel must submit a report to the court on all measures taken to give effect to this order within 1 month. As from the date of this order, the report so provided shall then be communicated to South Africa, which shall be given the opportunity to submit to the court its comments thereon. The court recalls that the order on provisional measures in Article 41, the binding law. The court reaffirms the decision given in the present proceedings in no way prejudices the question of the jurisdiction of the court to deal with the merits of the case or any questions relating to the admissibility of the applications of the merits themselves, at least unaffected the rights of the governments of the Republic of South Africa and the State of Israel to submit arguments in respect to those questions. The court deems it necessary to emphasize that all parties to the conflict in the Gaza Strip are bound by international humanitarian law. It is gravely concerned about the fate of the hostages abducted during the attacks in Israel on the 7th of October 2023 and held since then by Hamas and other armed groups, and calls for the immediate unconditional release. Okay. And then so, for these reasons, the court indicates the following provisional prejudges. I'm sorry, not prejudices. Indicates the following provisional measures. By 15 votes to 2, the State of Israel shall, in accordance with its obligations under the Conventions of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in relation to Palestinians in Gaza, take all measures within its power to prevent the commission of all acts within the scope of Article 2 of this convention, in particular, killing members of the group, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, and imposing measures intended to... So that's just naming out what constitutes genocide. The State of Israel shall ensure with immediate effect that its military does not commit any acts described as in point 1 above. The State of Israel shall take all measures within its power to prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to commit genocide in relation to members of the Palestinian group in the Gaza Strip. The state of Israel shall take it, blah, 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 blah. So basically you're saying, like, don't do these things. And then submit a report in a month. But that's basically all they said. So they didn't issue the injunction that South Africa was looking for, saying that you have to stop all of your military activity. They basically just say, yeah, make sure you're not committing genocide. But yeah, that's it. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Bomb site, and they only bombed during the day, and they lost so many crews as a result. It's a phenomenal new Apple series called Masters of the Air that shows this. The British came to the Americans and said, are you guys crazy? You're sending your pilots to die during the day? And the Americans said, well, we want to make sure we are not hitting civilians. We're hitting military sites with this great, it was the second greatest invention after the atomic bomb of the Second World War, the Norden bomb site. That's not what you and the British did. You bombed at night, indiscriminately, murdering millions of civilians. So by the definition of Norman Finkelstein, who says that whether you intentionally target civilians, which Israel does not, Israel loses hundreds of soldiers.
The whole point,
Rabbi, wait, no, but I'm asking, but I need to put one question to Norman Finkelstein.
Let me respond to your argument.
Was Britain a terrorist state fighting the Nazis?
Okay,
Yes or no?
I will come
Indiscriminately.
Yes,
I'd like to hear his response.
Let me ask Norman that. What I would say to that, for what it's worth, is that there was huge regret over things like the carpet bombing of Dresden, which led directly to
Cologne, Essen, Dresden.
Which led directly, by the way,
it was April 1945. Let's go to Cologne. Let's go to Dresden. Let's go to Hamburg.
Let me finish. Which led directly to the Geneva Convention to try and prevent these things happening again. Many people think what's happening now in Gaza is a form of that happening again. Norman Finkelstein.
No. What's happening in Gaza is what the Americans did with the Norden bomb site. The Israelis are using surgical targeted strikes.
Well, they're killing a lot of children.
Because Hamas lives under their homes. Hamas builds.
Rabbi Shmuley, with respect, if Israel's being that precise, why is it killing so many children?
Firstly, I want to know what is the accuracy of your numbers, because I trust Hamas as much as I.
He doesn't answer anything. This is just stupid debate. Ugh.
Trust. They're complete liars. Secondly, Hamas, unfortunately, wants these children to die, because the more that die, the more you're going to challenge me on TV. Israel wants them to live. Israel withdrew in 2005. Hamas builds their military installations under these children's homes, under their kindergartens, under their nurseries, under their hospitals.
All right,
we now found 350 miles of tunnels under children.
At Destiny, but no implication one way or another that they believe Israel is already taking all measures to prevent genocide, as would be implied if it had said Israel must continue to do so. I don't know what point you're making. All they basically said was Israel is basically allowed to continue military operations, but they have to make sure that they don't genocide anybody, essentially.
That's the size of the New York subway system.
I want to be fair to both sides on time. Norman Finkelstein, your response.
What would you like me to respond to?
I suppose the analogy with World War II.
How does Finkeldick have... I'm sorry, I shouldn't insult him for our debate. Sorry. How does Finkelstein have time for these debates, but he couldn't talk to me? Really? This is a better use of your time?
And the fact that indisputably, many hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of civilians died in that conflict, and the argument is it was for the greater good of defeating the Nazis. Do you see any parallel with wanting, and I completely understand Israel's desire, fervent desire, to eliminate Hamas after what they did on October the 7th, particularly as Hamas has stated again and again, they want to keep repeating it again and again. So on that particular argument about when you wage a war against whether it's the Nazis or Hamas, a lot of civilians tragically will get killed in the process, but ultimately that shouldn't stop you going ahead with the war to try and achieve your goal. What do you say to that?
What I would say to that is there's a very good reason why this case was brought before the International Court of Justice. That is, as I'm sure you know, that if you examine what Israel has done in Gaza since October 7th, by virtually every dimension you examine it, the intensity of the bombing, the density of the bombing, the magnitude of destruction of civilian.
Okay, hold on.
The density, every dimension you examine it, the intensity of the bombing, the density of the bombing, the magnitude of destruction of civilian dwellings, civilian infrastructure, the percentage, the absolute number of children killed, the relative number of children killed to combatants killed, the percentage of women and children versus men killed, the number of medical personnel killed, the number of journalists killed, the number of UN workers killed. By virtually every dimension that you examine the conflict, by virtually any and every metric that you examine the conflict, Israel's assault on Gaza, which we should bear in mind is among the most densely populated places on God's earth, and it has been sealed off from humanity since 2006. As Giora Eiland put it in March 2004, Giora Eiland was the head of the Israeli National Security Council. He described Gaza, and I'm quoting him now, as a huge concentration camp. That's not me, that's Giora Eiland, the former head of the Israeli National Security Council. So if you put all of these metrics together, and you add in the context being a concentration camp in which half the people are children, 70% are refugees. If you add in the context and the metrics, there is a very good reason why Israel was brought before the International Court of Justice. Now, Mr. Shmuley has every right to question the authority of the numbers, the figures, and so forth. I am a strong believer in the right of Holocaust deniers to make a case before the public because, as John Stuart Mill once put it, we are all fallible, and being fallible, we have to always have a place in our minds open.
Do you think Dr. Avi's relative risk stats are difficult to explain? Yeah, I'll try to figure out a way to encapsulate this in a simple gotcha bite or like a bite-sized way. But I mean, like it's obvious, but it's not immediately intuitive, statistically speaking. I guess it's not something that's like immediately intuitive. You don't have a good grasp of basic stats. I guess, yeah.
The possibility that we are wrong. So, like Holocaust deniers, I do believe that Rabbi Mr. Shmuley should have the right to speak. However, granting that right, he has a very tall order. If a Holocaust denier wants to deny the Nazi Holocaust, he or she has to refute a vast corpus of scholarship attesting to the reality of the Nazi Holocaust. In the same way, Rabbi Shmuley, if he wants to deny that a plausible case for genocide can be made in Gaza, he has to refute a vast body of documentation. And that documentation ran, as it was presented by the South African application, it ran to 84 single-spaced pages with literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of footnotes. Now, that's the first hurdle.
Are we really
That went-
just
allow
gonna
me,
allow,
allow
are
me,
we gonna
allow me to
Professor,
finish.
come on. No.
Allow me to finish.
Your debating style is to drone on, coma-inducing. That's how you debate.
Unironically, Finkelstein should be allowed to finish. That sounds really mean to say, but I do think that his talking speed is a problem. Listening to this, because he also is yapping a little bit. He didn't need to like reiterate on every single one of these points too. Actually, never mind. Yeah, he could have summarized this a lot quicker. I don't have any sympathy. Never mind.
Debate. You try to put your opponents into slumber. For God's sake, you made your point. It's time for me to respond. That's a dialogue.
No,
you
I'm
cannot
not
dominate this
done.
debate
I'm not-
like you did with Alan Dershowitz, and you dominated. You took 3/4 of the time. I won't allow it. Now let me respond. First of all, Pierce, I'm glad that Norm has at least had the intellectual honesty to concede the first point. But the ICJ, the International Court, never ruled against Israel. Now notice he's saying that South Africa brought the case. They lost the case, first point. Because I've been attacking his credibility. For you to say, Pierce, I'm attacking him ad hominem, his personality, I'm not. The question is whether this man is a scholar or not. He has no tenure. He was denied tenure at DePaul University. He is only known because he's a Jewish anti-Semite. Now, number two, this is the 5th time he accused Israel of genocide. He started in 1982 in Lebanon. Now, what does genocide mean? It was coined by a Holocaust survivor in 1947 named Raphael Lemkin. Geno is an ethnicity. Side means murder. It is the murder of an ethnicity. Norm needs to make the case that Israel is slaughtering Palestinians because they're Palestinians and Arabs and Muslims. Well, then how does Israel have 1.9 million totally safe Israeli citizens who vote in the Knesset, an Israeli Arab judge who put an Israeli Jewish president in jail for rape, by the way? Why is that none of the Israeli Arabs have risen up to stop this genocide? Because it has nothing to do with
All right,
an
let me ask
ethnicity.
you
It's
this.
not a
Let me ask you
genocide.
this.
It has
All
to
right.
do with a date called October 7th.
Let me ask you
when
this.
1,200 Jews
Yeah.
were shot in the genitals, burned to death, slaughtered, and no democracy should allow that, except for one person, Norm Finkelstein.
No.
Because he has an irrational hatred of Jews.
Rabbi Shmuley, with respect, Norman Finkelstein is not the only person seriously concerned about what's happening in terms.
Is Shmuley correct? I don't even know what the fuck he's saying. Technically, number of people killed isn't actually an argument against genocide. I think it's an easy one to wheel out if somebody's saying some dumb shit on Twitter. But like, I mean, technically, you can attempt to genocide a group of people and not kill as many as you'd like. Oddly Gamers, thanks for the gifted 20 memberships. The focus here is that he is right, though, in that genocide very specifically denotes a desire to eliminate a certain group of people. There is a specific mens rea or intentionality behind genocide, and killing lots of people. None of the things here that Norm said puts you any closer to genocide. Intensity of the bombing, density of the bombing, magnitude with the destruction of civilian, whatever. None of this gets you closer to genocide. Like even if the civilian deaths were 1 million, right? Technically, if like Israel was just indiscriminately bombing the fuck out of Palestine to kill Hamas, there might be war crimes. It might be. It might be a grave situation. There might be a ton of like international stuff violated, but like genocide is specifically referring to the intention to destroy a group of people, along like it's like ethnic. I think religious might be in there. We'd have to look under genocide convention definitions, but so like that's what you want to focus on. But both of these guys are just like yapping.
of Israel's response.
Genocide? Using the word genocide?
I would say the majority of the world right now is concerned about what's going on in Gaza.
Is President Biden
and believes that Israel's response is...
Oh, someone is saying the special intent is called dolus specialis. It's the special intent, or dolus, I don't know how to pronounce this, dolus specialis, that makes the crime of genocide so unique. In addition, case law has associated intent with the existence of a state or organizational plan or policy, even if the definition of genocide international does not include that element. Oh, I've never even heard this term before. Okay.
Now becoming wholly disproportionate. And again, I ask you this question. Netanyahu, incredibly unpopular back home in Israel. You know, probably wouldn't even be prime minister now if it hadn't been for this war, given the scale of the social unrest and protests over his attempt to thwart the power of the Supreme Court. So you've got a deeply unpopular prime minister, particularly with Israelis' own people, right, waging a war, and many people cynically think he's just going to keep doing this because it buys him more time. But if I could ask him, and I can't because he won't come on again on this program to date, I would simply say, when does this end? How many people are you prepared to kill on the other side before you declare mission accomplished? And why would you think, by the way, that killing so many innocent people in Gaza and destroying so much of the homes in Gaza, north and south, why would you think that that would end radicalization of people who may be sympathetic to Hamas? Why would it not have the opposite effect?
When I saw you face to face in your studio in London a few months ago, I told you I think that you've been fair on this conflict. So I respect your question. I want to take it seriously. First of all, Netanyahu's unpopularity means nothing. Churchill destroyed the Nazis, saved Western civilization, and immediately was kicked out by the British. He actually lost the election, as you well know. So that means nothing. It doesn't mean Churchill wasn't a great man. It means nothing. Number two, let's say, for example, look where I am. I'm in the beauty of South Florida. This is where I grew up. Imagine that 6 million Jews living in Israel say, you know what, we've had it. We've tried this state 75 years. The whole world hates us. They want to kill us. We have people like Norman Finkelstein calling us satanic, saying that we come from a boil of hell. We have Norman Finkelstein saying that he cheered hallelujah when the women were shot in their genitals and raped. So we're going to move to South Florida. They do a deal with Biden. Biden says, you know, it's cheaper for us to just move you guys to beautiful Florida than it is to give Israel. And Israel disappears, God forbid, in a very humanitarian way. No one dies. Now you're left with no Israel. Will that change for one moment, Pierce? All of the women in Gaza now under Hamas, the teenage girls who have tires put around their heads who are burned to death by their brothers because they have sex before marriage? Will it change the fact that LGBTQ Palestinians have their genitals cut off and are castrated? Will it change the fact that any political...
The funniest thing in the world, really, you'd have to, like, finagle this argument a bit, and if Norm wanted to be, you know, real hardcore, you do this. Technically, in a weird way, this guy over here is kind of sort of making an argument for genocide. When he starts going in on like the culture of Palestinians and he starts talking about this cultural rot, the fact that they're inferior in their treatment of LGBT people, the fact that the way that they treat women is different, if anything, he's kind of sort of hinting in the direction of maybe they should be genocided. Like, this is an ethnic group of people that shouldn't exist, almost, in a way, kind of. He's on his way there.
Will it change the fact that LGBTQ Palestinians have their genitals cut off and are castrated? Will it change the fact that any political protests on the part of Palestinians, no Israel anymore, against Hamas, have them shot 20 or 30 at a time by hooded terrorists? Will it change the fact that Palestinian Authority officials, are thrown off rooftops by Hamas, who did this in 2006 in a coup? Will it change the fact that there isn't one Arab democracy? Will it change the fact that in Syria, 600,000 Arabs, 600,000, Norm Finkelstein doesn't give a damn about them, were killed between 2011 and 2014? Israel is not the problem. Arab dictatorships, tyranny. Would it change the fact that Ismail Haniyeh is worth $4 billion? Would it change the fact that Khalid Mashal is worth $7 billion? It would change nothing. If Israel left the Middle East, the Arab world is still in crisis, killing teenagers, killing LGBTQ, destroying democracy, all dictatorship, kleptocracy. You have Mahmoud Abbas, who's a billionaire. You have Yasser Arafat, who not only died on the Forbes 400 richest men in the world, which is shocking, but his wife still lives in a penthouse paid for by the Palestinians in Paris. And one final thing, when Norman Finkelstein fabricates and says about the terrible plight of the Palestinians in Gaza, they were given about $100 billion over the past 18 years. More, that is triple per capita what the Marshall...
Is that true? How much money has gone to Palestine over 20 years? But Destiny's talking about Hamas, and he clearly wasn't. He was saying all the Arab states, and he was going into Syria, and blah, 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 and... Qatar has provided over $1 billion in reconstruction funds and stipends for... Did he say $100 billion? Did I make that up? Huh.
Marshall Plan was given to Europeans. Look what they did with it. Germany, France, England. And you know what the Palestinians did with it? With what Hamas? They built tunnels with giant television screens where the Hamas Hitler, Yahya Ayash, is living now with his family. They didn't build one bomb shelter.
Let me go to Norman Finkelstein. Norman, the question I would have for you is this. Do you accept that Hamas need to be removed from power in Gaza?
He's not going to say yes. It's such an easy yes. Gaston, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Hamas, we don't need like radical, like dictatorships. Okay, fine. But not like Islamic dictatorships. Can we get some secular dictatorship at least? Not like an Islamist radical fucking jihadist party. It's so easy to say Hamas probably shouldn't be there, but he's not going to because it sounds too much like he's signing off on the Israeli war. Or maybe he'll surprise me. We'll see what he says. Or he'll do the ultimate tactic of the IDF is a larger terrorist organization than Hamas has ever been. The IDF is worse than Hamas ever. So if the IDF remains in power, then Hamas should. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what he says.
Need to be removed from power in Gaza.
I would say that the preeminent, excuse me, I would say that the preeminent question at the present moment ought to be, do I accept the fact that the Israeli government ought to be removed from power?
Well, hang on.
The Vyvanse gave me the ability to see into the future. That's why I like the Vyvanse so much. It lets me see only about like 20 minutes. Maybe as I take up my dose more, I'm on 250 milligrams per day right now. Maybe as I take more, I'll get more future sight. But
that's a different question. No, with respect, that's a different question. I can ask you that separately. But the specific question I have for you, particularly given what you said after October the 7th, is simply, should Hamas remain in power?
And should Hamas remain in power, I think that the Palestinian people should be able to determine their own future and determine their leadership. That's just a basic democratic
What is your
principle.
personal opinion?
No, I don't decide what people should do with their lives.
You've expressed many strong opinions about it. Hang on. Rabbi Shmuley, I can do an interview, thank you. The problem I have with that response is you're very quick to level the charge of genocide at Israel, and many people would agree with you, many wouldn't. But you're not so keen to be held.
I can't believe he's giving pushback to Norm on this debate, and he let this guy yap on the most retarded ad homs for like 20 minutes. What the fuck?
To account for your view about Hamas. And I don't see how anyone, after what they did on October the 7th, could possibly conclude they should stay in power.
Piers, I don't want to have to redo the interviews you did with me. I was very clear about my opinion when you asked about October 7th. I was also very clear as to what I believe Hamas should or shouldn't do regarding its leadership or its current power in Gaza. I've not tried to evade any of your questions.
Okay, for those
then why not? Then why can't you just answer that? Just say like, hey, like, probably shouldn't have Hamas there, right?
For those who may not have seen the previous interviews, for those who may not have seen our previous conversations, I simply ask again.
That's fine.
It is a simple question. Should Hamas stay in power? Because Israel's whole argument is that they have to keep going with this warfare to eradicate Hamas. And my question for you is, do you think that in principle Hamas should stay in power?
Well, Piers, I'm going to answer you because I never fear the truth. And I'm not going to try to evade your question.
I only deal in facts.
Let's take a simple metric. We'll take the question of children killed.
Oh my God, answer the question. Should Hamas stay in power or not?
These are answers to different questions.
Just answer the question, Norm, for God's sake. You said you don't want to evade the truth. Should Hamas stay in power or not? Answer the question.
Piers, either you're going to moderate the program or...
Oh my God, but he's not going to answer it. Bro, it's such an easy question. How are you even debating on the level of this fucking clown on the right? Shut him down. He was wrong on the ICJ. He should have crucified him. He should have made him stick that out. You're saying the ICJ ruled that there was no genocide? You're telling me they were able to ascertain that charge in 1 month, Rabbi? What a ridiculous fucking claim. You should have raked him over the coals. Why is he not just answering this question?
There's honestly no point in continuing.
I do think it's I have to say, I do think it's a very simple question, and it goes right to the heart.
No, it's not.
It goes right to the heart of Israel's argument about why they are continuing to execute the war.
Piers, how about letting me decide whether it's a simple question? How about letting me decide?
Well, either Hamas stays in power or it doesn't, doesn't it? I don't think you have to be a professor to answer the question.
Piers, there's a difference between whether or not Hamas stays in power and whether Hamas should be in power. So let me get into the stays in power is a military question. Should be in power, well, let's look at it. I say if Hamas, which is responsible for the killings of 30...
He's going to give the numbers of people that Hamas has killed and say, if Hamas is responsible for this many deaths, and we're saying they should be removed from power, well, then the IDF, who's killed 29,000 civilians, should absolutely be removed from power first. Something like that. Here we go.
6 children on October 7th should not stay in power. Then you must certainly agree, Piers, and I'm going to kindly ask you to please answer me. You must surely agree, then, that Israel, which has killed now approximately 12,000 children, and is plausibly accused of having killed them in the course of a genocide. Now, I'm going to ask you, Piers, to
What is
please
your source for
answer
12,000
the
children? What's
question.
the source? What is your source, please?
Okay.
What's your source?
Piers,
Palestinian
please
Health
stop.
He didn't even get to ask Piers the question while Finkelstein is dodging the question, and now this guy wants to fight over the sourcing of the dead, bro.
Actually run by Hamas, we know that.
Run by Hamas. Wait.
No,
answer
Rabbi
the question.
Shmuley, you don't
You're a scholar.
interrupt. This is actually an important question and an important moment of the debate. Continue, Norman Finkelstein.
So I have to ask you, Piers, if you believe that Hamas should not stay in power because it killed 36 children on October 7th, then you must surely agree several times, 1,000 times more emphatically that the Israeli government should not be in power because it killed 12,000 children, not as collateral damage.
What would your response be to that Finkelstein argument if he wheels it out in your debate? It's just like, it's a stupid argument on so many different levels. The Israeli government has shown that it is capable of making peace with its neighbors, even neighbors that it historically had huge fights with. The Israeli government is held democratically responsible by its population, so at least there's some pressure there. The Israeli government responds to international pressure. They've shown it in the past historically, they've shown it in the modern conflict now. The Israeli government opens itself up to evaluations from other parties, whether it's people doing investigation. The Israeli government has literally, like people will say things in chat like, you trust Israel to look at itself and to audit itself, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like, Haaretz is literally a left-leaning fucking publication that is inside of Israel, like that a lot of you guys love to fucking cite when it comes to talking about Israeli crimes in the West Bank and blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, the idea, yes, I would trust the Israeli government 1 billion times more than fucking Hamas, an Islamic jihadist, fundamentalist fucking organization that answers to nobody, runs itself like a theocratic dictatorship, doesn't hold elections, doesn't respond to international pressure unless it's around training their troops or sending weapons to go kill Israeli citizens. Like, yeah, of course, like, it's such an easy, yeah. Like with this level of question, like, well, should the U.S. government remain in power? Should the British government remain in power? Should literally any government anywhere in the entire world remain in power because they probably killed more people than Hamas? Such a stupid question.
But plausibly, according to 15 of the 17 judges on the highest judicial body in the world.
Okay, you said that point. Okay, here's my answer.
Plausibly,
here's my answer to you.
Here's my answer. And a genocide.
Here's my answer. You haven't so far answered my question. If you do, I will give you an emphatic answer to yours.
Ooh.
So let me just ask again, should Hamas stay in power?
My answer is...
Before he gives an answer, there is a good, complicated question, or complicated way to answer this question that is nuanced, takes into account the Palestinian plight, and satisfies the prompt that Piers has given, right? Well, should Hamas remain in power? That's complicated. Hamas was technically voted into power, right? If you don't like Hamas, okay, fine. Well, what about the Palestinian Authority? Because that's the counter government that you're championing. Well, guess what? Mahmoud Abbas also suspended elections. He hasn't been voted on either. So if you don't like Hamas, you must not like the PA either, because neither of these are democratically elected people. What happens if you get rid of Hamas, you hold elections, and then they elect Hamas again? Then what do you do, Pierce? Like, do you deny elections to the Palestinian people? Are they not allowed to elect leadership? What if they want to have, like, a theocratic dictatorship, whatever, right? I mean, like, these are technically answers to satisfy this question, and they're more complicated and nuanced, but I don't know why, but you can answer these too. Any of these are satisfactory, I think, and they hint at a little bit of the complicatedness of the situation that is existing on the ground. I don't know why he wouldn't just wheel out any of these explanations, other than the fact that it would take him 10 minutes to, I guess, get through anything. I guess Finkelstein is about Platt, but Shmuley is definitely bronze-based.
To yours. So let me just ask again, should Hamas stay in power?
My answer is, if we apply one standard
that's not an answer.
across the board...
No, that's not an answer.
If we apply one standard across the board, I am perfectly happy to say Hamas should be removed from power if you agree that several thousand times
you made that
more
point.
emphatically the Israeli government should be removed from power.
What does that even mean? The Israeli government should be, it's like every single member of the Knesset should be banned and then not allowed to run again? Or you dismantle the entire Israeli government? Or what does that mean?
There are two completely separate questions, and I would answer it like this.
No, they're not.
Well, I'm going to explain to you.
I'm
going to explain why I believe they are.
I will listen.
Because Israel's response was a response to an appalling terror attack. I believed after October the 7th, Hamas rescinded any right to continue having any power over Gaza and should be removed. The only debate would then be how would that best be done. And I have serious question marks about Israel's response. In response to whether the current... Hang on. Let me finish my sentence, please. And in response to your question, Norman Finkelstein, about Israel's government, no, I do not believe they should continue, actually. I think this government has lost the faith of its people. I think Netanyahu in particular has lost all confidence and popularity with the Israeli people who blame him for what happened on October the 7th. And so, no, I don't think they should stay in power, actually. I think both countries should have new leadership and new governments. That's my answer. But again, I'll just come back to you. Hang on, I don't equivocate either with the other. You can divorce the two questions. You can say, after October the 7th, should Hamas stay in power?
Sound the incorrect use of equivocate alarm.
Yes or no, and then you can have a question mark about whether this current Israel government should stay in power because of the way they responded. They're two different questions. But you, Norman Finkelstein, so far... Well, hang on. Wait a second, Rabbi Shmuley. I just want to get one answer out of Norman Finkelstein as to whether you will answer my question about whether Hamas should stay in power.
Piers, if you use a single standard across the board...
Why was it incorrect? Wait, why was what incorrect? My brain just wiped. This is...
Wait a second, Rabbi Shmuley. Two different questions. You, Norman Finkelstein, so far. Well, hang on.
Why is the correct answer is Hamas? Also, the real true answer is Hamas shouldn't stay in power because he can't negotiate with Hamas. It's just not a good negotiating partner. It's just and they lost. And actually, wait. Pierce's answer was correct. I think it was Pierce's answer, right? That they lost the right to rule basically once they did that attack on October 7th. If you don't count any of the earlier actions, that probably removed any mandate that they would have had to be seen as like authentic rulers of a people. That's insane.
I just want to get one answer out of Norman Finkelstein as to whether you will answer my question about whether Hamas should stay in power.
Oh, why was the equivocate? Oh, when you equivocate on something, it means that you're mincing words, basically. So like, let's say that my brother punches me, and then my sister, flicks a piece of paper at me, and I go, I wouldn't equivocate my sister flicking paper at me with my brother punching me. That wouldn't be equivocate. That would be equating. But let's say that my brother punches me. And then later on, we're getting into a fight, and he's like, "Oh, come on! All I did was tapped you earlier." I would say, "Tap me? You're equivocating. You didn't tap me. You punched me. That would be an equivocation." Yeah. You don't equivocate two different things when you're equating them or comparing them. Equivocation is usually when you're trying to, hide from a particular. You're mincing words. You're trying to obfuscate the severity of something. You're equivocate. You're downplaying. That's like equivocation, basically.
Piers, if you use a single standard across the board, then I accept your conclusion. So long as you're being morally as well as legally consistent, I have personally no problem with that conclusion. However, I would want to say, Piers, and I'm trying to be honest, but also intellectually consistent in this matter. You said the Hamas disqualified...
Yes, I would argue Finkelstein's whole career is based on equivocation. They've killed 12,000 children. Okay, what does that mean? Killed 12,000 children, because you're evoking the idea of 5-year-olds being killed. What's the age cutoff here, right? Are these fighting age, combatant people? Is it literally just children that are hiding in their cribs, or they're under their mom's bosoms? What do we, when we're evoking this here, right? Would you consider that an equivocation? I think we could say that equivocation.
...fight itself from leadership because of the atrocity that was committed, or atrocities that were committed October 7th.
Yes.
Now, if you agree with the head of the National Security Council of Israel at the time, in 2004, that Hamas is a huge concentration camp. I'm quoting him now.
Gaza, you mean?
Would you also agree that October 7th was a reaction to confining 1 million children in a concentration camp?
Like this, 1 million children.
Okay, Pierce, he's not answering your question. He never will. But Pierce, I have to
All right, let me bring in Rabbi Shmuley, because he's been waiting patiently. More patient than you normally do.
Every time, there's one main reason I wanted to do this debate, and Pierce, thank you for having me. I'll tell you what it is. There were 6 million Jews who were turned into ash and lampshades and shot, and they're in,
oh my
graves.
God.
The only tomb is our memory. Norman Finkelstein is a Holocaust denier. He has said that David Irving, the #1 Holocaust denier on earth, who Britain despises to their credit, who lost huge against...
Holy shit, he's got my... Do we have the same Apple Watch?
That he said he's a great historian. Every time he calls Gaza a concentration camp, as if there's gas chambers there, as if there's...
It is. Look, you can even see his little notification coming up.
There's SS Einsatzgruppen going around shooting Palestinians. He denies he is a Holocaust denier. Now,
wait, is this guy left-handed, or why does he have his watch on his right hand? Do you think he's wearing it on the wrong wrist? Somebody look this up, if this guy's left-handed or not. The fuck?
Why does this matter? Because why won't Norman Finkelstein answer your simple question about whether Hamas should stay in power? And don't tell me this is ad hominem. In 2016, he gave an interview where he said that he essentially makes his income through giving speeches. He said that he gave 40 slips to his accountant for speeches against Israel.
That doesn't mean he doesn't mean what he said.
He has 2 watches? Oh shit, you're right, he does have 2 watches. What the fuck?
1 second, hold on.
It doesn't mean he doesn't mean what he said.
You know where you're watching your right wrist? No, wait. Aren't you supposed to wear your watch on your non-dominant hand? Am I crazy?
Or, no, 1 second, hold on. If he attacks Hamas, he said that his speeches went from 40 to only 4, he'll be down to 0. Now, here's the point. You're right. It doesn't mean that. But when you pressed him in your first debate, you did so admirably, Pierce. Shawnee Luke's parents stayed at my house for the past 10 days. She was the woman who, within an hour or two of the attack, a German-Israeli woman, was put dead, shot in the head, stripped naked. I maintained that she was the
Bro, oh my god. These are the types of posts I banned from my subreddit. We get it. Like, it was brutal. Yeah, congratulations, bro.
desecrated woman in world history in terms of how many people saw her naked body. As that was happening, Norman Finkelstein wrote, "It warms every fiber of my soul," about these scenes in Gaza. And glory, glory, hallelujah. Now, to your credit, you pressed him on this in the first interview. And you know what he said? He said, "I had no idea. I only thought 50 Jews had died. I didn't know 1,200. So 2 questions. Number 1, Norman Finkelstein, how many Jews need to die before you are no longer celebrating their death and saying glory, hallelujah? Is it 51? Is it 500? You know, 1 black man was murdered.
I would give Norman the benefit of the doubt here because he did publish that immediately, and then he did kind of retract it where Norman was like, I didn't realize how serious it was. But I did do this research. I don't know if this was on stream or off stream. I'm pretty sure I read that. Oh, actually, this might have been part of a forethought post. That Norman Finkelstein has no sympathy for the Charlie Hebdo people. That's wild as fuck. Like, that's indefensible. That's like deportation levels of commentary. If I was a dictator, you would be deported from my country. Oh, did we do this on stream? Let's say, amidst all this death and destruction, 2 young Jews barged into the headquarters of the editorial offices of Der Stürmer, and they killed the staff for having humiliated them, degraded them, demeaned them, insulted them, queried Norman Finkelstein, a professor of political science and author of numerous books, including The Holocaust Industry and Method and Madness. How would I react to that, said Finkelstein, who's the son of Holocaust survivors. Finkelstein was drawing an analogy between a hypothetical attack on the German newspaper, the Nazis, and the deadly January 7th attack at the Paris headquarters of the satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo that left 12 people dead, including its editor and prominent cartoonists. The weekly is known for printing controversial material, including derogatory cartoons about the Prophet Muhammad in 2006 and 2012. Satire is when one directs it either at oneself, let's see. Satire is when one directs it either at oneself, causes his or her people to think twice about what they are doing and saying, or directs it at people of power and privilege, he said. But when somebody is down and out, desperate, destitute, and you mock them, when you mock a homeless person, that is not satire, Finkelstein said. That is, I give you the word sadism. There's a very big difference between satire and sadism. Charlie Hebdo is sadism. It's not satire. So 2 despairing and desperate young men act out their despair and desperation against this political pornography, no different than Der Stürmer, who in the midst of all of this death and destruction decide it's somehow noble to degrade, demean, humiliate, and insult the people. I'm sorry. Maybe it's a very politically incorrect. I have no sympathy for the staff of Charlie Hebdo. Should they have been killed? Of course not. But of course, Stryker shouldn't have been hung. I don't hear that from many people, said Finkelstein. He was the one who stood trial on charges at Nuremberg following World War II. He was hung for those cartoons. Jesus Christ. Also, I'm so curious. Did Charlie Hebdo make fun of Arabs or make fun of, like, Muslims? I thought they were just making fun of... wasn't the comic like a picture of a whole bunch of people naked, like Jesus and fucking Muhammad and other people? Am I wrong on that? I don't remember the original cartoons that they got. Was it just Muhammad? I thought they did naked... but I know obviously it was the Muhammad one that got him fucking killed. Bring it up on a stream? I don't know if I don't want to get killed right now. Okay, damn. Oh, I might be thinking of a fucking South Park thing, actually. For all the naked people, maybe.
Murdered in Minnesota. His name was George Floyd, and tens of millions of people marched against his murder.
Ronnie, stop! You're banned for 1 week. Stop linking the same thing. 1 day. I'll give you 1 day. No, I'm giving you 3 days. Stop linking the same thing over and over and over. You've linked this 400 times. I see it. I know. Yes, 200 page fucking whatever. I see it. Yes. Stop, please. God.
Them. But for you, it would have had, we need 49 other dead black men before they start marching, number one. Number two, what you're confessing, Norm, is that you are a joke of a historian. Because your defense to Piers Morgan was, I didn't know, I have 3 people who do my Twitter, I gave it to them. By the way, I'd love to know even one name of those 3. I dare you to mention their names, because I'd like to question them, because I believe you're fabricating that as well. I think you wrote this yourself. You did not give it to 3 people who work for you on Twitter. But here's my question. You claim to be a serious historian. What kind of serious historian, before they even know the facts, says, I love seeing dead Jews? You admit you knew nothing. You say that you had no knowledge, and you were saying, glory, hallelujah, may more Jewish women be shot in the vagina and have their breasts cut off. Now, later when Piers Morgan said to you, hey, Norm, at least take it off. At least delete it. You now admit 1,200 died. And you know what you said? It's part of the historical record. So you are a fraudulent historian by your own admission. You said this fraud that you are thrilled that Jews were shot in the vagina, women were gang raped, is part of history. But it's a false history. So
is there evidence that anybody was shot in the vagina? Is this a real thing? Is there like strong evidence that this happened, or?
Be fair, Pierce. When you tell me ad hominem, come on. The man either has credibility or he has no credibility.
Okay.
He has no tenure. Yeah. Okay.
Let me give the final word to Norma Finkelstein.
The issue before us is Gaza. It's not me. Now, there is a temptation, obviously, on my part to defend my professional honor and my personal honor, but I am going to
I'm going to give this moment to the Palestinians who are suffering.
I'm going to withstand that temptation and end on the note that this conversation began and was supposed to continue. And so I would say that if you are indicting me, then you are also indicting the sanity of the 15 judges on the International Court of Justice, including, quite surprising to me, including the American judge. Now, if you examine the proceedings closely, which I did, each judge had the option of including in their decision what's called a declaration. And the German judge did exercise that option and wrote a 5-page declaration in which he distanced himself from certain of the findings. However, it was very noticeable that Israel's main ally in the world, the judge from that country, the American judge, did not issue a declaration, which is to say, she went along with the conclusion without qualification, that Israel is plausibly committing genocide. Now, I would want to end on the note, as you know, Piers, genocide is the crime of crimes under international law. To be plausibly guilty of the crime of genocide, it's a very, very high standard, And it seems to me, require a very high degree of dementia to deny that crimes of on a vast scale are occurring in Gaza.
Okay,
Thank you.
We're going to leave it there.
That is a blood libel. That is a blood libel. It's a lie. The ICJ never said that. That is pure blood libel. Norm, you may as well say that we Jews mix blood into of Christian children into our matzahs, boys in the wells of Europe. You are guilty of a blood libel.
This guy probably does.
ICJ never said that. They ruled in Israel's favor. You, sir, are a liar, and you are guilty of a libel against your own people and against your own parents. Your parents were not haters. They were victims. They did not hate Germans. The Germans hated them and tried to murder
Rabbi
them.
Shmuley,
Your parents' memory and apology.
We're going to leave it there.
Jesus
Norma Finkelstein,
Christ.
Rabbi Shmuley, thank you both very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Pierce.
Ooh, calling Pierce out. Thank you. Only thank you to him. Have you read the ICJ decision in full? I read there's like that 12-page or 11-page like ruling on it, but I didn't read the I didn't read any of the other judge opinions, and I didn't read the full. I believe there's like an 80-page submission that South Africa does for why they're asserting that. I only read that 11 or 12 or 13-page summary basically. Okay. How much reading have we done today, chat? None. I think I'm gonna hardcore. The next 3 days of my stream are gonna be really boring and really bad. I'm so sorry. I have to be ready for this debate. Next month we're gonna be more entertaining. I'm going to I just need to read from the start of the stream to the end because we're not making good progress, and I've only got like 8 days left for this. So you said that for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, but I keep getting baited by the dramas. I can't help myself. I'm sorry, August. I love you. Okay. Also, that was a waste of time debate. I wonder if this debate is any better. Norm Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani breakdown Israeli genocide case. Oh, this is going to be his debate partner too.
And Bree's show, and in fact, I should do another show with all of us together. But it's Craig McIver, the UN human rights lawyer who resigned from the UN.
Number one, you'll be surprised perhaps to learn, as I learned, during that horrible Saudi Arabian blockade of Yemen, between 2015 and 2018, in 3 years, do you know how many Houthis, how many Yemenis died? You'll be very surprised, I think.
I think something like 300,000.
I saw, no, just those 3 years, 88,000, of whom 60% starved to death. You hear me? 60% of those 88,000 Yemenis, because of that brutal blockade, starved to death. And for me, the Houthis, sure, there's a religious side to it. I'm not going to deny it. But there is just a fundamental understanding, a human sympathy, a pity for what's being done to the people of Gaza because it was done to them. Now, some people say they're not targeting directly only Israeli vessels or Israeli-bound vessels. I really don't give a damn. I know I can be a stickler for international law, but my view is, during the war in Vietnam, I know how much I'm dating my...
How can you, why is it sometimes he cites the international law and only the facts, and then other times he doesn't? Also, wait, what is the Houthi shots today into the, blocking people from going into the fucking, the Red Sea? What does that have to do with the 2015 to 2018 Saudi blockade?
Myself. During the war in Vietnam, we had a slogan, one of our slogans. It was no business as usual. That when millions, as it turned out, millions of Vietnamese are being killed by our government, we have no right to carry on with business as usual. And the Houthis are sending the same message to the world. You want to continue your trade? You want to continue your business? You want to build your economies while the people of Gaza are facing mass famine? No. Now, you know, even Russia and China abstained in that UN vote attacking the Houthis because they too care about business. They too care about their economy. And the Houthis say their message to the world is, while the people of Gaza are being martyred, there is going to be no business as usual.
Oh my God, bro. What a ridiculous fucking assertion.
We will target...
We can shut down international trade because we don't like what's going on in another country.
Anyone or everyone who passes through those borders until the people of Gaza are freed from this genocide. Here, ready? As a Jew, I get that. As a Jew, I would have respected any government in the world during the Nazi Holocaust, any people in the world during the Nazi Holocaust who would have done what the Houthis are doing. They say it in very simple, plain, uneducated, unrefined language.
I don't think the Houthis give a fuck about what happens in the Gaza Strip. They probably do it in exchange for Iranian training and weapons shipments. Why the fuck would why would the Yemeni people that have been fucking fighting with their country completely fucked for 100 years give a fuck about what's going on in the Gaza Strip, aside from like political reasons relating to Iran? Like,
you will not destroy the people of Gaza. I deeply resonate to that. You know, I'm going to just tell you one last thing and then you can react because I know you're going to lose your license or something for me saying it, but that's my problem. I take complete responsibility for it. I don't know how many of you have read Rousseau's Second Discourse on Inequality. It happens to be very good. And one of the things he says in the Second Discourse is, men would be monsters. Men would be monsters were it not for the natural feeling of pity. It's pity that humanizes people. And then he takes the next step and says...
Okay, I'll probably watch this tomorrow. Ugh. This was a month ago, though. 3 weeks ago? I wonder if there's anything more recent. Christ. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Be careful. Is there a difference between Yemen stopping trade and the U.S. blocking the Japanese oil stuff in World War II? Japanese oil, World War II, USA blocks. I don't know when this happened or what it was in response to exactly. I would have to know. I would need more information. I don't remember exactly like the point at which this happened or why it happened. Like, was the United States bombing ships in the ocean, or were they just like freezing assets? All right, anyways, I love you guys. It's been fun. Ribbon, cappuccino, cappuccino. Be careful. Love you.